Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Joined Harry Potter World Movie. Before we start, please go support marioiale for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Naruto is a male. Chapter 1, What Am I That? A joke, right? Konoha, one of the 5 great elemental nations and the most powerful shinobi or ninja villages, was a village that lived around large, beautiful forests, and what stood out most was a monument that had 4 faces that were carved into a mountain, in which if someone from outside came to the village and knew of this monument, they would immediately know that they had arrived in Konoha. This monument was called the Hokage Rock, where all the Hokages that were in the past and also the current Hokage were carved. Even though it was a village of powerful ninjas and others thought that they only lived for combat, all thoughts like these would immediately go away and they would see that they lived in relative peace with civilians, ninjas, and even shinobi clans. Now we head to a certain genin team that was training after a mission that took place in the Lands of Waves, where they faced some very powerful enemies, these being Zabuza Momochi, one of the members of the legendary Swords of the Mist, and Haku, a user of the Ice style. These 2 people left a very big impact on the team, and especially on a boy with blonde hair as if they were bathed by the sun, blue eyes that were like the sea, and finally 3 whisker marks which when he smiled made him look like a fox. He wore an orange jacket with a high collar and a blue touch along with orange pants and his ninja band that was tied on his forehead. This boy was Naruto Uzumaki, the current Jinchuriki of Kyuubi. Naruto from the day he was born had this powerful beast, and because of this phenomenon he never had parents or anyone to take care of him. Only the 3rd Hokage, a teacher from the ninja academy named Iruka, and certain people from a ramen stand called Ichiraku and his daughter Ayam, as well as some other ninja from clans, were the only ones who cared about him and looked after him until he became a ninja and got more people who made them care more about him, and he considered them his most precious people until this day. These were a boy with black hair and eyes wearing a blue short-sleeved shirt with a high neck and a fan symbol on the back, arm warmers and white shorts next to his ninja band tied around his forehead. This boy was Sasuke Uchiha, the last of the Uchiha clan due to his older brother Itachi Uchiha, who exterminated his clan, leaving him alive on that day so that he would look for him and end his life. Because of this, he is a very arrogant boy and seeks revenge, believing himself superior to many people. While the other person was a pink-haired girl with a large forehead and green eyes, wearing a dark red kimono-type outfit with slits on the legs and a white circle on the back and at the bottom and the front, with short sleeves. Also under the dress they will wear tights, and their ninja band will take it above their head to hold their hair. This was Sakura Haruno, a fangirl of Sasuke and with whom Naruto is or was, in the future, in love, but always acting in a very violent way with the latter, to the point of hitting him violently and continuously rejecting him, while with Sasuke he behaved in a shy and weak way. And finally an older man with white hair who wore the Konoha uniform covering most of his face with a mask and his left eye with a scar hidden by his ninja headband, which contained a Sharigan, a special eye of the Uchiha clan. His name was Kakashi Hatake, the Jonin master of this team, while by others on the outside he was known as Kakashi of the Sharingan, a powerful ninja. He was a relaxed and lazy guy, but always attentive to his team in some way. Currently the 2 boys of the team were training. Sakura only saw them both and Kakashi slept, all in relative peace, until a masked man who looked like a revenant bear, this being an Anbu, a special ninja under the instructions of the Hokage, appeared in front of Kakashi. The moment he appeared, Kakashi woke up and the others stopped to listen to him. The Hokage requests the presence of Team 7 immediately. Understood, Kakashi replied, along with the missing Anbu. Seeing this, he glanced at his team and headed to the office as quickly as possible. Naruto was the most excited of all of you, hoping you'd have a fantastic mission for his team, not thinking that his life would completely change when he arrived at the Hokage's office. While in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the current 3rd Hokage, was with an old man with a very long beard and round glasses who was wearing a kind of very long dress and a pointy hat, which when you saw him you would only think he was strange because of his way of dressing. The old man was quietly waiting for a team, but especially a boy, while the 3rd. Right now he just wanted to pull out the hairs that were left on his head and throw his position to the first one who entered the office and run away because of what was going to happen to the boy they were waiting for, since when he arrived hell would undoubtedly break loose in the office, which he would regret very soon and even at the end of the day. But despite the problems to come, he was also happy to see his old friend. "Are you sure he's one of them, just like his mother?" the Hokage said, as calmly as possible. "If it's absolutely certain that it's one, I never thought I'd see another like your mother again," the old stranger replied. "Though I just hope he's not as unruly a boy as your mother was, though from what he's heard from you, I don't believe it." And both of them began to laugh at what he said. At that moment a knock was heard on the door and the Hokage told them to come in. As they passed, the old man saw them one by one, and when he saw the blonde boy he could only be surprised by the similarity of a man he knew, and he turned to look at the third and just nodded. Naruto, upon entering the office, noticed that the old Hokage was not alone and the other occupant was a strange old man wearing clothes that looked like they were for a woman. Upon seeing him he did the only thing he could do at that moment. "Ha ha ha, hey, that old man is dressed as a woman, haha." The comment she made without thinking only earned her a punch from her teammate. "Shut up, you damn idiot!" he yelled at him, while the other boy didn't pay attention, but one of them, more precisely Kakashi, recognized the old man's strange clothing and could only freeze, since he never thought he would see another one again. "Hokage-sama, the man is if he's here to explain everything in the future relationship we'll have." That only made him slowly turn towards Naruto without anyone noticing, and the old stranger just smiled at the attitude of the boy he came to look for, reminding him a lot of his mother despite having the appearance of his father. After a few minutes, Naruto finally calmed down enough to stand properly next to his team, waiting for the old Hokage's orders. "Well, now that we are all gathered," the old man raised his hand, so that the Anbu that were in the area would leave, and continued, "I would like to introduce you to the man who is here, but before continuing I must tell you all that everything that is discussed is totally forbidden to be discussed." As he said this, everyone just nodded and the younger ones were curious about what was going to be discussed. "Well, this man is Albus Dumbledore, who comes from very far lands beyond the elemental nations, and has come to speak with Naruto about a matter that involves him and his mother." This only had mixed reactions from the team. Kakashi looked calm, but if you looked closely he felt worried about Naruto and his future reaction to what he was going to be told, while Sasuke only feels a little curious about the far lands, but hearing about something about Naruto only made him pay attention more closely. Sakura could only feel curious about this but also worried about Naruto since the reaction he had was unexpected and his eyes widened, while Naruto didn't know what to do or say upon hearing this, and all he could say was, "Huh!" He couldn't react, and when he finally managed to react, the old man named Albus Dumbledore started speaking. "Well, I introduce myself again. I'm Albus Dumbledore and I came to talk to you, young Naruto." Naruto just remained silent. "Well, the first thing I want to tell you all is that I come from a place called Scotland and I am the director of a school called Hogwarts, which is a very special school since it is not just any school like yours. This school is for young people who have magic and in the future will become wizards." He stopped to see the reactions, and when he saw that they were still listening he continued, "Now before you ask anything I'll explain. You see, the wizarding world and the elemental nations have remained separate and hidden from each other for different reasons, some of which is that neither wants to interfere with the other, especially the wizards, since it is known that ninjas have enough power to surpass wizards. But at the same time they are more cunning, so they keep themselves separate." He was going to continue but someone interrupted him. "This has to be a joke, right, Hokage-sama?" Sakura was the one who expressed her doubt on behalf of her team, and only continued, "That is impossible, because if magic really exists, someone here should have already realized it, and why now come to reveal this to us?" And she only continued until she turned off when she realized something and looked at Naruto. Also Sasuke followed her line of thought, but at the same time he didn't want to believe it, and just to clear any doubt the Hokage spoke. "Everything Albus said is true, and only the high command of the elemental nations knows about this, and in the case of the wizards they are also only some of them. There are few exceptions, but only select people of high trust." This only made them shut up and listen. Now to continue. As I said, the two worlds tried to stay separate until one day a girl appeared who was born with magic, and at the same time her type of energy that I remember correctly is what they call chakra. That only impacted the two young men as they slowly understood where the conversation was going, while the third just remained silent, which only confirmed his suspicions. Seeing this, Albus only continued his explanation. The girl was a young ninja from this village, and this was just the beginning. The Ministry of Magic, which if you don't understand is like your council and your Hokage, at that time was going crazy over this news since it was the first time this had happened, and many began to discuss. Some wanted to get closer to have connections with someone here, while others were more cautious and others just wanted to stay away. And only continued until being interrupted by the Hokage. While here the same thought was had when it was discovered that the girl could perform magic. No. One told her what that power was, and it was kept as a top secret since most people wanted to stay away from wizards, why they were considered troublesome due to their power problems. But not only that, it was also because at that time the nations were at a standstill and any irresponsible action could cause the Third Great Shinobi War to break out. He stopped, and seeing that no one was speaking, he continued. By that time this girl had been kidnapped and quickly rescued, but this only made her distrust everyone outside even more. And because everyone was at a standstill over this situation, it only made relations with the wizards more difficult. He concluded, Wait, Hokage-sama, if everything was at a standstill because of this girl, how did you communicate with these magicians? Sakura asked, since if there was one here now, then she could only assume that somehow these groups were able to contact each other in the past. I can answer that, Albus said and continued. You see, at that time, the ministry was in total chaos since the most important question for them was how they were going to contact the girl, since no one had ever found a method with the lands so hidden from both muggles, people without magic, and wizards. Given this situation, the ministry asked me to look for some kind of communication with these unknown lands, and due to the situation I accepted. But the task I accepted was not easy since there was no clue as to where they were, and it took me days, weeks to discover it. Until one day I was reading a book about a specific point in the ocean, where no wizard could cross it, and it was said that muggles upon entering that point would disappear or their objects would stop working. When I realized this, I began to create an object to get to that place, fearing that I would not return since I could fall into the ocean and my magic would not work in such strange lands. That place for those from outside was called the Bermuda Triangle. And when I finished this object, the only thing I did was take a risk and take it to see if it was a successful job and it was possible to get to this point. This object is called a portkey and allows people to transport themselves to the place programmed by the creator. In this way I took a risk, and when I arrived I did not expect to arrive at some large doors and at the same time be surrounded by people with masks. This only made people laugh a little, but they noticed that Naruto was the only one who did not say or do anything. When I saw them, I told them who I was, and they immediately directed me to their leader, who at that time was Mr. Hiruzen. And apparently still is, but I am deviating from the subject. In the end I introduced myself to him and explained our situation, while he explained his and what had happened to the young woman girl. This just brought me before the council, and with this the negotiations began. Albus finished, only for the Hokage to continue. This continued for a while until finally an agreement was reached, which was that when she grew up she would not become a ninja controlled by this or any other village, and at the same time not a magician, but without leaving any side. In this way a conclusion was reached, and it was that she would become an ambassador not only of this village but of all nations, which by the way this was also discussed with other villages and everyone accepted. While the magicians heard this and also accepted this conclusion. Then the girl in question was called and her situation was explained to her, which at first she did not accept with much pleasure and began to scream with all her strength, but after a while she was able to calm down and accepted, although with great difficulty, even more so because of her special situation. With that the Hokage saw everyone's reactions, only there was not the reaction he expected with the last thing he said, since it seemed like a lot of information thrown to everyone. An exception was Kakashi, who already knew something. But he only cared about Naruto since he saw for a moment her reaction and knew that somehow she knew where she was heading this, and while she was thinking, Sakura asked the question she wanted to ask for those in her group. So if she was going to become an ambassador, where was she and who was she? Sakura asked the question the Hokage didn't want to answer, but at this point there was no turning back. She died 12 years ago. And with that all hell broke loose. But what I expected was some reaction from Naruto, Sakura, and even Sasuke, but what I didn't expect was from the person who let out the first scream outside of Kakashi. Hokage-sama, don't say it. You know what will happen if your name gets out and you leave this place. You know the problems you could cause. Kakashi wanted to continue but was silenced by the Hokage. Yes, I know what can happen, but there is no turning back. The situation returned to the same point as in the past, and for it to be understood I must say your name and your relationship. I know the dangerous enemies that your name can attract to the village for those who know your name well and everything related to it, but this is already out of my limits, shouted the Hokage. But Kakashi returned and gained momentum to shout again. Then let's wait for him to grow older or stronger so that at least the... And so continued the exchange of words initiated by Kakashi and the Hokage. While this was happening, the others suffered different reactions. Sakura was surprised by how her teacher reacted and wondered why he reacted that way with the Hokage, while Sasuke wondered who this woman was to provoke such a reaction and if she was so strong why she died. But even more important, what the blonde idiot had to do with this, since he was just a failure with no talent. Although an idea came to him, but he immediately discarded it because it was absurd. While Naruto had chaos in his head and didn't know how to react, he joined the dots but didn't want to believe what was happening. And Albus, well, he was surprised by Kakashi's outburst. The Hokage explained what he was like, but he never expected this or these screams. But Albus knew that saying this name could put the world in chaos even more on this continent. In his world, this woman was famous and treated as a heroine and had inspired many women for her actions, in addition to having fearsome enemies like her husband, but this was discarded by all since being a person without magic he was treated as a legend and nothing more than that. He had strange powers, but the High Command knew but never wanted to confirm this fact. But on this continent it was well known by the High Command of all the villages, and he knew that if something came out of here, the village in one way or another would have thorough attacks and even much more. But he thought positive and tried to drive away these bad thoughts. All this went on for a while, so Albus started to interrupt, speaking slowly, as this was getting out of hand, and he was sure that if he didn't interrupt, there was bound to be a pitched battle right here and now, so he started to speak. I'll take care of it from here. In our world this girl was also very important, but her name was not hidden since no one could enter this place, and I was the only bridge between the continents besides her, said Albus. But don't tell it. Kakashi wanted to interrupt, but it was no use, and the old man continued. She was an Aurora, very famous for having fought and rescued muggles and wizards all alike, from extremely dangerous wizards called dark wizards, but also an extremely important ninja, for her participation in the Third Great Shinobi War, and also for being the previous successor of the Whirlpool Lands until its destruction by 3 of the great shinobi villages. In short, a former princess. Don't tell it, you know at least how she will react. At this point Kakashi shouted and made the 2 elders think about this, but they knew they had no choice because if Naruto left he would know the truth. So he could only continue. This girl's name was... At this point Kakashi tried to move but was frozen by something the old man did with a stick. He couldn't believe he froze just because of that, and Albus turned to see the Hokage, and he just nodded, seeing this. Her name was Kushina Uzumaki, and she was your mother, Naruto. And with this the whole room froze at what she said. No one knew what to do at this moment, or what to say. Sakura had no words and could only stare at the frozen blonde. He was the son of someone so important and also a former princess, and if it is true then, no, she still couldn't believe it. The failure of the class, the clown, was she didn't want to think about it, but it was true. If the lands where his mother came from hadn't been destroyed, then he would be a prince. The clown was that. This thought only froze her, while Sasuke had the same time but was filled with jealousy and anger. Jealousy because his mother was a former princess, and anger because he knew that he was going to become someone important and strong. He had to be more important than the village clown. He was from an important and well-known clan. But now everything had changed. And Uchiha was younger than the failure of the class and the scum of the village for some reason, but thinking about this she also realized that if his mother was so important, why was she scum in the village? This thought only confused him and was greater than his jealousy. Kakashi just stood there frozen, even though he already knew you could move. But he didn't care. Naruto was more important. This secret was kept for a very good reason, and now they throw this at him. and well, he doesn't know what to do. While the Hokage just remained silent observing Naruto's reaction. He knew he shouldn't tell him this, but there was no choice, and now he and everyone in the village must be prepared for the consequences if this secret becomes known beyond this room. But now he only saw Naruto for some reaction that he didn't give, and he was starting to worry, and Albus just remained silent. He spoke, and now he just has to wait. But he prayed that nothing would happen, but he would realize in a while that his prayer was not heard, and Naruto just froze. He didn't know what to do or say. Everything was confusion. He had such an important mother and also an ex-princess. Why didn't anyone tell him when he asked? Why, despite everything, they hated him? Why did she make him lock the QB inside him? Why? Many different thoughts went through his head, and when he finally managed to move, he only did someone that his situation could only do because of his life. Ha ha ha, that was a very good joke. I have such an important mother. Ha ha ha, if it were like that, no one here would have rejected me. Ha 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 ha. This only shocked everyone. They thought he was going to speak calmly, crying, for the love of God, even trying to go and hit the Hokage. He wasn't laughing, and this only made them look at him sadly because he was laughing at this and refusing to believe, and this only made them sadder when he said the following. And also in the orphanage they told me that no one loved me, but that the Hokage told them to keep the last name. Ha 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 ha. Everyone told me that I didn't have to have that last name, but they didn't tell me why. Ha 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 ha. Now I understand this woman and an ambassador. Ha 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 ha. That was a good joke, old man. Ha ha ha. Now just tell me the truth and stop this cruel joke. Ha 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 ha. Now this only made them all more worried. Everything he said, and nobody knew how to react. Not even the Hokage knew what to do, and all he could do was wait and watch the young man laugh to deny everything. Naruto, now the only thing he could do was laugh, despite what he said were very strong and cruel words. He hadn't even realized this. Even Sasuke left his pride and saw him laugh, but even he knew that this wasn't his laugh, it was normal. It was a laugh to try to deny everything, and so he just continued laughing for a while, and only those laughs could be heard. Ha ha ha, hey guys, laugh, this is funny. Ha ha ha, the Hokage and this old man have a very cruel way of joking. Ha ha ha. These words clicked in everyone's brains, and now it was confirmed. The way he laughed was somehow what a lunatic would do. Not being able to stand this anymore, Albus and Hiruzen took steps towards him, and the Hokage grabbed him and said softly, Naruto, I'm sorry, but everything is true. What she said is the whole truth, and although I can't say more beyond this, you should just know that your mother sacrificed herself for you, protecting you, and that she always loved you. This only made Naruto laugh even more, but now it was worrying because he just continued laughing even harder, but now tears were slowly coming out. Ha ha ha, please stop saying this. I know no one loved me. Ha ha ha. They always told me at the orphanage, and then some people on the street just repeated it. Ha ha ha. And now they tell me that my mother loved me. Ha 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 ha. Also a wizard who jocks. Ha 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 ha. And me. Ha ha ha. This only saddened the Hokage and the others even more, but this was already alarming. They didn't know what reaction he could have taken, but they never thought about this, and so Albus went and grabbed him and said a few words to him too. Naruto, believe it! Your mother always loved you, and she even talked to me about you when she came to see me, and she always told me how excited she was to have you in her arms. But Naruto just started laughing too and started to take off the arms that were holding him and stepped back while still laughing and crying. Looking at everyone, he saw that they weren't laughing at this and looked at him with sadness and concern. This only made him laugh even more, since he thought that no one could care about him like this. Because it was funny, now they come to worry, and it only made their laughter louder. But seeing the reactions of others, he began to think again, not wanting to believe what they told him. He had a mother who loved him, and loved him, this word love, which was love, because his chest hurt when he thought of this word love. They loved him, love, his mother loved him, love, and this thought just kept repeating itself over and over again. Without realizing that, he was grabbing his chest, and he began to feel a little anger that was increasing, and that something strange began to happen in him and around him. The others just saw him with pain and sadness. Even Sasuke saw it, but he hadn't expected any of this, and now he started to worry about his partner, everyone in fact. But this thought was cut short by the windows that began to vibrate as if some kind of earthquake was happening, and little by little they vibrated stronger until they exploded and the windows broke. This only surprised them, and they covered themselves. Albus at that moment knew that the magic began to get out of control because of everything that happened, and it was getting dangerous. He knew that a young wizard could do this if his emotions got the better of him, so he immediately turned to Naruto, and could only look in surprise and stop everything he was going to do since his eyes were beginning to change a blood-red color intermittently. This was no longer just to be alarmed. He knew it. He knew what he had, and now the only thing he could do was to prepare in case the beast sealed in him tried to come out. Everyone else noticed this fact, but neither Sakura nor Sasuke knew what was happening. For a while he was laughing and crying like crazy, and the other started grabbing his chest, and with this the windows exploded, and now his eyes were starting to change color while his whiskers became more pronounced. Sasuke undoubtedly felt this for a moment on his previous mission, but he thought it was a dream, and now he confirmed it was him who transmitted this feeling during this mission, and now he felt it again, but he didn't know what it was, and for some reason he knew it wasn't good if his mustache and eyes became more and more pronounced. The Hokage and Kakashi were surprised by the explosion of the windows. That was a big surprise, but they recovered quickly and saw Naruto, and they didn't like what they saw. Somehow the fox was taking advantage of this moment of weakness and began to manifest through his body. They knew that they couldn't stay there still, and they began to move to try to bring Naruto back to his senses. Meanwhile, in a sewer full of water, you could see a silhouette with bloody red eyes with a line-shaped pupil with sharp fangs and smiling sinisterly. He never expected this. But he was going to get out of this damn cage. This damn jail that the fourth prepared for him, and taking advantage of this, he just kept whispering, "Come on, feel that anger. No one ever told you anything, and now they just come to tell you something about your mother, and say they love you. Come on, continue, feel that rage. And unleash it to show this stupid village what true love is. Show everyone that they shouldn't play with you, that they don't control you." He just kept whispering and waiting for the long-awaited release, while he just laughed happily at how stupid the humans were. Returning outside, everyone was already on high alert, but the adults began to shake Naruto without him realizing it, and he just laughed. The adults knew that the demon was making his move and would try to break free. At that time the Anbu of the Hokage arrived to see that the windows had exploded and entered without expecting what they saw. The young people were totally confused, and the adults tried to stop and make the boy Naruto react. But this only alarmed them more. They knew about Naruto's situation as a Jinchuriki, since they protected him from an early age from the shadows and could only watch what was happening to him. They respected him for being able to contain a beast of great power in a small body. But now they were alarmed. It was the first time they saw Naruto act so strange, and they realized the fox is manifesting itself. For the first time, for them, the fox tries to break free. They knew that what was said in this room was important to Naruto, but they didn't know how much. But whatever was said to him was something of great impact to his mind, and now Naruto broke mentally, and seeing the fox he only took advantage. The Anbu could only stand still in their place and just watch until their Hokage gave some kind of order, but they were also preparing in case a battle broke out. Naruto just kept laughing like crazy, and little by little anger flooded him. How could they be so cruel to him? Not only that, they just kept on and on telling him this, that he had a mother who loved him. Love, that word hurt him. He didn't know what to do, or whatever that voice he heard in his mind or those outside, he didn't know what to believe anymore. At that moment he began to feel suffocated. He was short of breath, he couldn't breathe, and his mind was clouding. His chest hurt as if his heart was trying to escape. Without realizing it, he changed his laughter for screams of pain while he held his head and chest. Everyone saw their reactions, and now they could no longer deny anything. The news was very strong, and the two elders regretted this, and now they had a very high possibility that the beast would break free, and they only repeated that it would react by shaking it as hard as possible. They could only pray for the release to stop. At that moment the laughter was stopping and was changing to screams from the young blonde man. But they also noticed that he was beginning to feel pain in the chest area as he held on tightly and began to move violently, also grabbing his head and screaming as if he were an animal in great pain. And that's when they saw his breathing become labored, as if he was having trouble breathing. And also with this, and to everyone's surprise including that of the beast, the change stopped abruptly, and those who were still conscious of his surroundings realized what was happening to him. He was hyperventilating. Naruto, stop! Calm down! Yelled the Hokage. He didn't know what to do anymore. A part of him was happy that the transformation had stopped, but this didn't relieve him, and he tried to calm him down. while Albus continued doing the same and Kakashi grabbed him tightly to make him react. But nothing was working, he was hyperventilating. Until Naruto's screams and body stopped abruptly with tears from his wide eyes that began to close slowly, and his mouth opened and little by little his body fell and would have hit the floor if he hadn't been stopped and grabbed by Kakashi. "Everyone clear the table!" shouted the Hokage, and the Anbu did so and put Naruto on top of it. Meanwhile his companions no longer knew what was happening and only managed to thaw and fall to the ground and finally react. That power, the laughter, and the scream they had never heard. They could not believe that Naruto, the one who always laughed at everything, the clown, reacted so violently before these warnings. They could only freeze and sat without being able to say anything, since right now they had no time for answers. Everything was confusing. It was very fast, even though they had felt that it was for a long time. They did not know what had happened. Everything was confusing. "Hokage, Naruto is fine for now, we just have to let him unload," said Kakashi. He examined him quickly and found that he was fine for now, but they had to be careful. "But he must be taken directly to the hospital. I don't know what could happen to him." With this, the Hokage nodded and Kakashi took him to the hospital as quickly as possible. "Everyone, notify that the council is summoned as soon as possible. It doesn't matter if they have to bring them all by force, just bring them all in less than 2 hours, and 2 of you stay and watch over Team 7 until we can decide what to do. You already have your orders, say goodbye." And so everyone except 2 left the place in search of the council. After a few minutes the Hokage calmed down and sighed and looked at Albus with a tired face, saying, "Albus is now out of our control and you know the truth." Albus just nodded. "Then now let's wait for the council, and you don't have to talk to your people." "No, I've been given full control of this situation, so I'll represent the ministry," was all he said, since it all came as a complete surprise, and he didn't know what was going to happen. The Hokage just nodded and remained silent together with all the occupants of the room. After a while of silence, the Hokage sighed again and said, "I knew I had to give my hat to the first one who walked through the door," and walked to his chair and just sat down along with everyone else who was already seated. Even the Anbu were allowed to sit in silence, thinking about the problems they had and would have now, as they would soon face the council. Chapter 2: The Council, Decisions and Albus Dumbledore was a person who saw many things in his life, but what he saw in the office was something hard to see. Right now he was outside the Konoha Council waiting for the Hokage so he could enter and explain the situation as in the past, along with an Anbu who watched him and was there to answer any questions. While he waited he had many thoughts. Among these was the way he took the news and the reaction of young Naruto. He knew what his life was like due to the explanation that the third gave about him, and that only angered him at first, but he also remembered that this continent was extremely dangerous, due to the different wars he had, and life was not the same as outside, but that did not diminish his anger. He was just a child. How could they treat him in such a way? Well, that was life. But he was also worried about the way the child was. His reaction was not normal, and this caused him concern. Just for a moment he thought about his former disciple, someone who had so much talent, but who also came from an orphanage and in the end became one of the dark and powerful wizards that ever existed, to such an extent that he was the one who started the first magical war, and this he could only see in Naruto. It was repeating itself. But it was much worse, and the boy had enough excuse to destroy the village, and this only worried him even more. He didn't want it to repeat itself, but something in the boy told him that he was wrong with his thinking, but this thought could only calm him down a little. Now he also had a problem. Now that he saw what the boy was like, he wants to watch him and advise him himself, so he wants him to go to his school. But he knew he couldn't because in the future he would have another child to worry about, and 2 would already be too much burden for him, and he also didn't know which of the 2 would be his biggest burden. This worried him. The school he was going to attend was one of the best, almost or equal in quality and safety to Hogwarts, and the director was happy to have him there just like his mother, although she also knew about his situation but still accepted it. But this didn't calm him down. He only hoped that Naruto was okay if he attended that school. "Ah, what a complicated life," I whispered while waiting. The council was a place where important decisions about the village and its ninjas were made, which could affect someone's life. Now this council was made up of 2 parts. One was the civil council, which was made up of different merchants and people with power. They watched over the decisions of their citizens. That is, they represented them. While the other part was the Council of Shinobi Clans, which was made up of the different ninja clans of the village. Among them, only some were the Yamanaka clan, led by Inoichi Yamanaka, the Nara clan by Shikaka Nara, the Akimichi clan by Chozo Akimichi, the Hyuga clan by Hayashi Hyuga, the Aburame clan by Shibi Aburame, the Inazuka clan by Tsuminazuka. The Uchiha clan that at the moment does not have someone to represent it due to the extermination, and the only faithful member was Sasuke Uchiha, and he was still too young to join the council, among others. It was also made up of another part that was smaller, but no less important. These were the Hokage's advisors, which was made up of an old man named Hamura Mitokado, an old woman named Koharu Udatane, and finally one of the most extremist, opponent of the current Hokage and the unofficial leader of an ANBU organization that operates in the shadows and should not be in operation, called Danzo Shimura. All of these were old warhawks, and their function was to give advice and retain the Hokage. Now everyone was gathered after being called by the Hokage for a meeting, which on the part of the civil council was annoying, but they had no choice, and the ninja clans looked calm, talking among themselves, waiting for the Hokage. Nobody knew what they were doing. Only Anbu's arrived to tell them that they had a council meeting was scheduled for in less than 2 hours. Now everyone knew that whatever they had been called for, they knew it was urgent, and the clans were on alert, since generally this type of situation was synonymous with big problems. So now only the counselors and the Hokage were missing. Meanwhile, the Hokage went directly to the advisors, and as he walked he thought he was too old for this kind of problems. He knew that when he started talking about the situation with the wizards, many would be annoyed but not upset, since it would be another opportunity to open borders and exchange information and objects, so they would be more than happy. Even more so those of the civil council, who in his opinion were scavengers who watched over their pockets, but he did not care much about this. The real problem, and what would unleash hell itself, would be a single word: Naruto. And that is why he knew that the meeting would have problems, and big ones, not only because of his new condition but also because he would have to reveal who his mother was, and some of them, at least mainly the shinobi clans. He would realize who his father was. Now this was not a problem with the ninja clans, since despite all the problems caused by Naruto, in addition to his status as Jinchuriki, they had no problems and respected him for containing the Kyuubi. The real problem was the civil council that was responsible for the life that Naruto and Danzo had, who only wanted to have the child as a weapon and would take advantage of any situation to have him, in addition to being responsible, 100% sure that he would even bet his position against him, to spread Naruto's Jinchuriki status to prevent his adoption by any family and have him for himself. Although the Hokage was able to stop at least the adoption at the hands of Danzo and could never control him. While he was thinking, he hadn't realized that they were arriving at the council chamber, and he only came back to his senses when a voice spoke. "Hiruzen, those clothes are not from those magicians who came a few years ago," was Danzo's voice. "Yes, it is one, and you should recognize him since he was the one who came last time," the Hokage replied. "I see then, that means one of those wizards was reborn here, isn't it?" "Yes, besides being a ninja, again, but everything will be explained inside." And Danzo just nodded, already thinking how to take advantage of this new opportunity. If he controlled the ninja who had magic, then he could do whatever he wanted. He knew that magicians were weak, but their magic and their thinking were really useful, and he even respected them for how clever they were to be able to harness such power and create objects that they themselves couldn't. Albus was thinking, until he saw some elders arrive, who he remembered were the same ones from the previous time. Upon seeing them arrive, there were cordial greetings between them, and after a few words behind the counselors they went to the slaughterhouse, which Albus knew how the meeting would be from Hiruzen's words and had prepared himself. Everyone inside waited patiently, some more than others, but they waited, until silence fell as the doors opened, revealing the Hokage and his advisors, along with an old man in strange attire. Now, on the part of the civilian council, if they weren't adults, they would have commented, but something told them this old man was important, so they remained silent. But those of the ninja clans did not have the same thoughts, since when they saw the last elder with the strange clothing, they immediately knew what the meeting was about. A new magician born in this village had appeared. Some of the clans only knew through stories, but others had already been present the day it happened, and this got worse when some realized something else. The first person born with magic on this continent was none other than Kushina Uzumaki, a really powerful ninja, but this was not the real problem, but the real problem was who he was related to and who had probably inherited such power. That person he was married to, and to make matters worse, who was the son of this couple who for the civil council was not very popular, and that child was none other than the current Jinchuriki, the official joker of the village, and the most unpredictable and problematic person of all, just like his mother. Naruto Uzumaki. I knew I had to take on a mission today and get as far away as possible. Some muttered as she held her head. She had no problems with the boy and even thought about adopting him if it weren't for the fact that he was a bag of bones, and she also liked his jokes. No, the real problem was the civilian council and Danzo. They were the biggest problem, and she knew all hell would break loose, and even she thought it was better to be there since there was no word for what was going to break loose as soon as the name of what was most likely, this new friend, was said. The other clans thought the same, and those who heard Sam's murmur just nodded. They knew there was no word for what was coming, and now they regretted not going on a mission and going far away, or at least making up some excuse not to come to the meeting, even pretending to be sick. Why did I come? Was the collective thought of the clan heads. After settling in for a while, the first to speak was the Hokage. Good morning, and thank you all for coming so quickly. The Hokage began and continued. Now to get straight to the point of this meeting, I present this man, Albus Dumbledore. And the reason I have called you together is because of this man and the relationship we will have in the future. Now, without further ado, I will leave the floor so you can explain, old friend. Go ahead. The Hokage concluded. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Now I reintroduce myself. My name is Albus Dumbledore, and I have come to speak about important matters that could affect your village, those I represent, the person involved, and the continent. Albus stopped to see if they had their attention, and it seemed that he succeeded. You see, I come from lands outside this continent and he began his explanation. Kakashi was always a quiet, lazy, and a bit perverted man, if his book said, but despite everything he was a man who cared about others to the point of wanting to sacrifice a companion before dying, this due to something that happened in the past and left him marked for life. Now he knew that this shouldn't have happened if he had acted differently and correctly. And now he's the only one paying for what he did and accepting it. But what he couldn't allow now was an innocent person to suffer, and that's what he saw in Naruto. The cheerful blonde was hyperventilating, and to add to that he almost started the transformation of the damn fox. But at least he stopped. Now he knew that Naruto was not an angel for his past jokes and the problems they cause, but he knew that what had happened did not have to be his punishment. In fact, he should not receive any kind of punishment because of his life. After what happened, Kakashi brought him in and had him examined. After a while, he was told that he was fine and was now sleeping, which he felt was relieved. Before he could enter, an Anbu arrived and explained the situation. It was quick, and eventually, the Anbu disappeared. The council had been called to a meeting, and he knew perfectly well that the Hokage and the clan heads who knew about the wizards and the relationship between Kushina, her teacher, and Naruto. Right now the former wanted to organize his remaining hair, throw his hat and his position to anyone he saw and leave there immediately, while the clan heads would have liked to be on a mission. For the love of God, he was sure that even Shikaku, the leader of the Nara clan known for being so lazy as to not even want to open his eyes since the troublesome problems wake up, right now he would be more than happy to go on a mission even if it was annoying and find very, very far from here. If this is this kind of reaction with Naruto and all hell broke loose, within the council there was no word for what would break loose there. Right now, I'm grateful that I'm not part of a clan, since the meeting should have already started. At least you fell asleep. Kakashi sighed and muttered as he waited for Naruto to wake up, which he had no problem with if he woke up tomorrow. Now he could only watch the young blonde rest and at least be calm from hyperventilation without any cause other than fainting, and that now he just needed to rest. That assuming Naruto's recovery capacity. He was going to wake up soon, and he hoped that at least he wouldn't lose control again. The Anbu were waiting outside to see what happened and had orders to put him to sleep if he got out of control again, to which he could only agree. He also learned that the rest of the team was put under surveillance until everything passed. Sasuke was jealous, There was no doubt about it since he wants power for his revenge, to which he himself would make sure to go see him later, and Sakura was most likely confused and couldn't blame her. The news was bombs, and now the only thing she could do was prevent the blonde from suffering anymore and try to support him as much as she could, just as Kushina and her teacher did when he lost his teammates. Naruto Master, was what we did okay? Kakashi muttered and asked no one, not realizing that Naruto was waking up. Meanwhile, in a sewer they saw a blonde boy with half-closed red eyes looking at him from behind a giant grate. The fox was disappointed by what had happened but not sad. He knew the seal was strong, but he didn't lose anything by trying to escape. At least he weakened the seal a little. But right now he wasn't happy either. After Naruto fainted, the boy had appeared inside the sewer, and it seems he didn't notice or didn't want to talk to him. He knew what had happened, but that didn't matter to him, and just stared at him. Naruto meanwhile sat with his hands around his knees and head down, not wanting to know anything. What he knew he didn't want to believe, but he knew it was true, and despite wanting to be angry with the Hokage and most likely with Kakashi for never telling him anything about his family, but he understood what they did, only that he was still confused. He had even realized where he had arrived, but he didn't care. He just wanted to be alone right now, and it was good that the giant fur ball was quiet. But he also wanted answers to at least some questions, and he knew they were going to keep it hidden from him on the outside, but there was someone who was against him. He hated him, and he was the only one who was with him since birth. The only one who could know everything about him, and after thinking about it for a guy he decided and asked the fox. "Hey," was the first thing he said. He was in the same position, but he started to raise his head to look into her eyes. He was scared, but it was less than his desire to have answers. "The day when I was born you killed them, right?" I asked, and while I waited the fox looked at him a little surprised but decided to tell him a little to see if he would get angry. "Ha ha ha, if it was me who killed your parents, I pierced him with these claws myself, ha 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 ha." And he replied while waiting for her reaction, but there was none, and he ended up remaining silent. Naruto knew he was prepared, but he wanted to ask another question, and just continued, "For Ball, I want to know if they died to protect me?" That's what he asked, and he knew it opened the possibility that I wouldn't answer him, but he didn't care and asked him. While the fox was surprised by the question but felt silent, he didn't want to answer, and somehow give her the happiness that he didn't want. Some time passed in silence, and no one spoke. Only a dripping sound could be heard, until Naruto. "Please, I want to know." Naruto spoke again with a little more firmness, but the fox remained silent. "Please tell me, please, please." And he repeated it over and over again, but the fox remained silent. But there was a response, and after a while Naruto had changed his tone of voice and his position. "Please tell me, Kyubi, just tell me, please just tell me, I don't know who else to ask, just tell me something." And she knelt down and bowed her head before him because of the desperation she felt. The fox now opened his eyes because of what his jailer did. No one in his long life had ever had anyone bend down and beg him for something. Nor did he expect to see it one day from a human. But now here a desperate child bowed his head just to get a simple answer. This child who had never bowed his head even to ask for food. This one alone, he didn't know what to say. It was unexpected, but he also felt something he didn't think he would feel for the child. Pity. Deep down he knew it wasn't his fault for having him locked up. He was just a victim of circumstances like him, and after a while the blonde continued to cry, he just said, "They died protecting you from me. Now go and leave me alone, human." And he closed his eyes. Naruto was surprised by the short but answerable response. He didn't think the fox would respond, but he finally got something, and that counted. Deep down, he was grateful to the fox, even though they didn't like each other. But now he thought a little better of him, so to show him at least a little respect, he answered, "Thank you," and he began to fade away from his own mind. The fox felt strange. For the first time someone thanked him and felt something for his jailer, but he immediately dismissed such feelings and thoughts, and went back to sleep. Outside, Naruto slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was a white ceiling. He felt something comfortable on his back. Then he turned his head slightly and looked towards the door and realized where he was. It was a hospital, and then he remembered what happened and his conversation with the Kyubi, but now he was calm. Then he turned his head to the other side and realized that he was not alone. There was Kakashi, who seemed not to have realized that he had woken up and was reading his ridiculous book. After a moment of silence, and knowing that I could not remain silent, I spoke. "Kakashi-sensei." and the one who was called was surprised. "Naruto, you woke up," was all he could say, and they lived in silence again. After another moment of silence, and waiting for something, Naruto started to ask, "What happened after I fainted?" It was difficult for him to speak, but he was recovering. "After you fainted, I had to bring you to the hospital, and then a council meeting was called to discuss your situation. It's probably already started." And he fell silent again. Naruto just listened, and after a while he spoke again. "Is that all they said, the truth?" And Kakashi just said, "Yes," and he went back to silence. "Talk to the fox," was what Naruto said, and Kakashi got scared. He already had contact with the demon, but before he could say or think about anything, Naruto continued. "And I asked him how I had died and if I had been protected." Kakashi could only listen and pray that the fox hadn't told him something else. And he replied that yes, my parents died protecting me. At first, the fox tried to make me angry by telling me how they died, but I ignored him and asked him another question. Kakashi could only listen as he spoke. At first he didn't want to answer me, but I insisted and I knelt and bowed my head before him. I begged him and I was already losing hope for an answer. But in the end he answered me and told me to leave. When I left, I woke up and saw you." Naruto finished and returned to silence. Kakashi was surprised by what he heard. The fox was cruel, he knew it, but he didn't expect him to answer the final question nor what Naruto had begged before him. His enemy answered something that no one had answered, and this made him wonder if the fox had some plan to escape, or just did it out of compassion, to which he expected the latter. But before he could continue thinking about this, Naruto continued. "Kakashi-sensei knows something. This made me think of something. In the village, the Hokage, everyone, no one ever answered any of my questions, why they hated me, some reason to live, why I didn't have parents, nor did they answer me if they loved me." Kakashi just watched him, but for some reason he knew where he was going. "And after everything that happened, the news and my enemies, the only ones who answered my questions were these last ones. Even though he wanted to make me betray and hate the village, the one who answered me back because they hated me was that bastard Mizuki." Kakashi knew what had happened between them, but he only listened to what she had to say, even though he knew very well what she was going to say now, and he was worried about what she was going to say. "Our enemies, those who tried to kill us but who, despite everything I respected them, gave me the answer to have a real reason to live. Besides being Hokage, which now I doubt I am, Zabuza and Haku, they gave me a reason to live." Kakashi also knew the impact they had on his life, but he just continued to listen. "And the fox who hates me told me why I didn't have parents, and he also told me how they died." Kakashi knew what he wanted to say, but he couldn't say anything because he was right. Those he was supposed to at least protect never told him anything, but those who hated him and tried to kill him. His enemies gave him the answers he wanted to know a long time ago. It was ironic, if you thought about it, and while he was thinking he fell silent again. After a moment of silence, Naruto spoke again. "Nay, Kakashi-sensei, you know I feel confused and I don't know who to trust anymore." Kakashi knew it, but he listened. "My enemies answered almost all my questions and the villagers never answered. It's ironic, right?" He, Naruto said and laughed lightly, while Kakashi just listened because he was right and he had nothing to say. "But there's one question I still have and I want to ask you," he said, and Kakashi was surprised by this but just continued listening. "I already know about my mother, and I know that for some reason you won't tell me anything about my father, not even what he was like, and I don't blame you. I know that the old man forbade you to talk about this, and from what you said I will know in the future. At least that calms me down." Kakashi was surprised by these words, but he was still listening to him. But the next thing he said left him a little surprised. "But at least you can tell me if they loved me." And he asked the question, not knowing if she was going to answer it, but he couldn't lose anything now. Kakashi didn't know what to say at that moment. The words she said and the question she asked him, he knew what to answer, but it took him by surprise. After some silence, Kakashi decided that he could at least answer this question so that at least it would be answered by other people. "I knew them," he began. "And I can't tell you who your father was or the relationship he had with your family, but one thing is certain: they died because they loved you. They loved you so much that they died with a smile on their faces for having protected you. I don't know what happened exactly, but when I got to see them, they were happy to have protected you, even though they were dead." He finished, and everything returned to a new silence. Naruto was still confused, but at least now he was even happier with what he knew. His parents loved him, and that was all he wanted to know. But now he also had other questions and they confused him. what he was going to do from now on, and even more so about his new situation, and after thinking it over, he got up and sat down to ask another question. Nay, Kakashi-sensei, is everything you told me true? About magic and that thing? She saw Kakashi just nod, and after a while she asked him another question. What do you think I should do? I finally asked him. I don't know. Kakashi didn't know what to say since he was never in a situation like this, but he thought of someone who, and before Naruto did or said anything, he continued. But I know someone who went through the same thing, and you should already know who it is, right? She stopped to look at him, and saw him nod, and continued. Well, she was an extremely violent and brave woman, as well as being a bit of a fool, just like a blonde I know. She saw Naruto laugh a little at this but continued. And what I would have told you if I were still alive would be go study and go outside to see what there is. I'm sure you'll like it and be entertained by what you see, and don't care what the bags of bones think, since now they won't be able to lay a hand on you, so go and bring me some good news about your new school. Because if I know that you have bad grades or you are behaving badly, I will come find you myself and I will beat you up, so you don't forget. And one more thing, bring me a cute girlfriend when you come home, ha 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 ha. That's more or less what I would have told you. And with that said, the room fell silent, waiting for something from Naruto. Kakashi knew what Naruto's mother was like, and let's say she was violent and made her threats come true, but she was an excellent woman, friend and mother, and he knew what he would say to Naruto if she was still alive. But now was not the time to laugh or be scared by remembering this woman, and now she could only wait for what the young blonde man was going to do or say. Hee hee. I heard, but it only got louder. She just saw him laugh. But this time it was a laugh of joy, and all she could do was smile with him. She was happy to make him laugh again. So my mother would have said this, ha ha ha. Exactly, your mother was just like you. Ha 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 ha. And after a while laughing and watching the Anbu that had come in to make sure he was okay, Naruto stopped and saw his eyes of determination. The same eyes he wanted to see, but also had a hint of mischief, and knew that whatever he would do would be something worth seeing. But what he said the next things he would do were nothing he had ever thought of or that anyone would be sane to do. Hey Kakashi-sensei, I've already made my decision, and you know I have a favor to ask you. As he got up and got dressed. And what a serious thing. And the next thing he said was totally unexpected and something that only he, who was crazy and daring enough, would be capable of doing. How about you help me visit some bags of bones? So you're still in a meeting, right? Everyone in the room didn't know what to respond or do, including the Anbu who had entered and just continued to ignore everyone around them. I want to make a spectacular entrance. What do you think, Kakashi-sensei? He finished with a big smile that only he could give. While Kakashi's eyes were wide open, he could only say, eh? Yes, he was the hyperactive, airhead, and Joker ninja #1 in the village. He knew that anything he did during the meeting would only cause chaos. If there wasn't any chaos already and everything was already unleashed, well, how much worse could it get? It could make things worse. Now I don't think so. Well, at least he's back, and I'm sure the Hokage will be more than happy with this. And all he could do was smile. While the Anbu did not know what was happening, but from what the boy said, he was going to go to the meeting and cause chaos. Knowing this, one of them went to warn the Hokage before they arrived to at least prepare him for what was coming. Albus had finished speaking a while ago, and now he could only watch as the others began to discuss the situation. Many of them were shocked by this, and he couldn't blame them. New lands, magic, wizards, and so many other things. From what he saw, the biggest reaction he had was from the civil council, who were already beginning to discuss the matter and apparently trying to take advantage of this situation. While the ninjas were calm, it seems that only the civilian side was not aware of the situation, and that at least lightened everything up. He also told them about the current situation of the person who was now in the same position as the girl in the past, although he had not yet said the name, but by the attitude of the ninjas they already knew who it was, and they were just waiting for the civil council to stop talking. Meanwhile, the civil council began to discuss for a long time, trying to guess who this person was who had such power, and the only person that came to mind was his idol, Sasuke Uchiha, since he was one of the most possible people in his mind, and they were already planning how to make a stronger bond with him. Without knowing that, the rest looked at him with a face that said to shut up, or in some cases said they are such idiots, since the civil part would never know that the person who had such power was the most repudiated person in their village, and that they would regret it later. What do you think? One began. I agree, the only one that comes to mind is the young Uchiha, said another. I hope so. It would be better to prepare something for him since if he accepts we won't see him again for a while. Another idiot spoke. Well, it's been decided, let's throw her a party, said the father of Sakura Haruno, Naruto's teammate, Kizashi Haruno. This man knew that his daughter was in love with the Uchiha, and had the greatest chance of becoming his wife. So he decided to throw her a farewell party to gain the latter's favor, not knowing that it would be of no use since the person who had such power was a well-hated person that he hated for silly reasons and was one of the most responsible for his misery. After all, he had a good influence among the civil council and could make moves against the demon, while the Hokage just remained silent listening to the nonsense of those who were already talking, and the only thing he could do was sigh. When he said the name, without a doubt his plans would go down the drain and they would regret it, including himself. Danzo was also thinking the same thing without realizing something very simple. The surname of the woman and the fox child. The Hokage was sure that Danzo would try to commit suicide and regret not having realized, but well, at least he would enjoy the reactions. He knew the reactions they would have, and pandemonium would break out in addition to the problems he was going to have, but he was going to enjoy it. Yes, he was going to enjoy seeing these fall from the sky to hell itself. Aha, at least it won't be as annoying as I thought. Without knowing that the person in question was coming. After a while he decided to talk and put things in order. Silence, he said, and everyone calmed down and turned to him. Before you continue with your plans, I must tell you who the person is. And he began. But Hokage-sama, we already know who it could be, said one of the civilian council. Ah, and could you please answer me who would be kind? Asked Hiruzen, already knowing the answer but wanted to hear it. Well, the only one that could be would be Sasuke Uchiha. Another responded. And because it would be him, he could answer me. Well, he's the best of all the current graduating ninjas. And he's also from the Uchiha clan, being the only one who survived, right? Besides, I can't think of anything else. It could be, but they are wrong. And that could only silence them. But Hokage-sama, if he isn't the one, who else could it be? One of them asked. Let's just say he's very famous in his own way around the village, he replied, and if it weren't for the fact that he was an older man who had lived through so many wars and knew how to control his emotions, he'd be smiling right now. Famous in his own way? Said another, expressing his own doubt, and everyone else's, about who was more serious and so well known in the village. Before I say who it is, I must say that the next name was the first person who was a ninja and magician born on the continent, and that everyone knows her very well, and that everything that is said here must remain secret due to the dangers that it can bring to the village. This only confused the civilian council if they knew where she was. It was so important to say that she could endanger the village, and as if she was reading her head she began to count. You see, this woman died 12 years ago in the QB incident. And he began to count while the others could only remember such a famous event, but before anyone could say anything the Hokage continued. And during this time this woman had a son that she protected with her life from the QB. But the truth is, no one knew that this power called magic could be inherited because she was unique in this case. She stopped to see if they were listening, and apparently she succeeded. And right now it was learned that this person, her son, had the same power as his mother. I stop again to see their reactions, and apparently the old and annoying friends and advisors already knew who they were referring to, while the civilian council was confused, and on the part of the ninjas, well, it seems they already knew. The advisors, and especially Danzo, were just able to connect the dots. The woman had a son and inherited the power, but it couldn't be. He was told that she had died during childbirth, but if it was true, then the only one he could think about, and if it wasn't a mistake, was that child. How did we not realize this before? The advisors thought. Because he would have the same last name as the woman. Because he would be the Jinchuriki, and something else because he resembled that man. Now they understood that this child was the son of, and before finishing the thought, Hiruzen continued speaking. But because of his unique situation, he was ostracized in the village. And he saw the reaction he wanted to see, but continued before anyone could say anything. The woman's name was Kushina Uzumaki. And this made him smile because he could finally see that face, one that couldn't believe if what she said was true. The civil council froze. The woman died in the attack of the QB, she protected him and was also repudiated. Only one person came to mind, and they didn't want to believe. But when she said the name of this woman, well, now they wanted to be far away. Kushina Uzumaki, who doesn't know the woman, was totally famous, respected and feared for all her actions and attitude. She also said that she had a son, and if it wasn't a mistake, the only person who had the last name Uzumaki and who was repudiated. And before continuing to think, the Hokage was going to reveal the name of the son of this woman, who hoped it wasn't the person they were thinking, because if it was the person, then everything went to hell. And this woman's son is... And before saying anything, an Anbu interrupted, but he looked agitated, and the Hokage recognized who it was, since he was one of those in charge of watching Naruto, and if he was here then it was nothing good. "What do you need? Don't you see we're in a meeting?" Danzo shouted, desperate to know who Kushina's son was. He knew who he was, but he wanted to hear it from Hiruzen's mouth, and he just prayed that he was wrong. "Excuse me, Sir, but I came to inform you have woke up, and now both, Kakashi and..." He couldn't finish as the people he was naming appeared in a swirl of leaves, making an entrance worthy of the great Joker. "Here, you bone bags, it's been a long time since you've seen them," said a very cheerful voice. "They missed me." By the time I finished, the person who was on everyone's mind appeared along with his teacher. Everyone was frozen and amazed by the person who had arrived. Even Albus was surprised, if not more than he had his mouth open. Nobody expected it, not even him. The Hokage looked like a fish out of water. He was unconscious. I didn't expect him to recover so quickly, and for the love of God, I didn't expect him to have enough strength and courage to appear in the center of the council. "Hey, what's wrong with you? Did you see a ghost?" Ha 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 ha. Naruto Uzumaki made his appearance, and before anyone could say anything, he continued, "Apparently you know who my mother is, right?" And when she saw that no one responded, she continued, "Well, that makes it easier. I have come to give my answer." And before he could continue, the shouting started. "It can't be you, you're not the son of that demon woman." Kazashi shouted. He couldn't believe it, but it was. All he did was shit. He didn't know what to do. "Go away, damn, this can't be happening," said another. "Hokage-sama, tell him to leave." "It can't be true?" he asked. No, this may be happening." "Silence, yes, he is your son. His name is Naruto Uzumaki, and he is the son of Kushina Uzumaki," shouted the Hokage, fed up with the shouting. It was all a surprise, he didn't even expect it, but damn. "Well, the old man already said it. Besides, don't worry, because you won't see us here so often anymore, you know." He was used to this, but he enjoyed their faces when he arrived. "I wish I had a camera to take a picture and stick it on the wall. There must be magic to this," he thought, but he quickly dismissed it and continued talking. "Since I've decided to go explore abroad and study magic." No one knew what to say, but I just ignored them and continued. "But I understand that I must represent the entire continent in the future, just like the wizards, right, old man?" This question was directed to Albus, who only nodded that he was still in shock from what happened and still hadn't recovered. Then, and he started to take off his ninja headband and threw it to the Hokage, who could only take it by reflex since he was still in shock from this. "Officially, I am no longer a ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village. Now you can ask anything you want. Throw everything away and close your mouths. A fly can get in, but it seems like one is already inside. Wagug, how gross," he finished. Nobody knew what to say. Well, everything was even Kakashi, but he recovered and could only watch the spectacle. He knew it would be beautiful to see it, but he didn't know how much. He really enjoyed it. How I'm going to miss you. Your show was without a doubt one of the best. I never thought I'd be alive to see these faces on these old people," he thought. Damn, not even Shikaku expected it, and he was one of the smartest men in the village, and he couldn't even predict this. The others were just in shock by what he said. But the whole spectacle came to an end, and everyone was brought back to reality by a well-known scream. You can't leave, you are our Jinchuriki, you are our weapon. If you leave, I will make sure that they bring you back even if they break your bones." This scream was none other than Danzo's. He had lost his sanity. He couldn't leave. If he left, all his plans would go to waste. No, this can't be happening. If he leaves, then that power will go along with him. I must stop him." And before he could say anything, Danzo was silenced by another scream. "Danzo, shut up! You can't do anything now. Did you forget that now, in the future, he will have to represent not only our village but the entire continent and the magicians? And it has already decided, If you put a hand on him, then you will have every village and magician in the entire world asking for your head, so close your mouth and sit down," yelled the Hokage. He couldn't believe that Danzo was going to act this way and even shouted his status as a Jinchuriki. The good news is that everyone present, including Naruto himself, knew it, so they didn't have to say anything. Danzo just sat and kept quiet. He knew it. He had lost and everything for revealing the secret. Now he would try to get away from the village, and what more than anything, he couldn't say anything, nor anyone. If something happened to him by some order of his, he would have every nation and even magicians on his back, and nothing he had would save him. He had been defeated. "Woha, I didn't expect this, you know," said Naruto. He was surprised. He didn't expect this from the mummy, who didn't know who it was, but it had to be someone important. Well, it wasn't going to be a problem anymore. "Well, if no one has to say anything, I'm going." And he started to leave but stopped to say something to someone. "Hey, old man with glasses, can we leave early tomorrow?" The old man just nodded, still in shock. "Okay, then tomorrow I'll wait for you at the main door." And he began his retreat again, raising his hand and kicking the door. "By bags of bones, you won't see me so often anymore, so have a party since I won't be back for a while. I could come for something, but I won't stay that long. But nothing, so that's all, goodbye, ha 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 ha." And so he walked away with his laughter, leaving his sensei and everyone in a state of shock. Wow, that was a real puppy show. Inuzuka started speaking. She was the first to recover. She was shocked but also amused by the spectacle. But she would miss their jokes. But their farewell was first class. "I don't blame the pup if he wants to leave and never come back, but I'm definitely going to miss his pranks," he continued, although the show he put on was top-notch. He was silent for a moment, but then spoke again. "Well, if all we wanted to talk about was just this, then we don't need to sit here anymore, right?" He looked at everyone in silence. "I'll take that as a yes, then I'm leaving, ha 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 ha. What a great show, I wish I had a camera right now to take a picture and stick it on the wall, ha ha ha. Goodbye everyone, it was entertaining to watch the show. I hope the next meeting is as fun, ha 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 ha." And that was the last thing the clan leader of the Inuzuka clan said as she left laughing, and even after she left her laughter could be heard. And everything went back to silence. "Since there are no more questions or complaints, everyone may leave. Thank you for your assistance." Hiruzen spoke automatically as he tried and failed spectacularly to articulate any words again. And while he tried to speak again, he saw that each of those present left in silence without being able to say anything or complain, since they could not say or do anything during the great show that Naruto put on. Even Danzo left without saying anything. After a while, the only ones left were Albus, who still couldn't say anything, Kakashi, who saw the spectacle and just smiled, the Anbu, who was waiting for his orders, but if you looked closely, he was trembling. Was he laughing? And finally, Hiruzen. "Cat, are you laughing?" Hiruzen asked, being the first to speak. "No, Hokage-sama." But his body betrayed him. Back off, your job is done. Just tell some Anbu to go watch Naruto Uzumaki and you can go home," he said, and the Anbu left as quickly as possible before losing what was left of his composure, and everything returned to silence. "Hokage-sama, if I may speak." Kakashi was the next to speak while smiling and saw his Hokage only nod. "Naruto put on a show worthy of himself, and in his defense he can't be mad at him, since, without being disrespectful, you all spoke to him and threw everything at him at once." He stopped to see if they were listening but continued. "Also, I must inform you of something else. Naruto had contact with the Kyuubi." And only this made the two elders react. Naruto had contact, he met him. It was nothing good, and only this made them nervous, and before they could ask any questions, Kakashi continued. "Naruto talked to him and asked him about simple things. He shouldn't worry, he was honest, I assure you." He calmed them before continuing. "And the fox replied, after what he told me, he also talked about something that most likely greatly influenced his decision, and I want to be completely honest with what he said, and from what I could interpret, I also agree with him." He waited to see if they had anything to say, and when he saw that nothing was said, he spoke again. "I don't know about Mr. Albus, but Naruto doesn't trust anyone in the village anymore," he said, and continued. "Until now he only learned little by little about himself, about his parents, and why they hated him through his enemies, in addition to finding a goal stronger than being Hokage, which now for these reasons he can no longer be, through Zabuza and Haku. He let them think about it for a while and continued, "And if it weren't for this situation, he wouldn't have told me. But I'm sure he thought they would never tell him unless there was another enemy to help him find out more about his parents. Hokage-sama, I think he only trusts me right now because I answered him something and he understands why he did what he did, but I'm sure that besides me he won't trust anyone else, and this is what drove his decision." Kakashi finished. Everything went silent again until, "Kakashi, thank you for your honesty. You can go tomorrow. I'll wait for you in the office to continue our conversation. Go see your team and remind them that they shouldn't talk. Also, you must tell them that Naruto is retiring as a Konoha ninja and that tomorrow if they want they should wait for him at the village gates. I'll also take care of telling Irika and the people at the ramen stand. Now you can go. I'm too tired to talk about what you did, but I'm not angry, just well, that's all, thank you for everything." He finished. "Thank you, Hokage-sama." And he left. "This was I have no words," Albus said. He didn't expect any of this. He couldn't even imagine it. "That's for your information, Naruto Uzumaki, he," said Hiruzen while laughing a little. At least he only had to talk a little, and he could partly see the spectacle that the blonde gave. "I wonder what it will be like when he finds out where he's going." He didn't want to imagine what he'll do if he knows what school he's going to. If he put on a show like this, then he wouldn't know what was waiting for him. "I completely forgot," Hiruzen whispered, and he didn't have a good feeling. He knew what kind of school he would go to, but he already saw what he was capable of, and he knew that the blonde was going to get revenge, and this only worried him. "Hey, do you know if I can send packages or letters with, well, jokes?" he asked worriedly, and the answer he received only made him tremble. "Unfortunately for both of us, if it exists." The old wizard spoke in a fearful whisper. He would make sure that if there was a package or letter for him from the blonde, he would first make sure 10 times that it was normal and not a joke. He didn't think his sanity would last after the second letter or package. He didn't know if it would last after the first. "Do you know any method to detect any magic tricks that I can use?" Hiruzen asked. "No, there's just checking and hoping it's not a joke. Even I don't have any magic for that," the magician replied and whispered. "Great, I whisper. Well, I have to return to London and report what happened. Don't worry. Very private details will remain hidden if there aren't any more. I'll come early tomorrow to talk to you along with someone I trust and look for young Uzumaki. Okay, good luck, see you tomorrow, and disappeared when he pressed a pencil. It didn't matter anymore, they were wizards after all, and he was left alone. I think I aged a lot today, I should look for a replacement soon or I'll die from everything that happens," he whispered as he went to prepare the last things for the blonde's trip, leaving what was a chaotic room, in silence. The next day, the blonde boy was anxiously waiting to leave and see the outside world and leave this village. After what happened, he just went home and stayed there until night and fell asleep. He didn't know if he could trust this village anymore, so his decision was the impetus for this. They had kept many things from him, and he didn't know what else they had kept from him. But now he would have the opportunity to leave and think quietly without anyone manipulating him. He understood that it was for his own good, but they never answered simple questions, and that only made him distrustful. He could only find out about his mother because of this situation. He didn't know how much time would have passed before he would at least hear something about one of his parents. But now at least he knows something about his mother and father. He also knew that they loved him. That word made him happy. He didn't know and understood well what love was, but he was happy and that calmed him down. Now he waited at the village gate waiting for the old man. He didn't judge him, obviously, but he didn't trust him either. However, he put himself on the list of good people, so that should at least make him happy. His thoughts were interrupted by a small group coming towards him, and he recognized them as the old Hokage, the old man called Albus, or also known as the old man with glasses, Kakashi-sensei, old Tochi and Ayame, which he didn't expect to see, Sakura and Sasuke, Irika, and a man very big, but very big. He was the tallest of all. He looked like a bearded giant, this one being the one coming behind the group. When everyone arrived, the first to speak was Albus. "I hope you're ready, young Uzumaki." "Of course, old man. I want to see the outside and learn about magic," he replied happily and made the old man with glasses laugh. "Good, now let me introduce you to the person who will accompany you during your trip until you are on your way to your school," he spoke as the bearded giant walked ahead of the group. I'm Rubius Hagrid. Nice to meet you, Naruto Uzumaki. I've heard about you and I thought I just heard a reflection of your mother, ha ha ha," said the now Hagrid. "You met my mother?" This surprised him. "Of course, if you want I can talk to you about it later if you want." "Of course, Hagrid San, I want to know more about my mother," he replied happily, and Hagrid just looked at him with joy at the reflection of his old friend in his son. "Now we can't stay too long as there is much to do before I enter, and I must also tell you about your situation at your new academy," said Albus. He smiled at what he saw with Hagrid and knew that they were going to get along well. "Boy." The next one to speak was Tucci. "Old, I hope you don't forget about us." "Of course not, old man, and thanks for everything," Naruto said while giving a slight bow, which surprised Tucci that he was going to miss him. "Young guy." "Hey Naruto-kun." The next one to speak was I am. "Take this, we made it for you when we knew you were leaving." And I hand him some ramen packets. "Thanks, old man, I am NE." And he just threw himself at them while all they could think about was that they were going to miss him. They had known him since he was a child and now he was leaving. They didn't know where, but he was going to leave and they didn't know for how long. "Just make sure you write to us accordingly," I am said. "Yes, hey old Albus, you can send letters, right?" he asked since he had forgotten. "Yes, so don't worry about it," he replied, and the blonde just nodded. "Naruto, I." The next one to speak was Sakura. He just saw her. He wanted to apologize for everything. He knew what happened through the Hokage, but now he didn't know what to say, so he just said, "Have a good trip, Naruto," was all he could say. "Thank you, Sakura." He no longer knew if what he felt for her was love, so now that he was going abroad he was going to think more calmly about his feelings for her. Sakura just stepped back since he didn't use the chan suffix when he said her name. She knew what happened to her, but for her to suddenly change was, "Hey idiot." Next was Sasuke. "I hope you get stronger, I want to fight you," and walked away from him. Naruto was surprised by this but recovered and said to her, "When I come back I'll beat you, wait for it, Databayo." And Sasuke just smiled. He was jealous, but it was the best for him. After what happened, Kakashi told him something about, and him Kyuubi didn't know why they hated him, so he couldn't think of anything and told him that it was the best. "Naruto, here." Kakashi handed him some scrolls. "What is this, Kakashi-sensei?" "They are scrolls with chakra control techniques and training. Now that you're leaving I won't be able to train you properly, so at least have some," she told him, and Naruto just received them. "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei," he just smiled. "Naruto, I am going to miss you a lot. Behave yourself and don't drive your new teachers crazy." Iruka spoke sadly. They also told him, and he knew it was the best for him. He no longer trusted the village. Kakashi told him, and he could only nod sadly. It was best to be away from the village so he could order all his thoughts. Only that he always saw him as a brother, and "Iruka-sensei, thank you for being patient with me, and I don't promise that I won't drive you crazy," he said with a sad smile since he was going to miss him, the first person who recognized him as Naruto Uzumaki and not as the demon. "I'll write to you and tell you all about my new friends and all the jokes I make, hee. I know, just don't send them to the hospital, okay?" He saw him nod. He knew he wasn't going to change, and that calmed him down, and he walked away. "Naruto, have a safe trip and—" the old Hokage began. "I'm sorry for everything. Everything I did was to protect you and—" he couldn't finish because he was interrupted. "Old man, I understand, but I don't know if I can trust the village anymore," Naruto said, and that only saddened the old Hokage, but Naruto continued, "But I still trust you and why they did it." That alone calmed the old man. At least he still trusted him. That was at least the start. "But there's still a joke waiting for you, who knows, maybe there's magic and pranks." That's all he had to say for the old man to become uneasy again. Now he had to make sure that any package he received from him was safe, or else whoever he was fooling would fall for it sooner or later, and now there was no way to punish him. The old man could only nod as he accepted his impending fate. Albus could only pray that he wouldn't find out about this while they were shopping, but he knew it was useless, and all he could do was prepare for his revenge the moment he knew where she was going. "I feel like this year is going to be a nightmare," he thought, and he didn't know how right he was. Meanwhile, in a large house, some twins felt something that excited them. "Hey George." "What's up, Fred? You felt it?" "Yeah, this year," one began, "something entertaining will happen." So the other could finish. They were both happy for some reason and knew that this year would be very entertaining. They just wanted to start their first year at Hogwarts. I'll have to check every letter or package I receive this year is going to be dangerous. Albus thought. Hey old Albus, are you ready? I asked Albus. For some reason he was distracted, but he dismissed any idea. Triple A, yes, if you're ready we can go, he said, while the Hokage looked at him. He knew what was worrying him since he himself was in the same situation. He only prayed that any god that existed would hear him and hoped that his jokes could fail, without knowing that his prayers were not heard by any since they were doing more important things. Okay, said the blonde as he went to Hagrid and Albus's side, excited to be leaving until he remembered something. Hey old man, before we went abroad, he began, is there any magic that allows you to go somewhere else without having to leave the continent? The blonde asked a confused Albus. If it exists, why do you ask, young Uzumaki? I want to visit some people if I can before leaving the continent. Sure, but I need to at least know the place and where it is, said Albus. But for the first, I can observe your memories, and the second is simple if you have a map to know where its location is. He finished. Okay. Hey Kakashi-sensei, do you have any maps? I asked. Yes, because, before I go, I want to go to the Wavelands and visit them before I leave, the blonde replied with a smile. Kakashi and his team could only open their eyes since they knew who he was going to see, but he recovered and showed him the map for God's sake. Even at the end it surprises him. When he reviewed the blonde's memories and knew where to go, he said goodbye to the others and used apparition, a magic that allowed him to transport himself in an instant to any place as long as he knew how and where he was. He used this spell that transported Hagrid, Naruto and himself to a forest. Let's say that the young blonde spent a while recovering. He knew that the first trip was difficult, but he got used to it over time. The moment he recovered, the blonde began to walk while cursing for the trip for a while, and then it was only silence. While Hagrid and he only followed him until they reached the end of the forest, and saw a kind of cliff where a village could be seen. But that was not what caught his attention, but what caught his attention was what was almost at the edge of the cliff. There were two wooden crosses that had a crown of already withered flowers, and on one of them there was a very large sword similar to a butcher's with a semicircle on the edge, which was behind one of the crosses, and the other had small pieces of something white. When they saw this and the blonde man kneeling down, they knew they were tombs. These could only remain silent even though they wanted to ask who belonged to these tombs. But they didn't out of respect for the blonde man and those who were in the tombs. After a while, the young Uzumaki just remained silent until he began to speak with a little sadness. You know, he began, they were my enemies on my first mission outside the village. He paused, thinking about how to speak, but he didn't care if they were listening. He just wanted them to know who was there. The others just listened. One of them was called Zabuza, a great assassin with the giant sword who had abandoned his own village to gather money and make a coup d'etat. He didn't know how bad his village was, but he just wanted to gather money for that. The others just listened but were surprised when he said that they were his enemies and that one or both of them were assassins. But they didn't comment anything and just listened. The other one was called Haku. He was a disciple of Zabuza. At first I mistook him for a woman, but he turned out to be a man. You should have seen him. He was more beautiful than Sakura, the pink-haired girl. He also had a mask that he used the first time we saw him. That's why I never recognized him when I met him. He laughed lightly as he remembered the moment, but continued. They were a master and a disciple who only wanted to make money, ruthless murderers, but I respected them both. That surprised them even more. He respected them because they were murderers. He didn't seem to respect them for murdering, so why did he respect them? And as if he could read both of their minds, he continued. They thought they were just tools, that they were only good for killing, and that was what a ninja was to them. They just listened. But each one taught me something. Haku taught me that to become stronger I needed to find something or someone I wanted to protect, and when I found it, that's when I would truly become stronger. They were surprised but just remained silent, since they knew it wasn't over yet. And Zabuza taught me that I should always have a path and always follow a path where I wouldn't regret it later. The blonde began to cry a little. But I failed both of them. I can't become Hokage anymore, nor am I sure what to protect, and now I just feel confused. I broke my promise to them. The other two couldn't say or do anything because this was, well, they had never thought that two murderers could teach someone something that could guide them. They had only known dark wizards who only killed for fun or some other reason, but now, here were two murderers who had taught them things that would never be learned in a book or in a school, and they didn't know what to say. so they just kept listening to the young man who was crying for breaking such a promise. Albus and Hagrid couldn't do anything, just watch. They were my enemies, but I made them a promise, but now that I'm leaving and giving up my village I broke that promise, and now I'm confused, I don't know what to do. The others could only hear him cry, and while they only heard the young man cry, a wind passed by that moved the blonde's hair, and they saw that he stopped crying abruptly while now he looked around as if he was looking for something. Confused, they were going to ask what happened, but the blonde was the one who asked something strange. Hey, did you hear that? I asked them while looking at them confused. Albus and Hagrid looked at him, and just shook their heads. They hadn't heard, but the blonde seemed to hear, and they just waited. While the blonde thought he heard Zabuza and Haku, but it was impossible, they were dead. He and his former team buried him, and after a while he didn't hear those voices again. They were his imagination until, "Take my sword, boy, and just follow your path." I hear Zabuza's voice again, but before I look for him, I only hear another voice. "Take the remains of my mask, repair it, and find someone to protect." This only froze him. Perhaps he was hearing voices. He didn't believe it, but the other two just looked strange. But Albus thought of something. If he could hear something, then somehow his magic made him hear something, but he didn't know what he heard until he thought of something. But it wasn't impossible, but for a young wizard who had no experience in magic it was just impossible. If what he heard were voices he knew and that they were already dead, then there was no other explanation. He heard the voice of the dead. In the magical world there were ghosts, so it wasn't impossible, but this only surprised him, and to confirm his suspicions, the blonde began to move towards the graves. Naruto didn't know why, but the voices he heard, there was no mistake, they were Zabuza and Haku's, but it was impossible they. But before he knew it, he was moving to Haku's grave, and when they were about to grab the remains of Haku's mask, he stopped unsure. He was hearing voices, and he didn't want to take something that belonged to someone he respected. But, "Take it, repair it, and find someone to protect." Again, it was Haku's voice, but no longer thinking. Something told him to take it, and finally he grabbed all the parts of Haku's mask. It was strange, but he didn't feel uncomfortable, and now he headed to the other tomb, Zabuza's, but he also stopped at this one just when he was going to take the handle of the sword, but again it passed. "Kid, take my sword and go your own way. Besides, it's only going to rust, so take it and go." Now that was definitely Zabuza's voice, but as he was, damn it. But he didn't care now, he had a new determination. So he grabbed the handle of the sword and began to pull it out. At first it was difficult to move, but little by little he moved it, and began to unearth it until finally he could see the sword completely unearthed, and now he saw another circle almost at the end of the blade. It was rusty, but he could put it back into operation, and happy he put his new sword on his shoulder, and began to walk towards the two men who were waiting for him in amazement and confusion. The other two just watched him in surprise. First he went to pick up the remains of a white object. At first they saw that he hesitated, but finally he took all the pieces and went to the next grave where he was doing the same with the sword, but he also stopped. But something after the change, more than that, they saw Naruto's look change, from a face of concern to a face of determination. They had not seen such determination in a young child, but here was a young man who showed this kind of determination. They were very amazed, and they were even more amazed when he took the handle of the great sword and began to dig it up. At first they saw that it was difficult to move it, but little by little they saw that he began to take it out until he completely unearthed it, and they could see a second circle, a complete one almost at the end of the blade. Finally they saw the blonde smile at the sword. He put it on his shoulders and began to walk towards them with a smile and with a new determination. They didn't know what had happened, but something changed in him, and to make sure why he took out such an object they asked him, "Hey young Naruto, why did you take those pieces and the sword?" asked Albus while Hagrid remained silent. "I don't know if you'll believe me, but I heard their voices 3 times, and they told me to take the remains of the mask, repair it somehow, and the sword. I don't know if it was my imagination, but I felt I had to take them, and finally here they are." The blonde replied with a smile. Albus confirmed it, but he wouldn't tell the young man this. He might think that magic had the potential to revive the dead, perhaps in the future, but not now. He was still young. He saw Hagrid, who had the same thought, but gave him a look that said he shouldn't tell him, and Hagrid just nodded slightly, unnoticed by the blonde. "So that's why you took them, I see." And she just saw him nod. So if what you heard told you to repair the mask, then let me repair it, and I'll also take advantage of repairing the sword. And before Naruto could say anything, he cast the spell, I repair, and magically the parts of the mask were rebuilt into a new mask. It could be seen that the mask was simple, with 4 serpentine lines on the forehead and 2 marks like waves at the bottom, while the sword returned to its previous state, and could be seen shining brightly its edge, undoubtedly a good sword. Naruto just looked at it surprised, and after recovering his smile grew bigger and jumped for joy, and to not disrespect the dead, he clapped and flowers began to grow around the graves. It was the least he could do. If what he said was true, then they should rest in peace despite being murderers. The young blonde man just looked surprised at the new field of flowers and watched the old man, who just smiled at him, and finally he said, "Thank you, thank you, thank you." He only thanked the old man with enormous joy while he put on the mask, and the sword was buried in the ground again. As he put on his mask and turned his back on them, both Albus and Hagrid saw something that surprised them. Right there with their backs to them they saw 4 people. 2 of them they knew who they were, and of course, one of them was a woman with long red hair wearing a green dress and a white short-sleeved shirt underneath it, and the other was a man who had blonde hair a little longer than Naruto's, while they could only see a long cloak with red flame-like edges that was waving, and the cloak had Japanese letters inscribed on the back that read Yondaime Hokage, or the 4th Hokage. There was no doubt they were Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze, Naruto's parents, while the other 2 were unknown. One was a person with a bun with 2 pigtails on the sides while wearing a type of striped kimono and a blue haori with white edges, and the last one had bandages around the mouth area so they couldn't see well, and was wearing a sleeveless black shirt with matching pants, as well as striped wristbands and leg warmers. They didn't know him, but after observing them they realized who he was. They were undoubtedly the assassins Naruto was talking about. Haku the one with the bun and Zabuza the one with the bandages. They knew it because at that moment they turned around and saw their faces. Not only them but also their parents, and they looked into their eyes, and for a moment they felt their power. It was intimidating. They had never felt such presences, not even in the worst dark wizard, and to make their presence worse, everyone just smiled at him, including Zabuza the one, and the message was totally clear from the 4 of them towards them. Take care of him. They didn't say it, but the message was clear. Afterwards they only observed that they turned around looking at the boy's back, and each of them placed a hand on each of Naruto's shoulders, and little by little they faded away until they disappeared completely. Albus and Hagrid couldn't say anything. What they saw was only a moment, but of course 4 people were looking after him. His parents and 2 assassins who seemed to have reached the point of respecting and caring for him. This was simply incredible. And, Mr. Dumbledore, what we saw was real? Hagrid asked, a little shocked by what he saw, in a whisper. Yes, it was real, but for this boy to be able to have 4 people looking after him, and even more so 2 of them being his enemies, and also to have such a presence despite being dead, is totally incredible. Albus saw it, and still doesn't believe it, but he still hasn't finished speaking. But we shouldn't tell him, he's probably still young, he said to Hagrid, who just nodded. Although I am worried that if one day he has a battle and resonates with something and accidentally casts Priori Incantatem, if one day, and I hope it doesn't happen, I don't know what they would do. I admit it, just their presence was utterly terrifying, and I really don't know what they could do, said Albus. He seriously didn't know what they could do if his presence was that strong just by looking at them. They couldn't imagine what they could do if they temporarily took an astral body from this type of spell. The only thing they could feel was pity for the guy who managed to pull this off. This event was strange, but not impossible. Hagrid understood everything. Such souls caring for him was incredible. But he also thought if this boy could make 2 murderers care for him and gain their respect, then he didn't know what he would be capable of in the future. A while later, all the shock had passed and they were ready, while Albus had a pointy hat that turned out to be a transporter. During the shock and preparation to leave, Hagrid out of curiosity asked for Naruto's sword to see it. It was a marvel despite not knowing about weapons. When he got permission to take it, he grabbed it and felt its weight. It was really heavy, but for him it wasn't that much. But even so, for Naruto to be able to at least move it, and have it on his shoulders and move without difficulty, was really incredible, besides being bigger than the blonde's own body. After a while the blonde found himself with a problem. He couldn't put it on his back nor put it away because he didn't know how to seal such large things, and Albus, seeing him having this conflict, cast a spell on the sword and made it for his size. He explained that it was a spell that allowed it to return to normal, or leave it its size at will, and this only earned him a smile from the blonde. Returning to the present, everyone was ready and Naruto was more ready than before since everything had been explained to him about this transporter, and where it was going, which by the way was going to arrive at a type of bar called the Leaky Cauldron that was located in London, and when they were going to transport both Albus and Hagrid heard this time 4 voices in unison saying a single word. Take care of him! And now they were more than sure that what they had seen was not an illusion, and thinking about this and Albus planning to tell the headmistress of the new Naruto Academy about everything that happened on the continent including what they saw, the 3 disappeared from the place leaving behind 2 graves in a field of flowers and finally the ninja continent. For Naruto it was a new life and he knew it. Whoever was out there should get ready because Naruto Uzumaki, the #1 hyperactive, airhead ninja was going there to turn the world upside down, while also disappearing and leaving his old life behind. Chapter 3: Shopping, Train, Future Revenge? And arrival at the academy. Karuto always wondered if he was unlucky, cursed, or if God didn't want him, or if he enjoyed his sad yet comical life. This question could be partially answered today. When I see those 2 old men again I will get revenge for not telling me where I will go. At least they should have told me what my new school would be like. Even right now I would be more than happy to have returned to the village if I had known at least my jokes that I will send them will keep them a little scared ha 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 ha. He thought with a maniacal look while he went to his new school on a train. But to know what happened that made him want to get revenge on Albus Dumbledore and Hiruzen Sarutobi so much, we have to go back a little to the beginning. After leaving the elemental continent, the group of 3 had transported to a bar called the Leaky Cauldron, which was a meeting place for mages and various creatures. Naruto, after having recovered from his trip with the transporter, was excited to see the different creatures or people there. He had only heard about it in stories and such things, like dwarves, long-eared people, among other species that he had not seen. He met a kind gentleman, the one who worked at the bar, who spoke to him but didn't understand anything. Before he could say anything, Albus gave him a kind of bracelet, and when he put it on, he began to understand everything. He was told that it was an enchanted bracelet that allowed him to translate most of all words into the language he speaks, and at the same time his own words were translated so that others could understand him. This surprised and pleased him. Now it was not going to be difficult for him to speak it, but he was told that there were words that were not going to be translated and that they would be heard in his native language. He was also told that he had to learn to speak some languages, especially French. He did not know why, but he understood. He also did not want to use this for his entire life, so when he could buy, he was going to buy language books, and he was going to study that did not sound like him. What happened to Naruto Uzumaki, who burned his books so as not to study well? He did not care, and just nodded at this. When he spoke again, he was understood, and when his name was told to him, especially his last name, his mother's name was immediately recognized. Many were excited to meet this woman's son. Surprised was not enough to do what he felt. They told him that she was very famous, but not to this level. After recovering from his shock and shaking so many hands that his own ached, Albus and Hagrid led him to a wall. He didn't know what they were doing standing there in front of it until Albus took his vine and touched 3 bricks counterclockwise. When he finished, he was shocked by what happened. The wall fell and opened up into an alleyway. They told him why they had come to this pub, but he didn't realize the entrance was here. What he saw was Diagon Alley. The place where he went to buy all his school supplies was a fantastic and lively place. It was a wide road where people dressed like old Albus and children in cloaks came. There were many shops filling the alley, among other things. He was excited. He wanted to observe everything, but after calming down, an important question arose. How was he going to buy his supplies? Albus answered that question and told him to follow him. After walking for a while and asking about different things, he had reached the end of the alley where they saw a very large building. This was the Gringotts Bank, and Naruto was very surprised when he arrived at this place. It was very, very big. You couldn't believe that they kept money here. After recovering, Albus told him that when he entered he should remain serious and not try to do anything stupid, since the creatures that managed all this were goblins, very intelligent creatures with a bad temper and who did not like other species. They were not bad, but they were not nice either, and they were very strict with their work. Naruto at least felt good since he knew that if they looked at him ugly, it was not because they suspected him but that they were just like that, and he was no exception. When he finished listening, he just nodded and the three of them entered. When they passed through the doors, he realized that you only had to look at them to see that they were strict, so he only restricted himself until he reached the end of the corridor, and when they arrived a goblin was working until he saw them, and in an angry but respectful way he asked them about their visit. Naruto didn't know what to say, but luckily for him, Albus spoke and explained to him. After a while, the goblin looked at him and asked for a key. What key? And before he could answer, Albus was the one who handed him the key. When he saw, he called another goblin to take them to a place. The blonde just followed the group and remained silent. He didn't want to get in trouble with these guys, he knew it wouldn't turn out well. So he just followed them, although he wanted to ask where he was taking them, and before doing this he saw them taken to a cave where something like a metal car was waiting for him that was standing on rails. It was the first time he saw something like that, but it was not unknown. These things were known when, well, he was able to pay attention to his classes at the academy before falling asleep. Leaving the past behind, he saw the others heading towards that car. He just imitated them and started moving. When they stopped, they came to a kind of large door where the elf in charge of guiding them asked the old man for the key, and when he handed it to him he inserted it into the lock, and little by little the door opened until it was completely open, where what he saw left him speechless. Gold, so much gold in the form of coins, he couldn't articulate a single word, and before he could speak, Albus told him it was his inherited money, left to him by his mother and father. This only left him even more speechless. His parents had left him all this. He didn't know how to react. So much money, well, he didn't know how to react, and after a while thinking about his parents, he reacted and said how much he could withdraw. They only answered how much he wanted, and then later withdraw more money from somewhere else. When he understood the explanation, he only took enough for all his materials and a little extra. A lifetime of loneliness taught him how to use it, and he didn't want to waste it. Besides, he didn't know what to buy. So, after all that, Albus had to say goodbye since he had to go talk to the headmistress of his school and then go to the ministry, both to explain everything that happened on the continent, but not before telling her certain things. First, Hagrid was going to stay with him until it was time for him to leave for his school, which would be in about 2 weeks. Segundo was told that he was going to be in second year, and before he could ask why, he was told that he was years behind since it was difficult to notify and find the ninja who had magic. So he was told that during these 2 weeks he would get up to speed. He just screamed when I asked them how the hell they were going to do that, and to his surprise they told him, shadow clones. What the hell, he thought at first, but they revealed to him that the technique had a great advantage, and that is that every time each clone disappeared, their knowledge and memories were transferred to the original. This left him like a fish out of water. He never realized, as he was such an idiot, now that they told him you have some memories of his clones that he thought were dreams. Now he understood that they were dreams. It was what the clones had lived. The other two just laughed lightly, especially Albus. Hiruzen told him this and was also told that Naruto didn't know this secret because of how absent-minded he was, and he only confirmed it with his face. After recovering from this, he promised himself to study and learn everything from the first year. Now that he knew he could do this, it was going to make everything easier for him. Thank you for having learned this technique. And the last thing he said before leaving, or rather he gave him, was a letter that turned out to be a list of school supplies. When he saw this, he opened it and saw a kind of golden shield with some kind of letter, but he didn't understand it. So Albus gave him some glasses that had the same function as the bracelet, only that they allowed him to read any language but not write it. He really should buy language books and study Ahog seriously. What happened to him? He used his books as shuriken throwing targets, and now he wanted to learn. Really, everything that happened to him affected him. But leaving these thoughts aside, he understood and put them on. Now he could read everything, and in the center of the shield there was a kind of B, and below it said Magical Academy MMM. He didn't know how to pronounce it, and Albus told him that language was French, and he understood. Now he understood why he needed to learn French, or whatever it was called. But he also asked what language he spoke, and he only answered that it was English, and as if he knew what he was thinking, he told him that he was not going to study in this country but in another, and that they had come to buy all his things, that by the time 2 weeks had passed they would go to France, and that he and Hagrid would leave him where he had to embark to go to that academy, and he just nodded. So he was going to study in another country. How nice to get to know. Without suspecting that the other two just felt relieved and were saved from being asked what the school was like. They really didn't want to be there when he found out. Especially Albus, since it was his order that Hagrid keep quiet, and he himself was going to explain why Hagrid didn't tell him he really didn't want to be on this boy's bad side. But he knew it wasn't going to work, and he just had to prepare for whatever was coming his way. After all these thoughts, Albus left the two alone, and they just started heading to each of the shops while Hagrid told him about his mother. He loved this. He knew a lot about his mother, and he was happy, and so they passed the time while shopping. They went to buy a cauldron for potions and some instruments for this branch. Then they went to the blonde's least favorite place, the bookstore, but then it changed after seeing it. There were so many things, including some cute, strong, ugly animals, etc., as well as magic that he would love to learn. So he made sure that this time he was not going to give them to the dog seriously what happened to him, but he had to admit that the books attracted him, and he promised himself not to be a failure to the place he goes, and making that promise they left this place, and went to the clothes shop to buy his uniform. He did not know that he had to use this kind of things, but he accepted it, without knowing what awaited him. What is this? This looks like anything but men's clothing. What kind of uniform is it? The blonde thought in horror. You see, when they arrived at the store, there were people, but not that many, who were buying school uniforms. So they went to the counter and called a very old lady with a friendly face. When the lady introduced herself, she also asked the name of the blonde guy, and when she said it, everyone froze, and then the old lady took them to another place before anyone could react. Naruto was grateful, because when he was in another room with Hagrid, they heard people shouting and they started asking to see him. After a while everything calmed down, but the lady told him not to go out too soon and advised him not to say his last name in public because of how famous his mother was. Seriously, how famous was she if this lady told him that? After a while, and learning from the lady that she had also met his mother a couple of times, she asked him the name of the school, but he didn't know how to pronounce it, so she handed him the letter of supplies since it was in there. When she handed it to him, he began to read it, and he froze. It seemed strange to him, so she asked him what was wrong. But he only answered strangely that he had been accepted into a very good academy. To which he, without understanding her way of acting, just nodded with a smile and said that he knew, to which the lady just smiled at him and began to measure him, and went to make his uniform. What she didn't notice was the way Hagrid acted. When he saw that Naruto handed her the letter and the lady froze, he just sweated, and before the lady asked anything, he made the sign of silence, to which she understood to her joy. A while later, Naruto was bored waiting until he was happy when he saw the lady return with a package. When she handed it to him, he happily went to try it while leaving the lady and Hagrid behind. After a while of silence, the lady spoke. "He doesn't know what kind of school he's going to, right?" the woman asked, but it seemed more like a confirmation than a question. "He doesn't know," Hagrid replied, "because Dumbledore told me about him and assured me that he would try to escape before going to that academy class. But he can't." She couldn't finish as Hagrid interrupted her. "I also thought about the ism, and what he told me is that this child would not care. He told me how he entered a meeting of his leaders of his own, country, and made such a spectacle that not even his leaders nor Dumbledore could speak. Do you think I would do it?" I asked. "For the time I've spent with the child, 100%. He's more scandalous than his mother. You wouldn't believe it. I won't say anything." "Thanks." And they stopped talking just in time to see an annoyed blonde come out. It was a very good decision to stay quiet, since they shouldn't have asked to know what he was thinking. He was upset and knew he would go to that kind of academy. He would try to escape. Very good decision. Naruto was happy. He wore a ridiculous uniform that consisted of a kind of jacket that had a zipper on the sides, a dark blue color, as well as matching pants, and a kind of hat of the same color, well, if they weren't this color, also a small cloak that only reached the upper abdomen, and the hat, as well as having the symbol of the card on the side of the heart. For him it was a few simple words. Ridiculous and ugly. Seriously, what kind of school was he going to? I couldn't believe there were kids willing to wear this kind of uniform, not knowing what was waiting for them. After overcoming this and a few complaints, curses, and trying to convince her to at least change the color of her uniform, which failed splendidly, He took his ugly uniform without before thanking the kind lady, since it was not her fault about the design of this thing, and giving her the uniform as a kind of souvenir because his mother was going to reject it, but she insisted since she told him that her mother came several times to talk to her about anything until before her death, and that this was her way of paying her for all the visits she made, in addition to helping her suddenly, and without further ado she accepted it. In the end the child and his companion left the store. Without realizing the look he gave her when he left, the lady could only see him the same way his mother did when she came for this. They were the same, but the child did know that it was going to be more difficult to accept it, and could only wish her luck for what was coming to her, and without further ado, returned to his job. Now that everything had calmed down, the blonde and the giant headed to different stores to buy different school supplies. He got excited when he was told that he could learn to fly on a broomstick. It was cool and was one of the first things he bought. He also realized that many people were looking at him, but more exactly at his enormous sword. Well, it was obvious to him. At least it wasn't the way they looked at him in the village, but rather out of curiosity. He was told that the sword would attract a lot of attention because it is not common to carry one, and even more so one with those characteristics, and he just nodded and understood. Many asked him, but he only said that it was a gift from someone important, and that calmed them down a bit. After passing by several shops, Hagrid told her that now they had to go to a place and that they had to buy a wand. This was the most important thing for a wizard to perform magic. So back to her happy form they headed to the shop that Hagrid recommended, Ollivander's. Upon arriving, he saw the large sign that said Ollivander's, and together with Hagrid they entered without waiting any longer, where a bell rang upon entering. Without expecting the store to be empty, and in addition to there being only shelves full of black boxes, some blacker than others. They went to the counter. Just at that moment an old man with bulging eyes appeared and looked at him, and a smile was beginning to form on his face, and before they had time to greet him he began to speak. "I didn't think I'd see someone like him again, especially if it was his son." He began to head inside the store. "He looks like his father, but judging by his personality, he could be like his mother, couldn't he?" he said as he took out a box. Naruto didn't know what to say. The man just started talking about his parents as if he knew them. But he also knew that he looked like his father. That made him a little happy, but as he learned that he had a personality similar to his mother's, that from what he had heard from others it seemed that he inherited her personality and her verbal tic from her. Before he could answer, the man spoke again while he was walking away. "It seems I'm right, isn't it?" he said as he arrived in front of him and looked at him until his gaze turned to Hagrid to see if he got an answer, since he saw the blonde a little frozen, and got his answer with a nod. "Your mother and father came to buy your first wand in case you were born with magic," he began to tell her as he took it out and handed it to her. "Now take the wand and let's see what happens. Don't forget to shake it." He finished and did what he was told. A while passed, but it didn't work. The old man, seeing this, told him to give it back and went back to look for another one. Every new wand he brought him didn't work. Something or other exploded, and so they spent a while trying out many wands, both Hagrid and Naruto, and they thought they weren't going to find a wand for him. While Ollivanders found it incredible, he was very curious about what was happening. He had made him try at least 3 dozen wands and it still didn't work, which had never happened before. This made him realize something about the boy. He was very specific, so little by little he began to give him increasingly rarer wands, but they didn't work. So he spent a while thinking about what would be next, until he thought of a wand. "Could it be this wand has been around since this shop was founded, but let's try it out." And thinking about this, he went in search of such a wand. Moments later he returned with a box that was full of dust, and opened it. In it was a variety not as long as the others, but also long enough to reach almost to his forearm. It was dark brown, almost black, with a silver and gold handle with some strange lines on it. When Naruto saw it, he felt strange. Something in him told him to take it without knowing what other creature, more specifically a fox, reacted to this wand. What the hell is that thing? What does it have? What a disgusting presence. He thought. He felt strange about this. He didn't know how to explain it, but something told him that now it was going to be even more difficult for him to influence Naruto. Leaving this aside, Naruto didn't realize when his hand already had the wand and he felt strange. He didn't know how to explain it, but Naruto felt like the wand was waiting for him, as if this wand and he were made for each other. He also didn't notice when the sword on his back, Zabuz's sword, reacted and returned to its original size. Hagrid was surprised when the sword returned to its actual size. Never violating a wand could affect its surroundings, and before Naruto, or he could ask anything, Ollivander spoke again. Interesting, very interesting. When Naruto came back to reality upon hearing the old man's voice, he just realized that the sword had returned to its actual size and that his back now felt heavy. He took it and pulled it out and observed his sword hadn't changed, but he felt something strange, and unable to bear its weight as much, he stuck it into the ground and, "Sorry, old man, but I was really annoying, but what is interesting?" The blonde apologized and asked, "Don't worry, and as for your question, I find this very interesting since this wand has been around since this store was founded, almost a little over 100 years. Naruto was surprised how old this wand is, but he just kept listening since he would know the answer. This wand never chose anyone, and this is because of this compound. Naruto just nodded as Hagrid listened. He was very interested and also wanted to know why the sword reacted when he picked it up. You see, this wand is made of unicorn and Vila hair, and the wood is made of elderberry, one of the best woods a wand could be made of. He stopped and looked at them when he saw that they were only listening. Both of them just continued. I'll explain right now. I also have a theory for your sword, which, by the way, even though I don't know much about swords, I can only say that it's magnificent. The materials are each special. First, the unicorn hair is a rare material since the unicorn itself is already very difficult to find, and its properties in the wand is that it does not allow to choose a user who is bad-hearted. If you had some bad, impure motive or had ambition for power, this wand would have rejected you immediately because the unicorn and consequently the hare are pure animals that do not approach people with impure motives. I stopped to see if they understood. Naruto just nodded. He understood what unicorn hair did. Simply put, good guys touch it, bad guys reject it. He got it. Hagrid understood too. Now let's leave the Vila hair for last since it's not very special, but it is strange and has something to do with something from her species. She saw Naruto nod and continue. Then let's continue with the elder wood. As I said, this is also a rare material that makes the wand stronger and more resistant than other wands, and even seeing a wand made of this material is rare. But let's not stray. This wood is considered very good for combat and in the dark arts, which contradicts the unicorn hair. In short, the unicorn only chooses people who do not have evil motives and do not desire power. But the wood makes it choose people who want power. This contradicts one of the other and vice versa. Do you understand? He asked at the end. In a nutshell, this wand is made for people who aren't evil and don't want power. But at the same time it chooses a person who wants power. That's what it's trying to say. I asked, confused, and just saw him nod. Then I didn't understand anything. Someone who wants power but at the same time doesn't is strange, and I don't understand. Naruto said, to which Hagrid agreed. The wand chose someone when a person wants power and at the same time doesn't. It's totally strange. Exactly, it's because this is a contradiction. He never chose anyone since he never found a person who had these characteristics. But he thought about it for a while, and when he could try to say what he could really mean, he said it. It may have a vague explanation, but an explanation. You see, maybe the wand chose someone who wanted power but didn't have a bad or impure motive for using it, but just wanted power to do something good. That's something I'm trying to say, but like I said, it's a vague explanation and I don't know what he wanted. Wands are very mysterious, and in the end they choose their owner and not the other way around. And he only saw the blonde nod. Naruto and Hagrid tried to understand, but like the seller, they didn't understand what the wand was thinking. Maybe one day they will know. But Naruto thought of something and expressed what the old man wanted to say. I don't think you understood, but someone. He grabbed the mask that was on the side of his head and looked at it. The owner of this mask told me that if I wanted to become strong, I really had to have someone to protect, since this way I would become really strong. I don't know what he meant, old man, but this is the only thing that came to my mind. And he finished his thought. Hagrid knew who that mask belonged to since he had been told. But what if that person and that phrase were responsible for why the wand had chosen Naruto? Then he could understand a little more. But he was still unsure. Well, that could have been partly responsible for why it chose you. A person who wants to become strong to protect. That could be said as a contradiction or something like that. But like I said, I'm not sure. He said and saw them nod. There was no point in thinking about this anymore, but something told him that the wand's reasons for choosing him were deeper. But like he said, the wand chooses, not the other way around, and he could never understand the reason for wands. So stopping thinking about this, he continued. So, to finish the Vila hair, you see, a Vila is a species known for its great beauty, only compared to that of mermaids, who are able to hypnotize any species thanks to this, and in some cases unintentionally. But this species is always looking for someone who does not fall for its beauty. So in a wand, this effect would be that it would only choose someone who is not capable of falling for its species, proving their innocence or having a very strong will. He said, falling for someone because of their beauty. I don't understand, said Naruto. This confirmed the suspicions of the seller and Hagrid. Naruto was strong-willed enough and foolish or innocent enough to understand what beauty is. This was undoubtedly the explanation, and the only clear one. Well, it looks like we found an explanation for the Vila hair, said the vendor. Hagrid nodded at this, and Naruto confused. Now before I finish, I must also tell you that you, having been chosen by a wand made of Vila hair, there is a possibility that you will meet this species, pure or not, since as I said, the Vila are always looking for someone who will not fall for their charm. So in short, you may meet Vilas, but you will not realize that they are Vila in the end. You will only realize it when they tell you. And finished with his explanation. I'll meet this species, but I won't realize it because I'll just see it as a normal person. And the seller nodded. Well, was all he said. It seems that I accept it very quickly, Mr. Uzumaki. I don't think much about the future. If I meet someone, I'll meet her and that's it. Maybe now you understand a little more why the wand chose you. The salesman murmured. So, old man, this wand is mine? He asked. Of course, and since it was already paid for, you can take it, but I have to tell you something first. It's about the wood. Naruto nodded. Only those destined to do fantastic things were chosen for this kind of wood, and the last person to have a wand made of it did terrible, but fantastic things. His name was so feared that no one speaks it anymore, he said, and Hagrid shuddered knowing who he was talking about. He was the worst of all the dark wizards, but he didn't say anything. For Naruto's part, he didn't know. Apparently you don't know such a person, but I'm sure that someday I'll find out who he was. But what I'm trying to say is that you are destined to do very great things. Incredible if I do say so myself, he concluded. Great, I don't know who you're talking about, but if you say I'll be fantastic, it's great, Databao, he said, and they both just smiled. He looks like his mother. She also reacted happily when I said he was going to do fantastic things, and in the end it turned out like this. After all, she fought several times against this person who had such a wand, this child. The seller just thought. The vendor spoke again, stopping Naruto's joy and Hagrid turning his attention towards him. About the explanation about your sword, the most likely reason why it returned to its size was due to the influence of the wand, most likely. This is because the wand is a means for magic to focus and be able to expel a spell. Most likely his sword has the ability to absorb. I don't know what exactly, but when he touched the wand it expelled a bit of its energy to confirm him as its owner, and because of this the sword reacted in order to absorb the power that was expelling when he touched the wand, and finished his explanation. The sword absorbed my magic power. How strange. I didn't know it was capable of absorbing, said Naruto. This sword has such power, Naruto? Hagrid asked. I don't know. Zabuza never used this sword to absorb our attacks when we fought. But what if it has something else to absorb, more specifically? I don't know, Naruto said and thought until. Now I know who to ask, he said excitedly. Who? Asked Hagrid. Kakashi-sensei. When I figure out how to send letters I'll ask you, Naruto said, and Hagrid nodded. Who better than the people of his continent would know the power of this sword, so for now they could only wait. I see, but I assure you that it has a power to absorb. I don't know which one, but I'm sure. But apparently now it will have the ability to absorb a little of its magic to return to its normal size, so I recommend that you do not have it on when you perform magic. And Naruto nodded. Then it was an honor and privilege to have met you, Mr. Uzumaki. I know I'll be hearing about you in the future, so I wish you good luck. And so he said goodbye. Thank you, old man, for explaining everything to me. I hope to see you again someday, said Naruto, before leaving with Hagrid, who also said goodbye. And so ends the purchase of his first wand. A few weeks later. Right now Naruto was waiting for Dumbledore sitting at the bar. It wasn't long after buying his wand a little bored. You see, After Naruto and Hagrid left Ollivander's shop, they went in search of a pet for Naruto. At first Naruto didn't know what to want until a bird with majestic wings approached him, as did a small white fox. The bird turned out to be a phoenix, which according to what he had been told was rare, and that they chose its owner, in addition to possessing special abilities such as its tears curing almost all types of wounds, as well as that when they died they were reborn from the ashes. There were many abilities, and because of this it was rare, while the fox was strange because of its white fur, but it never liked to see people. 2 animals had chosen it, but it did not know which one to take. The saleswoman, seeing him in the dilemma of choosing, approached him and told him to pay a little more for the fox and that he could take the phoenix as well. This is because the phoenix could spend centuries waiting for a worthy owner to appear, and the fox, due to its attitude, would also spend time before finding an owner that it liked. So seeing this, he decided on this offer. Naruto didn't have to think about it much, so he paid for the fox with an extra charge and also took the bird and happily headed to where Hagrid was waiting for him. Hagrid, who was waiting outside, was surprised when he saw that he came with 2 cages, and even more so when he saw that in one of them was a phoenix. When Naruto arrived, he explained what happened to him, and all Hagrid could think was that this boy was very lucky and that he was capable of earning the respect of even a phoenix. A bird that is even capable of waiting for centuries for someone, that could only say a lot about Naruto. He also thought about the murderers who had said such words to him. Seriously, he had never met any kind of murderer who could teach him anything good, and seeing this phoenix said a lot about the boy. Seriously, what other surprises will it bring in the future? They had finally finished their shopping, and now all that was left was to find a place to spend the weeks, and they headed to the Leaky Cauldron. They asked for 2 rooms, which the owner of that place was happy to offer and gave them to them. Hagrid reminded Naruto that he should study, and reluctantly he did. At first he thought it was going to be boring, but it excited him. When he started reading it, there were many interesting things, magic that was from common things to different types of attacks. That encouraged him, and he started creating many clones to read all the books and practice his magic. He also practiced with his broom, but he also thought about if he could do it with his magic. Because if he could absorb magic, then why couldn't he fly with it? He tried and failed, but he didn't give up with this idea. When he could, he would keep trying, so for now it was just broom. The 2 weeks passed, and somehow he managed to learn all the basics, and he was already performing many spells, in addition to being able to fly with his broom. The only bad thing, and unfortunately for the clone winner or loser in this case, was magical history. He did not understand why he needed to know when a certain magician stuck a wand up his nose. He really did not understand, but leaving aside that way, he spent his weeks. He also studied his scrolls given to him by Kakashi and learned some things, including some quite useful jutsus, wind and water, mainly basic but useful if you use your imagination. He also took advantage of studying the language books, including French. He couldn't write or speak it correctly, but at least he understood some of it, and could now read 2 languages. Seriously, his clones were very useful. Something else, during his shopping, he saw something he wanted, a joke shop, and bought a lot. Now he could make jokes, and when he was told that there were jokes that could be sent by email, it was a Merry Christmas for him. Hagrid for some reason saw him nervous but thought it was because of the jokes, and told him to calm down. It would be for other people. By saying this he calmed him down, but also told him that if something happened that wasn't his responsibility, and he told himself to keep quiet. At first he thought about it, but told her not to worry, despite starting to suspect, because she told him this. But he immediately dismissed it. And so now he's waiting for Dumbledore to take him to where he was going to embark. Hagrid went to buy some things like repellent and such. Over the weeks he became friends with him, and told him a lot about his mother. He was really a good guy and he liked him. You could say he already considered him a friend, and he thought the same. He spent a while waiting for the 2, until Hagrid arrived with Dumbledore, and got excited. They finally arrived and he was ready to leave. He took his sword that was at his side and ran towards the 2 men. "Hello, old man, why did it take you so long?" the blonde shouted excitedly. "Oi, young Uzumaki, it's been a long time. I just had to do a few things besides." Asked Hagrid for a few things before he returned to Hogwarts, said the old man, but the real reason was to find out if there were things about Naruto that Hagrid had to tell him. And there was a lot. A phoenix, the uniform, the wand. Well, it was a lot, but he was amazed he had never seen anyone like him. He just hoped it went well for him, even more so to the place where he was going. For obvious reasons he asked if he could find a store, and to his fear it was affirmative. He had to make sure of anything that came to him, and check it several times if it works. "Aha, okay, then we're going. Let's go, let's go," she said, and began to say goodbye to the bar owner. He was very kind and left her a little more money that the same man thanked her for, just wishing her luck. She knew, from Hagrid, where she was going. It had been at least 200 years since someone like him went to that academy, and she also knew not to tell anyone, so she fell and just said goodbye to the hyperactive blonde. "Okay," he said, worried about what he was going to discover very soon, and so Hagrid, an excited Naruto, and a worried about his future Dumbledore left by apparition. And in this way they arrived at a train station. Naruto knew about these from what he read in his books. He was only amazed by this. "What's great, this is how I'll get to my new academy," said the blonde excitedly. "Yes, young Uzumaki," Dumbledore replied. "And it seems we're just in time. Then I'll hurry up, so I'm off." "Thanks for everything, old man." "Hagrid, I'll send you letters about what my new school is like," he said, trying to scare an old man. Well then, I got on the train and I wish you luck in your new school," he said somewhat nervously, which luckily went unnoticed. I forgot something. Along with their leader and the Ministry of Magic, they are preparing to make the worlds known to each other. Very soon, it may be said before the end of their school year. He said, remembering this, he had to tell her since it was going to affect her in some way. "What are you really going to do it?" he shouted in surprise. "Yes, because it's no longer a good idea after everything that happened, so it was decided that it would be revealed at a later time." "I see," I whispered. I didn't want it to be done, but if there was no other option, it had to be done. "Then I'm leaving. Thanks, old man, and let me know when this is over." And he ran off with the old man nodding before stopping and turning back to the old man. "Hey, old man, when I have time I can go to your school. I don't want to go back to my village soon, and well, I don't know where to go," he said, a little embarrassed. "I'll tell your headmistress that when Christmas comes, I'll come pick you up and we'll go to Hogwarts. Is that okay?" he replied happily, since he understood why he didn't want to return and was still a stranger here. "Seriously, thanks, old man, then I'll visit you. Now I'm going. Thanks for everything, old man. Hagrid, goodbye." And he happily went to take the train while the other two looked at him. You know when he finds out he'll play tricks on you, right?" said Hagrid. "Yes, I'm ready, but I don't know if it will work," he said a little nervously. "I doubt it will work. I've seen him and he's smarter than he looks, and by the time Christmas comes around, well, Hogwarts is going to be a time of pranks," said Hagrid. "I must prepare for when it arrives." And with that they disappeared from the place, hoping that time would not pass and that Christmas would not arrive, since he knew that when it arrived there would be a storm of jokes, and all of them directed mainly at the responsible director. The train had just left when Naruto got on. He was told that his luggage would go in the back and that he was going to arrive at his school. But he refused to part with the sword and the mask, so he got on with these. They were important memories. He refused to leave them. After a while, the blonde went off to find an empty booth or someone to talk to, or whatever he could find first. When he got to the first booth, he opened it and found girls there. Some of them laughed at him, so he apologized and closed the door. He wasn't shy around girls, but there were a lot of them, so he went to find another one. He went to the second booth, and to his surprise the same thing happened, and he did the same thing. Now this was a coincidence. Then he went to the third and saw more girls. "This is already making me nervous," he thought before closing the door and going to the fourth. But he also found the same thing and did the same. No. Increasingly desperate, it wasn't possible, right? Each of the booths had only girls. "It can't be, this isn't happening, right?" he thought, until, "Bucking old guys!" I shout at the top of my lungs. Meanwhile, two elderly people somehow heard or thought they heard a scream. But they also sensed that it was an angry person. "I think he's got it figured out," both old men thought. Naruto, noticing what he had said, hid in an empty cabin before being discovered, since at the moment of hiding he heard several voices, and they were only girls, to confirm his fear. After a while the voices disappeared and I sighed heavily. Now I understand everything. He thought the uniform, the looks he thought were for his sword, for Hagrid when he apologized and told him it was all in order. Everything. Current time. And that's what happened since I left the continents until now. And right now we see the maniac-faced blonde preparing the downfall of two elderly people. Now yes. I will not forgive this pair of old men. All the respect went down the drain. Now I will get revenge for not having told me. Ha 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 ha. He thought and laughed maniacally, while thinking about the jokes he would play on them and make sure they would never hide things like this from him again. His sword, which was at his side, was looking at him as if he was thinking about sharpening it for those old men. If he was going to sharpen it, and after a while of considering it, he let go, was it too much or not? While I was considering whether or not to sharpen the sword for those old people, the door opened and revealed a girl. Excuse me, are those seats vacant? The girl asked. Naruto turned around upon hearing the girl's voice and froze. This girl is prettier than Sakura. The blonde thought. Even he would admit that she was pretty. The girl was wearing a female version of his uniform of the same color, while she was a girl who had almost glass eyes. While her hair was silk-tied in a ponytail, he was amazed, but he unfroze and answered her. Yes, they are empty. I answer a little nervously. Thank you, the girl said and closed the door, proceeding to sit in front of Naruto. A few seconds of silence passed and, You are a student? The girl asked, not knowing what to say. If an old man didn't go to the wrong school, it seems so. He responded venomously when he remembered the old man. You didn't know that well, a girls' school? She asked doubtfully. It was well known that her academy was only for girls. No, I didn't know. An old man came looking for me and never told me what kind of school I would go to. He replied nervously. Didn't you know about the magical world? He asked. No, I only found out 2 weeks ago, and they also told me I was behind a year, but at least I acted according to my year. He said. What behind? What grade are you in? The girl asked, since that was strange. According to the old man, he told me I was in my 2nd year, and before you ask why I'm late, I'll tell you that the letter never arrived because the ministry didn't know how to find me. He answered before I could ask. Wait, so we're in the same year? Well, if you're still in school, ha ha ha, said the girl, a little nervous, remembering that she was a boy in an all-girls school. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Fleur Delacour. Enchante, she introduced herself. Yes, me too. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, he said before forgetting something. Uzumaki, so you are the son of Kushina Uzumaki? She asked, a little excited. She knew who her mother was, who was not very famous for everything she did with that unknown man who always accompanied her. She did not know if he was real or not, but she admired them for how they fought against the dark wizards, and even more the woman for being strong and capable of fighting alone in addition to saving muggles and wizards alike. She was fantastic. Yes, I think so. I don't know much about her. Well, she died the day I was born, so that's why I'm not born, he said, a little nervous and a little embarrassed. I see, excuse me. She apologized. She didn't know, and she had to come and talk, but before she could finish apologizing, she was interrupted. Don't worry, she died with my father protecting me against, well, something so, well, I don't know how to say it. He tried to make her stop with his apology. She didn't know that, so she didn't blame her, and she didn't know what to say either. Well, I understand what you're trying to say, and well, she responded a little nervously. She really shouldn't have spoken. I told you not to worry, but I understand. Ha, he, ha ha ha, ha. And so the two laughed, one trying to apologize and the other trying to stop her, and after not knowing what to say to each other, they started to laugh. After a while they calmed down, and both Naruto and Fleur started talking. Hey, I want to ask you something. Is it really a girls' academy? He asked nervously. Yes, so far I think, she answered doubtfully. I sigh and rest. You know, Fleur began to speak. Your mother studied at this academy, Fleur revealed. Really? He was surprised. He didn't know. Yes, that's one reason why I came here. Well, I admire her a lot, and well, he said somewhat nervously. Saying this to the son of the one he admired was embarrassing. You're embarrassed, she began in a mocking tone. She blushed and didn't know what to say. Ha ha ha, you blushed, Fleur, ha ha. She started laughing. Don't mock her, I yell at Naruto. Ha ha, heavy. Okay, excuse me, ha ha ha, he. As he calmed down and continued. You know, you shouldn't be ashamed. I admire him. While my previous leader, he died protecting my people from somehow to say attacks. He said, a little unsure of how to say it, since he was told not to reveal where he came from until everything was ready. Attack, well then it must be someone cool, right? She said. Of course, he replied with a smile. It's strange, he talks normally to me, it's like could it be? He thought about something for a moment before asking her. Naruto, he started. Yeah, don't you feel like I'm saying a little strange when you see me? I asked a little unsure. Strange He started to look at the body, and then he looked at her again. Well, she was pretty, but there was nothing true about her. No, I don't feel strange. Did something have to happen to me? The blonde asked, confused. Or you might be immune. Fleur whispered that wasn't impossible, but finding someone immune like him was well strange if not rare. What's up, Fleur? What am I immune to? I ask as I hear her mutter. It's good you may not know about our race since, well, you've only known for a while, but I'm half Vila. She revealed, and that surprised Naruto. Yes, you seem surprised. You seem to already know or at least have heard about my race, right? Fleur said, a little surprised that she already knew something about his race, and he just nodded. And you should also know why I asked you, right? He asked another question. Yeah, you're from that race that says their beauty hypnotizes anyone or something like that, right? He said, half asking, while receiving a nod from the girl. I see. I didn't think the old man was telling the truth when he told me he was immune. Naruto muttered, remembering what the old man with the wand told him. Really immune, and now he knew one. That old man is certainly an expert, but before continuing with his thought, Fleur spoke to him again. Wait, you knew you were immune to the Vila's natural charm? He asked and only received a nod. How? I asked as I watched Naruto pull out his wand. You see, as I say, the old man who sold me the wand said that part of what this wand is made of is Vila hair, and since the wand chose me, he said that I might be immune to the beauty of the Vila. Also, because of this, I might never realize if I'm seeing a Vila or something like that. The truth is, I didn't understand the old man, and he also told me that sooner or later I would meet a Vila because they are always searching or something. The truth is, I didn't understand anything he said. She finished telling. This left her stunned. He was immune, and he also has a wand that is made of Vila hair, which she didn't know what to say. Her mother and grandmother told her that her beauty was impossible to avoid, and finding someone who was immune to her charm was impossible to find, and that in some cases they never managed to find a person like this. But here and now in front of her she found someone immune to her race. She had also been told that if a person was immune to her charm, it was for certain reasons, which were they were very innocent, had a strong will, or they were not able to understand or differentiate between someone pretty and maybe the person is able to see beyond natural beauty, and because of this they were immune. And it could even be all, or there could be even more reasons. While Fleur was thinking, Naruto saw her freeze and started talking to her over and over again, wondering if it was so weird. So he started snapping his fingers while talking until she reacted. Fleur reacted. Hey, what's going on? Seriously, this immunity thing is so weird. I asked. AAA that it's weird. He tried to speak. His words were so tangled up that he stuttered but continued. It's just that the truth, finding someone immune is, well, strange from what my grandmother and mother told me. It was strange that a Vila, pure or not, would find someone like you. He finished saying, still speechless. They're weird, really, he said while looking at her, and Fleur looked at him uncomfortably. How do I say it? I just see you as a normal person, you know, nothing special. I finished saying and making Fleur blush. She stuttered again. Hey, did I say something strange? He asked. No, it's just that, well, no one has told me that I'm someone normal. You see, when I go shopping and those men my age are, well, hypnotized by my charm, and well, I've never had a, well, man who can talk to me in a normal way or who can tell me that I'm a normal girl, she said, looking at the blonde before speaking again. And because of my beauty, many girls get jealous of me and tease me because I attract men, and well, that's why I don't have many friends, the truth. She finished saying, a little embarrassed. The truth is, she hardly had any friends because they get jealous because of her beauty, and she is constantly teased for this, and the only one she talked to was her younger sister Gabrielle, who was also a half-breed Vila. Naruto, hearing and seeing her, reminded himself he didn't have friends because of something he couldn't control. Then he thought of something. Hey Fleur, he began, getting her attention. Yes, I answer. Well, as I say, if the old man who sent me didn't make a mistake about the school, and even so, well, as I say. He was nervous. Yes, said Fleur, trying to guess what he meant. What I'm trying to say is, if you want to be my friend. I finished saying it with a little nerves. She just answered confused. A friend, that's what he said. You heard a friend, you see. I don't know anyone here, so I want to know if you can be my friend here and if they were wrong, although I highly doubt it. I murmured the last part. We could still be friends. What do you think, Fleur? He finished saying while looking away and scratching his cheek. Are you serious? She muttered loud enough just for him to hear, hoping it wasn't a joke. Well, yeah, you're the first one I've met here, so okay. He replied nervously. Yes, he said in a whisper but happily. What did you say? The blonde asked, speaking very quietly. I said yes. It sounded a little louder, but I can't hear you well, said the blonde. He really spoke very quietly. I couldn't hear her because of the train. I said yes, that I want to be your friend. She finally said, half screaming with happiness as she stood up and hugged her new friend, without realizing that she threw herself at him, and they both fell on top of him. She couldn't have thought that she would finally make a friend who was a man, immune to the charm of the villa and who went to the same academy as her despite it being an academy that didn't accept men, although she didn't care. He told her that if the old man she was talking to her about with poison had gone to the wrong school, he would continue communicating with her. She was happy, very happy, while Naruto, who was surprised by the cry of happiness from his new friend and who was also unaware of the new position they were in due to her hug, was also happy to make a friend his age. She was the first, outside of his teammate. He was happy to make a real friend, not one who had to force herself to become friends with him because they were on the same team. He was really happy to have a real friend, and unconsciously his arms moved to hug Fleur in a friendly way. Both were happy, really happy, hugging each other that they finally had a true friend, being the first for both due to their situations, both without realizing what they were doing or what position they were in, ignoring their situation, in their own worlds until the train advanced through a slight curve, and this caused Naruto's sword to fall to the ground, and in this way waking both of their happiness, and making them realize what position they both were in. The two were looking at each other face to face, lying on top of each other, Fleur being on top of the blonde, while both were looking into each other's eyes. Naruto seeing Fleur's crystal eyes and looking at Naruto's blue ones, both were reflected in each other's eyes, and little by little they began to realize how close they were, both turning red with embarrassment. Their lips were close to each other's, ready to kiss, and they could feel each other's breathing. Both realizing this, they turned even redder than they were before. Fleur, Naruto began. Yeah, what's up? I didn't know what I was saying. You can you can, I think. Well. He tried to say something and failed splendidly. Yeah, well, as he separated from the blonde and walked to his seat without saying anything. I didn't know what to say. Both of them were red-faced and didn't know what to say, just thinking, and for some strange reason, both of them the same thing. What the hell happened to me? They both thought without seeing each other. Since they were red, they were both in an uncomfortable position and both close to kissing. They were both looking at something interesting, the floor, more specifically their shoes. For some reason, they now found it interesting to look at his shoes. The two young men spent minutes in silence admiring their shoes, without even raising their heads to look at each other. Minutes and minutes passed until Fleur, gathering all the courage of her life, began to talk about something to forget and make this whole situation go away. Hey Naruto, he began, almost muttering. Why yes, what's wrong, Fleur? He said, stuttering. Shit, speak well, Naruto. How you stutter? You fought and survived real assassins, and now you stutter because of an awkward position with a girl. Dumb. He thought, scolding himself. Well, I want to ask you about, said Fleur, also stuttering. What's wrong with you, Fleur? He's a friend, your first friend, and nothing more. He's cute and he's immune. And what? Wait, I just thought about it. Aha, come on, control yourself. He's just your friend. She thought. She was nervous and tried to scold herself for thinking about those things. Naruto was her friend and nothing more. Yes, that was a friend. Yeah, what a thing. The blonde responded a little better. Well, it's about. He said a little better too, pointing to what was on the ground. Saw what he was pointing at and realized it was his sword. About my sword, the blonde said as he picked up his sword again. Yes, and about your mask. I didn't think that what was there was a sword. It looks like a butcher knife that was bigger than the normal ones. That seemed curious to me. It's the first time I've seen one, and it's also strange, she said, happy to have changed the subject but also feeling curious. She had seen the sword but she didn't know it was one, and also because she had it there, that was already very strange. Aha, about this, you see. I didn't know what to say. What? I was going to tell her that I heard the voices of the dead and told them to take her. Right now she would think I was crazy, so I better told half the truth. These objects were given to me by some people before they died, and since I respected them, I carried them with me, he said. He wasn't telling the whole truth, but it wasn't a lie either. Aha, sorry, I didn't know, he said. She was embarrassed because he asked her, aha, should I change the subject? Don't worry so much, it passed a while ago, he said, so she wouldn't worry, and everything returned to silence. For Fleur's part, she felt ashamed of everything she did. First her mother, then the hug, and finally this. What else did she have to do to ruin it even more? For Naruto's part, he had already forgotten what happened with Fleur and now remembered what he was planning to do to the two elders. He had the pranks, the means to send them. He just needed to confirm and know how to send it. And luckily for him and unfortunately for the two old people, he already has a friend and can ask her. Hey Fleur, he said, getting her attention. You know how to send jokes by letter or package? He said hopefully and at the same time smiling. Was the only thing he could say, joking because I asked him. Not really, but I've heard why, she asked, a little worried. That's because if it turns out to be true that I'm going to an all-girls academy, then I must send my thanks to both the chief of my village and old Dumbledore for not telling me where I'm going. He finished with a smile that said he was up to no good. Dumbledore, the old man you're referring to who sent you here, is Albus Dumbledore? She asked in surprise. How could she not know who Dumbledore was? He was one of the best wizards that could exist in history and in the world. So you know the damn old man who sent me here? Yes, that's the old man who came to drop me off, he said, surprised. Perhaps he had some relationship with him, because if so, it was much better. Well, who doesn't know him? He's one of the best magicians in the world, he replied. Don't you respect him? I asked him, and of course, he was very respected in the world, and it seems that Naruto didn't respect him. Respect, that thing went away a long time ago since I found out I'd have to go to an all-girls academy. Wouldn't you be mad if you went to an all-boys academy and they didn't say anything to you? I answered and asked her. The truth is, Fleur would feel the same way, just boys. It would be very unbearable as well as uncomfortable. Now she understands. The respect went away when they didn't say anything to her. Right, and before you can ask if it's serious or not, I must tell you that if it was Dumbledore who left you at the train station, then you can be sure that it's true now. This academy, I assure you, is where you are going to study, she answered seriously. Now that she knew that it was Dumbledore who left him at the station, then there was nothing to ask. This man was well known for his honesty and other things. A part of her was happy that Naruto was not going to leave now, but another part of her worried about how Naruto froze when she told him this, and even more when he started smiling so maniacally. Yes, so it's true in the end, he said like a zombie as he started to smile. I don't need to think about it anymore. Hey Fleur, would you like to learn how to make jokes? I asked her. Hey, what did he say to her? If she wanted to learn how to make jokes, she was serious. As I told you, jokes. Do you want to learn while we send jokes to both the damn old man from my town and the old man with glasses? I asked Fleur, with more conviction. Are you sure we're talking about Dumbledore? I don't want to get into trouble, she said, a little unsure. She didn't know if she should do this, even for her new friend. Come on, they won't catch you, and besides, if they do catch you, I'll blame myself. Besides, if I go to an all-girls school, I won't be able to do many things, so at least these old guys can help me de-stress. From the academy, he said, trying to convince her that, judging by her face, he was already thinking about it. Are you sure? I've never made a joke, she said, still unsure but already considering it a little. I'll teach you, and they can teach you too, you know, he said, getting their attention. And how, already attracting his attention, how the jokes were going to teach him something. You see, my young rookie and new apprentice, saying it as a joke, making her laugh. Pranks must be thought through a lot, such as who you should play them on, the right place where it will be done, what their movements are, what they can expect from you, among many other things. In short, you must plan, and for that you must learn strategies. You must think of everything, including an escape if they discover you. You must have a lot of imagination. Never underestimate pranks, Fleur. It can teach you much more than you imagine, he concluded with passion in his words. He thought about it. He never thought about it that way, but, while Naruto saw her and began to tell her things to guide her towards the dark side. I see you're not very brave, are you? he said as a confirmation, more than a question, trying to annoy her, and from the way he looked at him, it worked. Yeah, what did you say? Fleur said. How could she say that to him? She wouldn't allow it even if he was her friend. As I said, a coward, she continued. I'm not a coward, it's just that. She stated firmly but still a little unsure, not realizing that Naruto was manipulating her. Naruto saw and continued telling her things that almost had her. Now he had to tell her the last thing, and it was something about his mother. You know my mom was a joker, he said and watched her face change. What did you say? She said in surprise. The woman she could say she admired was a joker. She couldn't believe her. Like I said, she was a joker and a very good one, he said, aiming to grab her. Are you sure you're not making this up? I asked, almost convinced. I assure you, even the old man told me so, rest assured. Besides, don't you think it will be entertaining? And he finished throwing his bait. Now all that's left is for him to catch it. Fleur thought about it a lot. Everything he said was tempting and everything he said made sense. Besides, if her mother was a joker, then why should she be afraid, right? Plus it would be fun and I'd get to spend more time with Naruto thinking about his pranks and getting to know him. I'm actually unsure, but it won't hurt to try, don't you think? She said, giving her answer with a happy face and fishing for Naruto's bait, although it would also be very entertaining so. Naruto just smiled at her answer and said, So Fleur, I welcome you to the dark side of pranks. Now I will teach you everything I know about pranks and you will be my disciple, he said, shaking her hand, which Fleur imitated. Thank you, I hope she's a good student, he said happily as they shook hands. On this day a cute prankster was born and her teacher is none other than the infamous prankster of Konoha, a village that saw all his pranks and survived, and who was also known as the #1 meathead ninja, for all his surprises. On this day, a new pair of pranksters was also born, one expert with crazy ideas, and a cute prankster who was very clever, who only improved each of the pranks they pulled. Some time passed. After a new prankster was born, the expert told her all the pranks he had played in his village, and let's just say that Fleur and Naruto just laughed, and both started to create a plan for the two elders. But not so much because his friend was still a novice. They also talked about other things like the academy being separated into two groups, their director, their classes, among other things. Naruto also found out that Fleur had a younger sister. And so time passed, although Fleur told her that she had to go put on her uniform, since they were about to arrive. So she had no choice but to go. When she returned, Fleur found it a bit odd. It certainly wasn't her style, but at least it didn't look bad on her, except the color didn't suit her. She also saw him using his sword on his back, as well as the mask that was next to his face. Naruto, on the other hand, was not happy. The only thing he hated was this uniform, and it didn't make him happy that Fleur told him that at least he looked good. He was not happy. After putting on his uniform and trying not to tear it off, he continued talking to Fleur until the train stopped. They both stood up and got off, although Naruto looked even more uncomfortable after seeing so many girls and got even more so when he saw that the girls saw him. They heard some girls wondering why a boy was in an all-girls academy, others wondering about his sword and mask, and others laughing at him. But he didn't know if they were making fun of him, his uniform, or something else. At least he went with Fleur, who accompanied him and helped him be a little calmer until he had to separate from her, since despite being in second year, he was a new student and had to enter with the first years, so they could leave him in a house or something like that. In this way Fleur and Naruto separated, for now, with the former wishing the latter luck. While Naruto was walking with the first years, he was a little behind watching. They were on some kind of mountain where there was quite a bit of forest wherever you could see. He spent some time walking and talking a little with the first years, while they asked and he answered, where they generally were from, where that mask was, his mustache was real, to which he assured himself hands off, the sword and the main question, why did he come to a girls' school, to which he only replied that an old man sent him here and that he didn't have the slightest idea and things like that. They spent a while until they reached a rather elegant castle, where there was no path to the door until a green-colored path appeared that was floating, where both the girls and the only boy stepped and reached the main entrance, where a kind-faced older lady was waiting for him. Welcome all the girls and the special student. The latter being Naruto, where it was 100% confirmed that it wasn't a mistake and that he was going to send thank you packages to two shitty old men, and also where all the first years turned to him. It seems like it was a spectacle. To Bozaton's Academy of Magic. Chapter 4. Welcome, Houses, Memories. Right now the entry group is in front of a large door. You see, after being greeted by the older lady, named Odette, she told him that she was heading inside with her. They followed the lady for a while, passing by a large square with a large fountain where there is a statue of two people, a man and a woman, as if we were dancing. Seriously, it looks like it's for girls. Why did they send it here? But leaving this aside, the blonde, like his fellow travelers from the first, had to admit that it was relaxing to rest. That's for sure. Even the blonde admits it, and he couldn't lie. They spent some time walking and saw that the castle was elegant, with different ornaments and paintings that gave it that touch. They passed through some doors along with climbing a staircase until they reached a huge door. There they were told to wait until the doors opened. The group of new girls and Naruto just hoped to wait for a while, and to pass the time, the girls will start talking among themselves. Although Naruto tells her he regrets it, he felt uncomfortable talking to too many girls and tried to distance himself from the group to calm down, although this didn't work. In the end, he gave up on this and tried to talk to the girls as best as possible. Several minutes passed until they opened and the group of new students entered. They were amazed by what they saw. The room was very large and there were at least 4 dining rooms, 2 for each house, a large chandelier, and some types of lights that moved across the ceiling, making it seem a bit magical and ironic. Naruto really had to admit that the room was spectacular, and as he walked by he saw Fleur sitting at one of the tables. But he didn't do anything and continued, trying to be as inconspicuous as possible, which wasn't working due to all the whispers going on. Hey, seriously, there's a boy here. So it's true. Look what he's carrying. It looks like a big knife. You also see that mask, and I wonder if those marks on his face are real. Look, it's the boy from the train. And many other whispers, the most common being that there was a boy, his sword and mask, the one from the train, and many other things. I just tried to ignore it. They continued until they arrived in front of a small staircase, where there was a kind of cocoon. Next to this was the teacher's lady. A few seconds passed until the lady silenced everyone and began to speak. Welcome to Bozaton's Academy of Magic. Now when I say your name, each one will step forward before the cocoon of truth and will be chosen where you belong, the phoenix or the dragons, which will become like your family in your next years and where you will finally sit at your table. When everything is over, Madame Olympe Maxime will give her greetings and some things will be communicated to you. He finished saying, now to begin, let the first one come in. And he began to say the names. Naruto already knew something like that. Fleur told him how the process was and whichever houses were affected, where just in case she was in the Phoenix. I just hoped to stay in that house. Fleur was his only friend and most likely the only one who could save him from being so uncomfortable being surrounded by only girls. Seriously, he never felt like that fate must hate him or something. While I was thinking about this, the first girl named Anna came forward, and when she was told to touch the cocoon, she started to show some memories with some voices. Now if I'm dead, what do I do if they find out about my past, that I'm a ninja, the flea fox or whatever is in trouble? What do I do? What do I do? And if I escape while I can Naruto thought, if someone found out what he was or his past, which wasn't good at all. Now if the serious thing is difficult to accept, why do they hate me so much? As I thought of a way to escape, she saw the little girl standing there, and when I finished observing all her memories, the cocoon opened, revealing a small bird that soon disappeared. A small phoenix formed. When it was seen, it began to clap from the table in its corresponding house, and the little girl began to walk toward her new home and family. It was surprising, he wasn't going to deny it, but for Naruto right now it was recorded how to try to escape or at least prevent them from seeing his past. He didn't need them to see this. It was already too much to be in a girls' school. This would be too much. Each of the girls passed by and began to be left alone. Some of them had happy, sad, and funny memories, then they went home, clapping and repeating themselves. Naruto wasn't paying attention. We could have avoided him before his name came, windows, doors, even hiding. But no, there was no escape, and without realizing it, he was left alone. Naruto Uzumaki. This woke him up and he just cursed. His turn came. When I listened to him, he didn't have much to do and didn't care about the whispers he heard about him. Right now he's just looking for a way to escape. He saw that he had no choice, so he started walking slowly, praying that some gods would hear him and save him. But it seems the stupid gods had something better to do or were enjoying the spectacle that was their life. Because while I was thinking I had arrived in front of the damn asshole, I just watched him until he had no choice but to raise his hand and bring it closer little by little until… Listen, you don't get to decide which house I belong to. I don't want anyone to see my memories, and besides, I don't want this. I've been looking for a way out, but I can't find one. What's going on? Seriously? I don't want to do this. Expel me if you want, but I don't want to do this. He said this to the lady who was next to him, and was surprised when she spoke to him. We know about you and have been informed that you could escape, so measures have been taken to prevent you from escaping. Don't tell me, the old man with glasses told you about my special abilities, right? I asked as a confirmation. If you're referring to Albus Dumbledore, if he was the one who told us, as well as asked us to watch out for certain things, you know what I mean. When this is over, I should send a message to that stupid old man that I will take revenge when I see him and that he will suffer like my people. He replied with venom but with a funny tone. I don't want to do this, he finally said. You must do it, since it is the only way to… She couldn't finish because she was interrupted. You know I have a giant sword on my back, right? I asked, already hinting at what I wanted to do. For your information, the cocoon is resistant to several attacks like that. And his idea of destroying it went away. Well, but I'm not responsible for what you see, and you guys should answer any stupid questions about my past and my people. I don't want to answer all the questions since I was ordered to keep hidden where I came from for now, and when it's orders, well, you know it's not true, he said with a surrendered face. We know, he could only reply. So, moving his hand, he touched the bud and… It's time for the show to begin, he finally murmured. When I touched it, the bud opened and began to reveal some things about its past. Great, I had to start with this, I murmured. Naruto was seen alone and without friends, with the adults pushing them away from him, saying, Get out of here, demon! Get out of here! Die! Son, don't play with the devil! And so little by little they saw their memories. The others just remained silent. No one knew what to say, not even the teachers. They knew about their past, but for it to start with something like this was… Her memory changed to graduation day, and she saw Naruto alone on the swing, sad and just watching the other parents until he got fed up and left. I switched to where Mizuki went and revealed the secret to him. You know why everyone hates you. You know what happened the day you were born. Another man was seen screaming that he was hurt. It was Irika. Don't tell him, it's forbidden, Irika shouted. No one wants to tell you, not even your beloved teacher. No one wants to tell you that you… Just to the relief of Naruto and the teachers, he finished the ladder, some already regretting it. He knew it, and they were told that unless Naruto allowed them, no one would know this secret. Switched to the injured man saying things to the white-haired man and Naruto just hiding with a large scroll in his arms. Naruto is not the demon that everyone thinks. He already knows what fear and pain are. I know he is clumsy, desperate, lazy in his studies. His jokes are really annoying, but he only does this so that someone recognizes his existence. He already knows it, and that makes him different from a monster. He is not that demon. He is a great ninja of Konoha. He is… Finish such memory to move on to the next, where Naruto was seen confronting the white-haired man, standing in front of the man. Naruto, run away from here, said Irika. Don't worry, I'll take care of this trash. You, what can you do, damn? Mizuki shouted. Come check it out and I'll get you back multiplied by 1,000 hits, he said threateningly while putting his hands, specifically his fingers, in a sort of cross. Try it, damn demon. Very well, and I finished with a smile. Scene change. The white-haired man was seen on the ground in purple and Naruto just smiling nervously. Hey Naruto, why are you coming for a while? He said a little happily. Naruto, confused, just nodded and went up to him. Close your eyes. Naruto didn't know what was happening, but he closed them. After a while, open them again, he said, and Naruto only opened them, seeing that Irika no longer had his headband and now in his hands he had his goggles. Confused, he could only say this. Congratulations Naruto, you have graduated, she said happily. He just kept being confused. And to celebrate, what do you think if we go eat some ramen? What do you think, Naruto? Said Irika, looking at Naruto. Naruto just cried with joy, and after a few seconds he launched himself towards his teacher. The others didn't know, they didn't know what to say. A child already, and so much pain he felt. The teachers who knew about him, knew where he came from, but this was, well, they had no words. The girls just watched him. His life was… After a while the scenes changed. He met Konohamaru, their fight. He was only grateful as Ebisu's defeat was broadcast. He didn't want to have problems for his perverted jutsu. That would keep it very, very hidden. Then it changed to the team introduction scene. You could see Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke and Kakashi where the older man just gave a very, very weak introduction, as if he was about to fall asleep. Introduce yourselves, said Kakashi. Your little girl is starting, he said, indicating Sakura. My name is Sakura Haruno, and what I like, hello the boy I like, she said, looking slightly at the black-haired boy. My dream for the future is… And he just kept going like that until Akashi got fed up and asked him, and your displeasure, Naruto, he replied, only making Naruto say, Sakura-chan, a little depressed but at the same time funny. Everyone laughed at this scene except one, who for some reason had gotten angry with pink hair. The next one to speak was Sasuke. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I don't have anything that I like or dislike. I don't have a dream because I know that it will come true. I will kill someone in specific and I will rebuild my clan. He finished, making everyone a little scared. The teachers understood a little about the blonde's world, but they never thought that he would be so violent to the point that a child would talk about killing, and even more so nobody seemed surprised, since it was seen that Naruto only saw him strangely and Sakura only looked at him with admiration. The adult only saw him. The girls didn't say anything, because they grew up without this kind of violence, and seeing that this really happened just made them a little scared. While Naruto, the idiot I forgot who does he want to kill He spoke only as he looked and spoke as if it were a picnic. The others who heard him wondered where he came from for him to accept it so easily. After all that happened, the blonde continued. Now introduce yourself, Kakashi said with a bored look. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I like ramen and taking care of plants. What I dislike the most is waiting 3 minutes for my ramen to cook, and my dream for the future is to become the Hokage. So everyone will no longer look at me like a pest and will recognize me as someone important, really. And he finished. Yes, it was my dream, she said almost in a whisper, but the teacher didn't say anything. She knew why she said it, but she remained silent. The others just kept quiet. No one could give an opinion since they didn't know him. There was another change, and unfortunately they showed how Kakashi beat him up, and they saw how stupid he was. Now he wanted to break this stupid asshole. He could hear some laughter. It got to the point that everyone was in front of 3 poles and Naruto tied to one of them, explaining the reason for the test and each one's failure, saying that they were trying not to laugh was too much. For Naruto it was just embarrassment. They also saw that the test was just teamwork. Many were surprised by this. And then came the part where they gave him food and Kakashi's surprise. So that's why they gave him food, right? Because they're a team, that's their excuse, he said half angry, until he said with a happy face, from what could be seen, the following. They are approved. Everyone, except Naruto, since they were his memories, were confused. A quick change. First they say that if they give them food they fail, but now he says that they approve. That it didn't make sense. It seems that the 3 of his memories had the same face. I said they're approved, he repeated, only to be interrupted by Sakura to express her team's doubt. Wait, sensei, you said that if we fed Naruto we would fail, so why? Said Sakura, to be interrupted by Kakashi again. You see, the test was teamwork. You guys lost when you didn't work together, so I gave you another test. You know, you're the first team I pass. Many teams had the same test and each and every one of them fell into my traps. Each one was worried about themselves, he said while going into some kind of strange letters. It seemed Japanese. Many names here were my friends, all of them were heroes, he said, to be interrupted by the Naruto of the memory who was still tied up. What heroes? Then untie me from here. I'll write my name there, so everyone remembers me. I won't be a forgotten dog. Hey Kakashi-sensei, I want to meet you, said an excited Naruto, asking a question at the end. I don't think so, this is for the MAs, he said, a little embarrassed. MA, what's that? He asked, confused, only for his teammate to answer. MA, they are killed in action. Naruto, this is a memorial stone, right sensei? Sakura said sadly. And everyone had a 360 degrees change of mood, so it was a stone to remember those who died in combat. They thought a lot. They just kept watching because it wasn't over yet. The blonde's spirits fell from the memory. Yes, Sakura, this is a memorial stone. Here are many of my friends' names. Each one fell in combat, and I come back every time to remember what I did, and for the one I failed, this was erected to remember them in this world so cruel. We only receive orders, but some of them taught me one thing: people who break the rules are treated like trash. He said to stop, They were strong words, and each one of those who were listening went, and before they continued thinking about those words, the man continued. But those people who abandon their classmates are worse than trash in this world. Those who break the rules to save their classmates can be seen as trash, even by the classmates they saved and their own family, like my father, but others will see that it was right and that saving lives will give them a new opportunity. This world is cruel and deceitful, and for this, teams are formed so that they can help each other. She finished saying, and the others thought about her words. The world was like that. Many students wondered they hadn't seen that world. Classmates who abandon their classmates are worse than breaking it, but some don't see it that way and hate them. They were cruel, many thought. The teachers saw him but said nothing. The boy had already seen a lot of the world, for his age, the real world, but this man's words were so serious and at the same time so inspiring, and all they saw was the blonde man who looked at his memories with a small smile. After a few moments, the scene changed to different simple missions, taking care of babies, dogs, cutting grass, and many laughed again. Seriously, Naruto already wanted to break this stupid asshole. Until the mission of Old Tazuna arrived, and from there the spirit went to the trash. They saw fights, assassins, bandits, and even saw Zabuza, and in that time the Haku that they did not know. Many realized the objects they carried and saw that those same objects had them. They could not believe it had the objects of assassins. Rio could not say anything. Not even their teachers, only the director understood why and who they were, and why her new student carried them. As the blonde recalled that battle, it was a nightmare. They continued watching, training, the weeks of care until the moment where he met Haku. "Hey, wake up, they heard. "Yh, what's going on?" He replied, half asleep. "Hello, young man, what happened to you?" she asked, and Naruto saw her, although the current Naruto just laughed because he knew what the others were thinking and they wanted to see their faces if they showed that he was a very handsome man. Hello, thanks for waking me up, I just fell asleep while training," replied the blonde from the memory. "Training?" asked the girl, who still didn't know she was a boy. "Yes, you see, I'm a ninja and I must become stronger." "Strong, and for what?" he said, and only confused the blonde. "Because I really don't know, I just want to get stronger," he answered a little louder. "So you don't have a motive? You have a reason?" Yes, I have a reason. I see him. You know," she said as she stepped back and looked at him. "If you really want to be strong, then find someone special to protect you. Have someone like that?" she asked him at the end, and saw the blonde thinking until he nodded happily. "Then I think you'll become very strong when someone has something to protect. Only then does the person become truly strong. You'll become very strong, he said as he turned his back on her and walked away. "Then I will protect them and become stronger to fulfill my dream. I hope to see you again." The memory ended, while the blonde became disappointed. Seriously, when he wanted to show something fun, this damn thing doesn't show it. The other teachers thought about these words, but they were lessons that were not learned in a school or anything but here and now. The child learned them in a way they could only say that it was a life experience, and a hard one because of the moment in which he learned without knowing what would happen next. And so the week continues until the fighting resumed, until the battle on the bridge, where he was thankful that the battle against Haku was not seen until he broke his mask and everyone was surprised to see who he was. "Haku, is it you?" asked Naruto's memory, surprised. "If it surprises you," he replied, because, lowering his combo. "Are you surprised? We are ninjas, we deceive others, we kill others, that's how we live, Naruto," he said in a relaxed manner. "Then why didn't you kill me when we met in the forest? Why, if it weren't for that, Sasuke would be now. Because you reminded me of myself, someone who had no reason to live, but now that doesn't matter. Now that you defeated me, I no longer have any use as Zabuza's tool. I am no longer useful." Zabuza, why do you work for a trash like him? You are different, then why?" he demanded in answer, only to be interrupted. "Because he gave me a reason to live, where no one else did. I finally had a reason, and thanks to him I keep going. It's because of this that I serve him, but now I'm no longer useful to him since you defeated me. Now kill me. Don't you want to avenge your fallen friend?" he said, and seeing Naruto raising his hand, but he lowered it immediately. "I can't. Even if I want to kill you, I can't. I like you a lot, it's just that. Poor boy, excuse me, but if this is where my life must end, I would be more than happy to die for you. Such is the way of the world. I liked you too, but this is our world. The only thing I regret is that you are the one who had to kill me and not be more useful to Zabuza. Now end my life, please," said Haku. "You know it didn't have to end like this, right?" said the blonde as he approached. "Yes, I know," closing his eyes. "Then I'll avenge my friend. I'm sorry," said the blonde and started running. Everyone, including the teachers, saw how willing the blonde was to kill him, even if it was only to avenge his classmate, and as a favor from him or her. It was simply terrifying what the boy could do. That was how that world was, and they finally realized. Fleur could only watch all the scenes, not knowing what to think. Her new friend had a very difficult life, one that most didn't live, and now she saw that he was about to kill. She didn't know what to say or what to think. She just kept quiet in the face of the scene, which most likely would see a murder of Naruto, but she was surprised by what happened next. It was seen that when he was about to deliver the final blow, the person who was going to be killed stopped him and grabbed him to begin talking. "I can't die yet, I'm sorry, but I'm still useful, I'm leaving," and disappeared. "Hey, where are you going? What's going on?" asked the blonde, confused, and finished the memory until it changed to another point where one of the most painful scenes to see was observed, the death of Haku having been pierced by Kakashi's hand. The others just closed their eyes, and for obvious reasons it was a brutal scene. While the teachers regretted not having listened to the blonde, he was showing very strong scenes, even for them, but this was it now. There was no other option but to reveal the secret. A lot had already been seen. Even the powers of these ninjas were very different from what everyone had seen before. But now they could only observe the memories and saw the following. The fight had ended between these groups, only to see that another group arrived to get rid of the groups that were already tired, and the two groups decided to make a temporary alliance to try to get rid of the new problem. After a few words, the blonde saw something that bothered him. They kicked the already dead Haku in the face and laughed. The others just watched with sadness. That was the life he had before arriving here. That was despicable even for a murderer. But they were even more surprised by Naruto's reaction when he saw that Haku's partner did nothing and just stayed still. "Ichigo, you're not going to do anything. They kicked your partner," the blonde shouted. "And since he's already served his purpose, now that he's dead, he's no longer useful. He's just a dead man," Zabuza said indifferently, which only annoyed the blonde even more. "What are you saying?" he shouted even louder, but just continued. "Then you're nothing but trash," he said, and Zabuza looked at him angrily while Kakashi told him to stop, but failing. "You feel nothing. Haku served you. He lived for you, and you say nothing. Nothing at all." I yell at him with a little anger and sadness. "Kid, you don't understand anything about the shinobi way. He's just dead weight now. The only thing he could regret would be his loss of skills. But the boy himself is nothing. I only used him as a cat. He used me, and now that I'm of no use to him, he's getting rid of me. It's that simple," he told him indifferently. "Then you are disgusting," he said with more venom than anything he had ever said to her. "You are a despicable being. You don't feel anything then." At this moment they saw Naruto crying while he spoke. "If I get stronger, I'll have to become someone like you. I'll have to be as cold and despicable as you. Haku lived and served you without caring because he had his own dream and followed yours. He didn't like killing, but everything he did was for you, and now you just throw him away like a broken weapon. That's wrong, very wrong," she finished saying while crying. Everyone else just watched him, with some already crying. What he said, what Zabuza did, was very sad and despicable, and Naruto just watched him as someone different from them. From what they had seen, where he came from was a really violent place, and seeing how he even defended his enemy, he saw that he respected and appreciated him, only it was difficult to appreciate. The teachers could do nothing anymore. The memories, what was said where they had no words. But after a few moments they saw something that no one expected. The cold guy started doing something that no one expected. They saw him cry. He really cried, and they saw again that he started talking again while he was crying. "You boy, you talk too much. You've defeated me. Your words have cut me deeply. They hurt me more than any wound or any other knife that could have hurt me. Those words," he said, surprising everyone, even the teachers. He said such words. Someone like him said it just because of a few words from the boy, and they only surprised even more because of what followed. "Haku was always very kind and very soft. Every time I hurt them it hurt, and now because of him I feel that pain too," he said as he ripped off the bandages on his face, revealing shark teeth, and turned to look at the surprised blonde, only to continue. "Kid, the mice ate your tongue. Are you so surprised that I'm human? It's impossible to become a tool while you have feelings. At least I failed. And something else, I'm glad that his last battle was with you," he said as he stopped crying. "And, kid, give me your kunai if I'm going to die. At least I'll take those bastards to hell with me," he said with determination. "Here, do what you want," said Naruto as he threw the kunai at him and saw him grab it with his mouth, Moments later he saw him run off to confront the group without any of his arms working, and that memory ended. His confrontation was not seen, it only skipped to the moment when he returned with several weapons embedded in his back, but with a satisfied face, and it was heard. "Look at him, Naruto! Don't close your eyes, you must see him and not dishonor his death," Kakashi told him and looked at him again. Moments later some civilians appeared and scared away the other group along with the boy who was in front. He was much younger than all of them. He was no more than 9 years old when they scared him away. The civilians celebrated and saw Sasuke alive. But all that was not important, since they saw Kakashi bringing Zabuza's body still alive and putting it next to Haku's body. All the civilians had fallen silent and began to listen to his last moments. "Haku, forgive me for everything. I know I can't go where you are, but at least I'll spend my last days with you, thank you," she said as she died next to the young man. "You know, Zabuza, I think you might be able to get to where Haku is, and who knows, life is so strange, maybe I'll be able to find," said Kakashi. Moments later, as they were crying the sky, snowflakes fell from the sky on the spot. "Snow," some murmurs were heard as Naruto cried and spoke. "Haku, he told me that where he came from it was always snowing," Naruto said as he wiped away his tears. "Of course this boy's soul was as pure as snow. Who knows, Zabuza, maybe he's waiting for you," said Kakashi in the memory. Many of the people were crying. They didn't expect such an ending. The teachers couldn't say anything. The memory. The death of 2 assassins was something they didn't expect. The young people had a bad case of the flu. Not even the dark wizards they had met would have done something like this. Maybe they should think about everything they'd been through before judging them. They could only reflect. Headmistress Maxime just kept quiet. She was told about the boy and where he came from, but this was too much. She didn't know what to say. Now she understands why when Albus told her about 2 murderers who had influenced the young man in a good way and that the objects he owned, he cared for and respected them. At first she refused to believe this, and she was very right. How 2 murderers taught her something good. For her they were heartless people, as simple as that. But now she didn't know what to say, and it only scared her when she remembered the last thing Dumbledore told her. The spirits of his parents, and now known Zabuza and Haku, are watching over him. Even these 2 were the ones who asked her to take his objects from the grave. If this was true, then everyone in some way protects him in their own way. But how? Now the scene changes to a sunset, and 2 crosses were seen, and in each of them you could see an object or something. In one the remains of the mask, in the other the sword, and Naruto's team standing in front of them talking and reflecting until, "Well, I've decided," said the Naruto of the memory. "What have you decided?" Kakashi asked, confused and looking at him. "They walked a path and became strong, right? Then I will take my own path. No one will say anything to me. I will just follow my own path. A path without regrets, without leaving anyone behind, or breaking my promises. That will be my shinobi way, and I swear it in front of these graves," he said, smiling. "Aha, I see. Then go your way and wait for them to see you," Kakashi answered happily, finishing the memory. Everything was silent. No one knew what to say. Then they changed scenes, and Naruto was seen in the village playing with a happy child, doing easy and boring missions, which at least made some people laugh, even him. A training. The day he was told about his mother and a magician, he raised his hand from the cocoon and spoke. "Hey," he looked at the teachers. "I'm sure you know about my situation here," I asked them. The others listened to him, trying to understand what his situation was. Perhaps he was going to reveal important things about things that only the teachers knew. They saw a little bit of his life, but he was hiding something bigger. "Because you say so?" asked Professor Odette. "Because this thing is showing very important events, things that really left their mark on me," he asked, and only received a nod. "So what follows is surely about my secret," he said, surprising the teachers. "Continue." A voice rose. It was Principal Maxime. "But the old man, even though I want to get revenge later, told me not to reveal it," he told the director. "Relax, it has been allowed to be revealed in this academy about your situation. Also, it will be a good time to see some things, and about keeping the secret, the Ministry of Magic and your leader agree that the secret will be revealed in a few months, only that when it is revealed in both places it will be confirmed by them. Now it is not important if even rumors circulate, sooner or later it will be revealed," finished saying the director. Are you sure?" I asked, a little unsure. "Don't worry, I was also told directly by the ministry to tell them after the house selections," he concluded. "So go ahead," he said, putting his hand back on the stupid bud. The students were now confused about what happened to the Ministry of Magic. the blonde man, and his leader, and what secret would be revealed. Perhaps it would be about his life or something else. Before they could think about anything, their memories were seen again, from their arrival at the office to the revelation of the magician, as well as the secret of the blonde. Everything happens the same way as I wrote it, only some parts were skipped, like the scream and other things. Each and every one of them did not believe what they heard. Perhaps there are ninjas who are even more powerful than wizards and yet are considered muggles. He was one of them, and also the second to appear with magic and his own natal energy in the entire history of his world, and the magical one. They also heard that he would be a connection between their lands and their world, and what surprised them the most was his mother. Kushina Uzumaki had the same situation as her son, and also the man who helped her was none other than someone important in his continent, and he was Naruto's father. And another thing, their names are so famous in their world that just the mention that they had a son was literally telling their world that they want a war. They were so important, and nobody knew it. Fleur, on the other hand, didn't know what to say. Her friend was raised in such a cruel world, and he kept smiling. And besides, no one told him anything about his parents. Everything continued to be seen, even the presentation and show that Naruto did before the council, or as he called them, bags of bones. Even the famous Albus Dumbledore was able to speak properly there. Everyone laughed, including Naruto. I really wanted a photo of the reaction of those old men. While the teachers laughed, they also realized that he was a joker and that he didn't respect the authorities. He was going to cause a real problem. Well, they didn't blame him with all the secrets, and since he had been treated, it was normal if he didn't respect the authorities. They could only pray that nothing would happen. They continued watching, even the farewell to the village and the words he said. He no longer trusted anyone from his home. Only some that made them sad. He could no longer return to his village without distrusting someone that was sad and only made them even sadder, and only got sadder when they saw Zabaz's graves again, and Haku was crying in front of them until he stopped and said something strange and then moved and took out the objects that now they knew where he got them from. Ended with his disappearance from his continent. After all that experience, now they all waited for the jerk's decision. They were all waiting, and each of the girls wanted him for their house. Maybe they were a little scared of him for being a trained killer, but they saw that he never killed and he was very different, besides being very kind and happy. So they all waited for the decision with different thoughts. They waited a few moments until the cocoon shone and opened, revealing a phoenix. After waiting a long time, the answer was finally obtained, and those from the house of the phoenix applauded loudly and happily. They had obtained the only boy who could enter, and he was also the son of Kushina Uzumaki, while the others were sad for losing the only boy. Naruto, on the other hand, wasn't very happy about this. Even now he cared very little about it, and was ignoring everything. All he saw was then, instead of going to his table, he started to head in another direction, towards the door that was next to the door. But before he could continue, a voice stopped him. "Where you think you're going? That's not your table, young man," the director said, getting his attention, already knowing why he was leaving, but she had to stop him and make him stay. She couldn't allow him to isolate himself, not after what she had heard and what she had seen. "I'm leaving here to be alone. What I saw were very painful memories. I don't care if no one told me what school or academy they would send me to, that they sent me to an academy full of girls. I don't care about the uniform either. That they told me that I had to AIG study while it was hard to say so that I could be in the corresponding grade before a few weeks. I don't mind either, and I could even say that I love magic. But look at my memories. I won't accept that. Remembering everything is quite difficult, you know," he told the director, who remained silent. "I know you didn't have bad intentions, but those things from my past are things that, well, it's still difficult, and now, after what happened during the last month, I would like to be alone and think calmly. Don't worry about food, I'm not hungry, and even if I did, I have my own food that will last a while, and I can even cook it myself, and in case I can't prepare it myself, I can go to the forest and look for food. It's not that difficult. Well, if that's all, I'm going," he said before heading to the door and leaving the dining room. Everyone else had heard it, and had even more questions about him. But now it didn't seem like a good time for him to answer them. The memories were hard for him, and he wanted to be alone. The director saw what was happening, and many had different emotions. Plus, she wasn't going to be able to stop all this for long, so it was better to get him out of his doubts. "Well, let's get started," she muttered to herself, before standing up and starting to address her students. "Welcome everyone to Bose Vuitton's Academy of Magic. Another year has begun and we have new students and a new student. I know that many of you want to ask why a boy is in this academy, as well as his memories, and I'm going to explain them to you, but first I must say a few things," he said, and continued with this great news, which would change both worlds. Right now we see a blonde man on the roof of the academy looking at the stars. He always did that when he was remembering or when he felt lonely. For some reason it calmed him down. After leaving, he came here to think about his situation. He was in a totally unknown place and a very uncomfortable place, not that he cared, but after they saw his memories, it made his fears reappear, being rejected now only because of his memories and also that the director was going to tell them that scared him. He didn't know how much time had passed, but right now he didn't care. So little that he didn't care to see a woman who had reached the roof and was looking at him. It was the director. He didn't know her name, but he didn't care now. He had heard her name, but he forgot. But that would be fixed later. Now he wanted to be calm. Madame Maxime, after telling them everything, told them that the boy was not dangerous nor his people. They were just different, and that now the boy was in a totally different place. Alone, completely alone, and could not trust anyone, much more alone than before, and asked everyone present to please get to know the boy before considering him a threat. He had enough with everything. They also told about Kushina and the mysterious man. To say that they were unable to say anything was to tell a lie. But they understood, and now they could only wait for the best. After finishing dinner, she decided to look for the boy herself to talk to him, and went to find him on the roof of the academy looking at the stars. Who would have thought that such a boisterous person, as she had heard, could be so quiet and ironic? She knew the boy had noticed her, but she ignored him and stood there for a while looking at him. After seeing that he wasn't going to talk for a while, she sat down, and also began to look at the stars. She hadn't done this for a long time, and so they both stood looking at the stars. They stood there in silence for a while until the blonde man began to speak. "You know, I only agreed to come here because no one knew about my past." He began, only to be interrupted. "I know, and you should be calm. I explained your situation so," she said, only to be interrupted in the same way by the blonde. "I know, but I can't rely on just that. This world is very peaceful and that scares me," he said, and the director just listened. "This place, its people are so different that it scares me. I lived in a place that is not peaceful, and even more so with you know it right," he said, only to hear a silence of confirmation. "Well, that scares me. I've never lived like that, such an unknown place." And he fell silent for a while both he and the director remained in a comfortable silence. After a while the blonde spoke again. "I made a promise, a new one, and I saw it as true, along with the whole school, to look for a reason to move forward and find something to protect, but I don't know if I'll ever find it, and that scares me," he concluded. They had both entered into a silent atmosphere, thinking, but this time it was the director who broke the moment of silence. "I see, but you shouldn't be afraid. You've seen that the world is big. You shouldn't rush. Take your time and reflect. Give this place a chance. You'll see that in the world there are different ways of living, different creatures. Maybe seeing how they live you'll be able to find what you're looking for," she said, looking at him while he looked at the sky. "Besides, you're right to feel this way. Quite an extreme change of form, and even more so in your current situation. An academy full of girls, but others would give everything in your situation, considering that beautiful young women are here," she said while smiling, and saw him laugh a little. "I see that you are not ignorant of your situation either, but you are different, not because of your life or the demon you contain. The reason I accepted you in my academy is because you are still able to smile and not hurt others. You are even willing to protect what matters to you. I heard about your wand. You are a contradiction, something strange, not in a bad way, but strange. You most likely have a lot of distrust, and that is your darkness. But at the same time you want to protect, and you are afraid to distrust. You are a contradiction, and that is why I accepted you. Many of my students, when they leave here, well, they only know the good side and behave very arrogant when they graduate. That is why I chose you. I know that you will not do harm or anything improper with my students. Your life proves it, and you are capable of teaching them something while you are here. You can literally be one of the best lights that can illuminate and guide others, but at the same time you are a darkness that can fall into despair," he said, and stopped to look at him, but continuous. "I don't know what you can teach them, good things, bad things, I don't know. I just hope that my students change and also give you a peaceful life. I also hope that this academy gives you what you're looking for," he concluded. Naruto thought about it. He was right. He could think calmly and look for his answer here that calmed him down, but he still had a question. Hey, what did the others think? I asked the director, a little worried about what my new colleagues would think. I don't really know, but they looked a little scared, but I told them everything I knew and I also told them to get to know you before they judged, and it seems that's what they're going to do. She replied, a little unsure. I see, I hope everything goes well. He said, a little worried. You shouldn't worry from what I saw. Besides your life, many were excited to meet you. It's not every day they have a male partner. Besides being Kushina's son and being a trained ninja, many think, from what I heard, that you are interesting. I don't know in what way, but interesting, so give it a chance, said the director while smiling. I see, interesting. I don't know what's interesting about me, but it seems that at least they don't fear me something. He said, a little happier. Don't you understand what I'm trying to tell you? I asked, a little surprised. What a thing, the interesting thing. Well, aren't you trying to say that I'm interesting because of my town and all that stuff? He said, a little confused. Yeah, that's it. Ha ha, she said, a little surprised. Doesn't he understand that it's more in the way they see him as a romantic interest? What a kid. Maybe his life led him to this point. At least I don't have to worry if he tries something with a girl, for now, but it will be a problem if he doesn't understand what happens with girls in the future. She thought, a little relieved. At least he wasn't a man who would take advantage of a girl. But that could be a problem for the future. Well, it will be for a long time later. Now is not the time to worry. So forgetting all this, Naruto said a little more cheerfully, taking the director out of her thoughts. Where's my room? I don't think I'm going to stay with a girl, right? He said with a little doubt. Of course not, said the principal, who was already more relieved with the boy's behavior. Oh, that's good. I couldn't stand being with another girl anymore. No offense, but this isn't my town, and for some reason I feel like I shouldn't be around the girls here much at home. When I went on missions I had to sleep next to my teammate when camping sometimes. But here, doing that, I feel like it's going to be dangerous for my body and mind, you know. Naruto said, relieved. He could stand being sent to a place full of girls, but being in the same room, he preferred to sleep in the dining room. Oh, I see, he said with a drop of sweat. It seems that he had experience with being in the same place sleeping with a girl. But it was for his job, and he understood in some way that being with a girl from here could be dangerous, and not in the way that they would beat him up like a pervert. Well, that can happen sometimes, but it was in another way. But he didn't understand. What instincts? Well, about your room, it's unique and it's next to the tower where the rooms of your house are. I'll accompany you. Also, tomorrow you start your classes. But don't worry. Tomorrow I'll tell you a teacher who will guide you and tell you how some things are. After that you should ask a classmate to teach you the rest, you understand? The director told her a little more happily. Yes, I understood almost everything. But I'll manage. Then we go. Tomorrow I have to start my AGAD classes. I seriously didn't think about going back to this type of torture. I just hope not to turn my books and notebooks into firewood or make them my aim to practice my throws. He said with a little shiver. Really, what happened to him? Please avoid all that. I've heard a lot from you, and we don't need any teachers to leave this year, she said, a little more seriously. I don't promise anything, he said happily. I just hope nothing bad happens. She said, a little worried. She had been told about Naruto's reputation and that studying and him were not compatible at all. Calm down, principal. I promise not to freak out or make any of the teachers leave. I promise, that is, if you don't bore me, he said, making a promise with a hesitation at the end. Well then, I hope they don't bore you, the director finished saying as they got off the roof and guided him to his room. She just hoped he wasn't bored. But Dumbledore told me about your prank skills, so we'll be checking every package delivered to you first, said the headmistress. So the old man said it. Well, sooner or later I'll find it. Or did I forget to ask if the old man told you about everything? And apparently he's the one who tells you these things. Since you still haven't asked me, then he must have told you about the Christmas visit, right? He said while indicating the sword and the mask. If you have permission to visit Hogwarts during Christmas, and about your sword and mask, it seems that you are not going to let it go. So due to your situation and because of where you come from, you will be allowed to attend classes with those objects. But please do not use it to cause harm, otherwise it will be taken away from you until the end of the year, she said seriously, indicating the ladder. I understand, don't worry, I won't use it beyond training if you allow me, he said and asked. You're allowed to train, But nothing more, and about your jokes, you understand that this is a girls' academy, right? She said a little more seriously. Yes, about that, aha. Since they are girls, I can't make jokes, don't worry. But it doesn't mean that the old man is safe and his students, understood? He said a little more seriously. If not here, the responsibility will be theirs for allowing you to leave knowing about your reputation. I just hope you don't embarrass our academy, understood? She said more seriously. Of course, she said happily, and the principal changed her frown to a calmer one. She really didn't want to get in his way, and if he didn't make any jokes here, then more than happy for her. Less problems, just problems for another school, and she wouldn't be responsible for all that. So everything would be fine. Naruto, on the other hand, was a little disappointed by the jokes. But if his friend wasn't afraid of tomorrow, then he would have a way to get supplies for his jokes. He just hoped she wasn't afraid of him. Well, he would find out tomorrow. Now all that was left was to go to sleep and nothing else to start his classes. That was difficult. Now we see a girl with silky hair thinking about her friend. She didn't know she had a life like that. She was so happy when she talked to him. I went through all that and he's still innocent and kind. He's my first friend, and come on, Fleur, you shouldn't be afraid of him. He's a kind person, and tomorrow you'll have the chance to ask him and get to know him better. So better stop thinking about those things and go to sleep. But Fleur thought. She didn't know what to think. He was a ninja, a trained assassin. But he was someone who was so kind and funny. She was confused, and so she continued for a while longer, deciding that the best thing for her was to get to know him. She didn't want to lose her first friend, so with that thought she went to sleep, to start classes, without expecting that her friend had similar thoughts. Tomorrow I hope it's the same and better. Tomorrow I hope it's the same and better. They both thought, as one walked to his room and the other went to sleep. Chapter 5, First Day, Friends and Letters. Today classes started and many girls were waiting for the only boy who was coming to this academy. Last night during the welcome dinner, Madame Maxime announced about the boy, and many girls were amazed by what was said. They were told that the boy had been admitted for special reasons that were not going to be announced because they were very personal, and that the boy himself had not even been told about them. This seemed strange to them, but they did not want to investigate. If the director said it was personal, it would not be revealed. Now what followed was something they never expected: the announcement of new lands, a new continent, and that Kushina Uzumaki and the boy Naruto Uzumaki are from such continent. But what followed was even more incredible. It was announced to them that this continent is a Muggle continent, full of them, but unlike the known Muggles, these Muggles from the new continent have different powers than wizards. An energy that for wizards was totally different, and that in this continent is used for wars. In short, it is a continent full of warriors called ninjas. They were also told that these ninjas are very different from the ninjas of Japan. They have a similar culture for those who knew something about this country that was assured, but the different thing was that they are extremely dangerous and powerful, to the point that they are capable of bringing down nations if asked. They are undoubtedly more powerful than wizards, almost or even on par with Albus Dumbledore, and these are only the most experienced of his people. The leader was undoubtedly the most powerful of all, capable of fighting with entire armies of wizards, and the most they can do to this leader is slow him down or tire him out. This only scared them. A continent of warriors who are more powerful than the wizards and who could destroy nations if asked, but they were also calmed down by telling them that these warriors were not interested in this world and that they were only minding their own business, since if they had been interested they would undoubtedly have come already. What's more, according to the leaders of these continents, they said that they don't care about anything that happens that offended them, and calmed everyone down. But then the feeling of offense went away because of two people, those who came from these continents. They were told a little about where they came from, and they also knew that both were ninjas, but that they were rare because they were the first from this continent to have magic and its strange energy. This made all the countries of this continent and the ministry decide something: they would be the bridges of both worlds. But the reason why nothing has been revealed is because of the death of Kushina Uzumaki and the insecurity that another with magical powers would appear. Because of this, she never rebelled until today with the appearance of her son, the second person of these ninjas who has magic. It was revealed that one of the reasons they both came was because of their curiosity about the outside world, and even the person who was helping Kushina Uzumaki in the past was her husband, who was also very curious about the outside world. The couple were ninjas who were curious about the outside world, and it seems that curiosity was passed on to their son. Now it was also reported that the child knew nothing about his own family due to a protective measure that was imposed on him when he was born so that he would not be attacked by his parents' enemies. So he is ignorant of the outside world and especially his parents. He was also an orphan, and in his continent, due to his work as a ninja, he is considered an adult, so everything he does could be said to represent himself. This only made them sad. They didn't know anything about keeping him protected, and besides, he was considered an adult at their age. They didn't know what to think. Being an orphan didn't help them one bit. Then they were told that the boy does not understand certain common things due to his life that he did not want to explain, but that the boy must be helped when necessary. He is very boisterous and a joker, so he was politely asked not to encourage this part of him, especially as a favor from a certain teacher that Naruto wants to take revenge on. This seemed strange to many, but they listened. Finally, they were informed that the information should not leave the academy for now. This is because the military leaders of the new continent, especially the military leader where he comes from, who has the title of Hokage, and the different ministries of magic in the world want to coordinate so that this information is revealed, but due to certain problems of the boy in addition to his memories that revealed who he was, it was decided that it would be revealed to the academy. This did not bother any of the parties much because as it was going to be revealed in the future, it would be a matter of time before it was discovered, and that if the information escapes from the academy it would not affect the announcement so much in the future, since if this happens the information would only be confirmed when the official announcement is made. They were only asked to remain silent, since this information would be revealed approximately in a year or so, but if they could not keep this information a secret they were asked to at least not say so much. This is more to avoid the panic that could cause in the magical world by the new continent full of Muggle warriors who have different powers superior to those of wizards, and that in some way could cause an international incident with the child if they harm him, because although the child may or may not become a bridge in the future, his leader still protects him, and if something happens to him they would hold the Ministry of Magic of the entire world responsible, especially the Ministry of Magic of London and France. The first for being responsible for communication and the second for care, and what the ministries of the whole world want to have the least are these warriors specialized in war against them. They all understood what they meant. If something happened to them then they wouldn't stop to think or negotiate, they would just go to war. Finally, he was told that the boy doesn't have much experience with women or girls, and that he hasn't had many friends where he comes from, so his interaction may be different, but that they shouldn't be afraid of what he does. It was just strange, and that was his way of interacting. This undoubtedly filled the girls with curiosity. He had no friends or anything else, but they were told to just interact with him normally, and that his habits might be strange or that the way he treated girls was different, as he was so different from everyone else. All this happened last night, and now many girls are waiting to see what the boy who arrived at the academy is like. Especially a Hafila girl who was heading to her first class with her classmates, who were talking about the boy she met on the train. For Naruto, he expected this day to be the hardest of all since he was nervous for the first time. Naruto Uzumaki felt like a real coward. Just as the principal said, a teacher was waiting for him outside, and it turned out to be Professor Odette, who was waiting to guide him. But the moment he came out, he was asked to put on his uniform correctly, to which he only complained minutes after discussing. They reached an agreement. Naruto only wore certain clothes and nothing else to make him lighter. At least they gave him that opportunity. Now they were both walking towards their new classroom in silence until, "Hey, do you know why they sent me here? I don't mind that it's an all-girls school, but you have to understand," he said exasperatedly, scratching his head, to which she sighed. She understood. "Well, the reason isn't clear, but it has a lot to do with where you come from. Beyond that I have no idea." He told her without saying that one of the reasons is because of the beast inside him. I would try to escape, and then I would look for a way to the old shit. When I go I will." I murmured to be interrupted. "At the academy, please refrain from using rude language. This place teaches elegance and manners. I know you come from a place that has none of that, but please refrain from using it." He asked her for a favor. Anything else I should know? Seriously, this is going to be shit," he said, to be scolded again. "Young man, I'm sorry, but you'll have to learn to be more of a gentleman at this academy, especially for the girls. Speaking of girls, like the ones in your house here, you'll find them a little elegant and haughty, or things like that," he said, asking at the same time. The girls in my house are beasts. I know an exhibitionist woman who uses enough to be dressed. She likes snakes and is literally the incarnation of a sadist. Another one is a girl who, how do I say it, preoccupied with her beauty, in which every time she sees me she hits me or makes fun of me and we end up fighting. Another one is a weird girl who gets shy in front of me or ends up fainting. She's a weird girl. And another one is my teammate who I was or wasn't in love with. Now I doubt it. I don't know, and well, she always hit me for being in love with another boy. I know more girls, but almost all of them are weird or violent. He answered with all sincerity. I see, he said with a little sweat. He only knew girls who were literally violent or vulgar, but what he did next made me totally doubt that this guy was going to be a gentleman with the girls here. But please don't tell them if you know them, or else they'll kill me first. They'll slaughter me, then they'll revive me, and then, he said while kneeling down in supplication, they're really scary if they get together. I won't say anything, calm down, he said, not knowing what to do. He definitely had no idea what to do. The boy had a trauma with girls. Now he doubted if it was a good idea to bring him. Thank you, she's a good person, she cried as she wiped away her pleading tears. I never wanted to see one of those crazy women here again. Professor Odette now doubted whether it was a good idea to bring him to this academy. As they walked, they saw many girls looking at the boy who was next to Professor Odette. No one had approached because they were curious and didn't know how to approach him. Was he with the teacher, or for some other reason? He had no idea. He just felt uncomfortable with these looks. At least he talked to the teacher. He was a good person, unlike the teachers in his village. How strange, they also talked about his sword and mask. The only thing they asked was that he not use them inside, especially the sword. He understood that absolutely. After walking around and having everything explained to them, they had come to a well-designed wooden door. Well, here's your first class, it's potions, so come in and don't do anything stupid. I was warned about your record of mischief and I ask you to avoid all that. Finally, if you have any problems, don't hesitate to ask your teachers, me, or the director. You will receive all the help you need to be comfortable here, as much as possible, of course, he said finally. Thank you for guiding me, and I promise not to blow up the class or drive the teacher crazy. I think I'll try. Well, if I can't, I'll be in trouble. Me, I don't care, he said, rambling on in his answer. He really didn't care. He was used to it. Professor Odette just sighed. She just hoped he wouldn't do something stupid on his first day of school, and even more so in his first class. Now, asking for everything to go well, he opened the door and told him to come in, to which Naruto only thanked him and saw him enter. He really asked him to behave. Now he could only think about that as he left the boy alone. Inside the classroom, the girls saw the door open, thinking it was the teacher, only to see it was the new boy dressed without his cap and cape, in addition to carrying his sword and mask that was seen with him last night during the entrance ceremony. They just watched him walk and he seemed nervous. Naruto was definitely going to kill the old man when he found him. There were a lot of girls in one class. Right now he wanted to escape, but he was warned that they had defenses to prevent that from happening. What the hell? They were warned. In fact, he had to get revenge on the elders. When he found the method to send prank packages, he was going to get revenge. Now he was just walking along as calmly as possible, not wanting to look at any girl. Seriously, Naruto Uzumaki was nervous, really nervous. That's because there were only girls and he was the only boy, plus he couldn't play pranks on the girls. He didn't mind playing pranks on the girls, but they just gave off an air of innocence or elegance, and for some reason he didn't want to play pranks on them. He didn't play pranks until Christmas, and it was going to be a real nightmare. And there was one more thing. His not-so-secret secret was that the girls had been informed of his place of origin. He was a little afraid that they would reject him for being from a place where you only know how to fight. They always judge by what they know, but the principal assured him that he shouldn't be nervous, but forgetting what happened in his village was difficult. While he was walking with his head down, he didn't realize until what position he reached. He almost collided with a table if it weren't for the fact that he was stopped by a hand. This action surprised him, and in this way he returned to reality to look at who was the person who stopped him. To his surprise, it was Fleur, the girl he had met on the train. He completely forgot that they were both in the same year, and therefore had the same classes. He was so distracted that he didn't realize they were talking to him. Fleur spent the whole night thinking about her new friend and finally decided that no matter where he came from, he was her friend, and as her friend she should help him to be in this academy. When she saw him enter, she didn't notice her, and he came with his head down as if he was thinking, but she also realized that he was nervous. He didn't seem like that type of person, so she had to assume that he was nervous for being in a place full of girls. Any boy would be more than happy to be in this academy, but it seemed that Naruto wasn't the type of boy who would be happy to be here. He was very nervous. He didn't even notice when she spoke to him, or where he went, and when she saw that he wasn't going to stop and was going to crash into a table, she stopped him immediately. "Hey Naruto, are you okay?" Fleur asked him, a little worried. He seemed very distracted and nervous. Yes, it's just that, well, I'm not used to being with so many girls, I feel strange," he said, unable to get the words out properly. He was overwhelmed by how they were looking at him. At least it was out of curiosity. "Oh, I see, come sit next to me," he said, indicating the spot next to him, which was between another girl. "Yeah, thanks," he said quite softly. "God, what's wrong with me? This isn't me, I'm a ninja, for the love of God. I've fought with maniacs, how can I be so nervous just from being surrounded by girls?" was his thought. Maybe being in an academy full of girls is affecting him shit. Fleur noticed that he was nervous. Much more than yesterday. She didn't know if it was because his secret of origin had been revealed, because he was in a girls' academy, or something else, but he was definitely nervous if he didn't indicate that right now. He was trying to take out his belt that held his sword with difficulty, as if he couldn't get a good grip or couldn't open the safety of his belt. "Shit, what's up with this stupid thing, ouch," he said as he felt himself being pinched on his arm to see Fleur performing such an action. "Don't be so rude, you're in the presence of girls," she said, indicating the others. Yeah, now just wait, I have to take off this stupid strap, ouch, who is it this time?" she said as she turned around and saw another girl with black hair tied in a ponytail with brown eyes, and she was seen smiling with a mischievous face as if she had achieved her goal. "Wow, you're not a gentleman at all, in fact, you're an idiot," she said as she watched him get angrier little by little. "What did you say?" he said without taking his eyes off her. "I said idiot, don't you hear well?" she said as she stood up without reaching the height. She was smaller than Fleur or others in her class, but her eyes didn't let her see Naruto's, who only followed her gaze. "Yeah, well, I'm not as small as some, you know," Naruto said while emphasizing his height. "What did you say?" said the girl, a little angry. No one made fun of her height. "Like I said, dwarf," she repeated, making the same face she had before. "And to think you're here, what a joke, you're just a savage," he said, trying to recover. "Well, I'm a savage, but I'm not related to a goblin," said Naruto, smiling at having achieved his goal. "What did you say? Come on, say it again," the girl yelled at him, now furious, as she grabbed him by the neck and pulled him close to her face. "I said goblin, dwarf, are you so short that you can't hear well?" he shouted back. He was winning a ticket to Joke City. "You're just a moron, how can you be in an all-girls academy that teaches elegance and manners and be a savage? Look who's talking, you're the one who started the ironing board, hollowhead, stupid, moron, stop it," another voice shouted, stopping the fight. It was Fleur who heard everything and had gotten angry as she moved between them. "But he started it," they both shouted, pointing at each other but looking at each other when they spoke at the same time. "Naruto, take off your sword strap now, Alize sit down too. I don't like people yelling at each other," he said forcefully to both of them. "But you're screaming now," they both said without looking at her. "What did they say?" Fleur said, looking at both of them. "Nothing," they both said and sat in silence, but suddenly they were making faces at each other. Fleur just sat down while sighing. It seems that Naruto's shyness went away the moment he met Alize. She was almost the only one she talked to. They weren't friends, but they weren't strangers either. In fact, they both always sat together. Now that she sees it, Naruto is her first male friend, Alize would be her first female friend, but she didn't know if the latter saw her that way. She always stayed away from other girls, sometimes even from her, but she didn't know if it was out of dislike or not. The other girls saw the interaction. Fleur somehow knew the new boy, and somehow Alize managed to anger him. Both were well known, one for her great natural beauty, and although she was very friendly, many girls felt jealous because of that. She was not bad, but something made them not like her, but without a doubt a great person, and Alize was known for being a violent girl. Very violent, even more so when they made fun of her height. She was not very friendly either. Now the boy was strange in his own way. It seems that somehow he was immune to Fleur's beauty, and now he was also the only one who kept up with Alize in attitude, but in his own way he was funny. It was understood that the reason why he looked so calm was because he was nervous in a new environment full of girls, and also they heard that he came from a place full of warriors. For him this environment must be strange. But this interaction served to see what the boy was like, and many were already interested in him, but the problem was how to approach him. They had never had a boy in this academy, and many did not have male friends. It was going to be more difficult for them if it turns out that he is enchanted by Fleur, but from what was seen her beauty does not affect him. But this quality added another problem, and that was that if this boy was immune to the Vila charm, then the boy was innocent, or did not understand certain concepts that made a girl, and this will undoubtedly make it difficult for him to become interested in them. This way in the future it will be Naruto's biggest problem. Now while the girls continued thinking about how to approach Naruto, he was still fighting with the girl who now knew was called Alize, making a face only to be returned in the same way, while Fleur just sighed seeing these two. At least Naruto is no longer nervous, but at this rate they were going to continue fighting throughout the entire class. Little by little she was getting fed up until, "It's over, Naruto, let's switch places now," Fleur said as her patience ran out, and she moved to stand between them. She couldn't allow this any longer. "Fine," she said without much problem. But it was more because of the tone of voice she gave him that made her change her position. It was that of a girl who shouldn't be bothered. Sakura's beatings did help her, who would have thought. But moments after changing places they found a way to get past Fleur, and both of them got annoyed again. How was it possible? That was Fleur's question, but luckily for her, before she ran out of patience again, the potions teacher appeared, opening the door. "Welcome to a new school year, and I'm glad you're my first class this year," he said as he walked forward. Naruto stopped fighting with Alize and turned to look at the potions teacher. She was an older woman with glasses and messy hair, neither skinny nor fat, wearing a long brown dress and a similar colored cape. Apparently, judging by her face, she was a kind woman. It was a good sign at least. "Oh wow, we have the new student. Let me introduce myself. My name is Paulette Baronet. It's a pleasure to have you in my class, boy," she said pleasantly, to which Naruto just nodded. It was strange. A friendly teacher, it was strange for him. "Now to start off on a relaxed note, we'll make a simple potion today to see your level and how you're doing with last year's material," he said as he walked over to the board to write down what was going to be done. "The potion that will be made will be an antidote to common poisons. This potion, as its name suggests, must counteract common poison without causing harm to the person drinking it. Now the work will be for 3 in this case to see how they work as a team for the next potion that will be made in the other class. Now please gather around and go find the ingredients to make it," he told them as he began to write the ingredients and the basic steps to follow. "Fleur, be with me please," Naruto said quickly. He didn't know anyone else, and he couldn't let Fleur leave, that was for sure. "Okay, Alize, do you want to be with us?" he asked, to the surprise of Naruto, who was looking at Alize. "Me and that idiot," he said, pointing at the aforementioned man. "Ichigo," Naruto shouted angrily. "Okay, it's over. We'll work together, you both understand," he told them firmly. But what he wanted was for them to get to know each other so they would stop fighting with each other every time they saw each other. "Yes, ma'am," they both said mockingly, to which they just looked at each other and laughed. Maybe it wasn't so bad working with each other. Minutes later. "Idiot, what did you do? It's burning," Naruto shouted. "Look who's talking. You couldn't crush the bezo, or how the hell did you break the mortar?" he yelled back. "And you don't light a simple flame. Shut up, idiot. Look at the idiot calling someone else an idiot. What did you say? Wait," he yelled, stopping to watch the cauldron explode in both of their faces. "You were not in charge of watching the cauldron. You were the one who distracted me." And so they fought again, and for the second time the cauldron exploded. Fleur had given up on them both by now. They were stubborn as ever. At this rate, they weren't going to be able to make the potion in time. How could the two of them manage to make a cauldron explode with things that literally shouldn't explode? How did they manage to do it? She was in charge of searching for and preparing the ingredients. Alize was in charge of mixing, and Naruto helped both of them, both in preparing and adding the ingredients. But somehow, Alize and Naruto managed to explode the cauldron. Fed up with this situation, they both ended up fighting again. "Okay, if we don't do this right, we'll be last in the class. Look at the others, they're almost done, and we have to start all over again. Now stop fighting and let's finish. I don't want to be last over silly fights. Have you understood?" she told them firmly, to which they only nodded well. At least they stopped. She just hoped that they would really stop fighting. She felt that she was going to do the same for the different classes they had together. His hunch was right. Now they're fighting again at lunch. It was amazing how they could fight all morning without getting tired. Naruto proved to be intelligent, but his provocative attitude made Alize start fighting every time they talked, and let's say she wasn't far behind either. The only class they stopped fighting in was magical history, where Naruto fell completely asleep while listening to the teacher's speech. To which the teacher only got annoyed with Naruto and asked him several questions, which to the surprise of the others he answered correctly, so the teacher just gave up moments later and let him sleep again. But after he woke up, he found a surprise on his face. Alize took the opportunity to paint his face without him noticing, and right now they are fighting over what she did. At this point, Fleur gave up on both of them, and now just ate quietly, ignoring the two idiots. She tried everything to get them to get along, but she couldn't even get them to talk calmly. While she was eating, some older girls approached her with the intention of bothering her. "Look who we have here, the perfect girl," said a large girl. "Yes, why are you still here? You're not just good for seduction," said another girl who was a little skinny but not ugly, but she did look haughty just by looking at her. "Did you find someone to sleep with over the summer? Don't you have anyone better to bother?" Fleur said, already used to this. "What are you telling me, bitch?" said the big girl, who was about to grab Fleur only to be stopped by Naruto's hand. "Hey, why don't you go and mess with someone your own size?" Naruto said as he looked at her. "The boy, did he perhaps entice you with his beauty so that you would protect her?" he said quite firmly. "You mean I'm Vila? I'm sorry, but I'm immune to all kinds of charm," he said firmly as he let go of her. "So I don't give a shit what you think, but I won't let you mistreat my friend," she said as she stood up and stood in front of the big girl. "What immune? No wonder you don't seem interested in her. Well, how about you join my group? You know my family has a lot of influence, and they would be more than happy to meet you," she said arrogantly, thinking that if she succeeded, no one would dare to answer her. "Buck off," Naruto said as he sat back down. "What did you say?" she yelled as she took out her wand to attack him, but was stopped by Alize. "Locomotive shoes," Alize said, pointing at her shoes so that they would fall to the ground when her shoes moved on their own. "What did you do to him?" said the other, about to cast the spell only to be stopped by Naruto. "Petrificus," he said, pointing at his legs so that he would fall as well without the ability to move. "Now why don't you leave?" said Naruto. "What the idiot said. Fleur is our friend, now get out of here," said Alize, insulting Naruto in the process. "What did you tell me?" I yelled at Alize. "I said idiot, blonde idiot," I yelled back to start fighting again, ignoring the threats from those on the ground. Fleur just watched them in surprise. Both of them protected her from her bullies. No one had ever done that. The only thing Fleur could do at that moment was stand up and hug them both while they stopped fighting because of this action. "Thanks guys," said Fleur happily. The other two just stopped their fight and looked at each other to smile while hugging her. "You're welcome," they both said, and the trio of friends just continued hugging each other. Maybe it's not such a bad idea to have friends who fight with each other, Fleur thought happily as they continued hugging. In the village of Konoha, the news had spread that Naruto Uzumaki had left, and it was also revealed that he was the son of Kushina Uzumaki. The secret did not last long, and many could not believe what they heard. The surname was not given by anyone who thought of it, but it was that of his mother. Many of the villagers regretted hearing this, and now they didn't know what to do if he came back, but it wasn't as much as it was for the ninjas. Many met Kushina, and many times that tomboy woman helped them, and in return they treated her son like a leper. For this week everyone became very quiet, not wanting to talk much about Naruto. For when he came back they should ask him for forgiveness, but they knew it wouldn't work. Now at the academy, Iruka was reviewing the material for the next day's class while he stopped and thought about his problematic student. It had been almost a month since he left, and the news spread. It was incredible. Even after leaving the village, Naruto still continued to bring surprises. Kushina-sama's son was surprising news for him. Being her son was undoubtedly something he didn't expect, but it also explained his tendency to be an idiot and problematic in class. What a surprise. While he was thinking, he saw a beautiful bird flying and coming towards his window. Instantly Iruka noticed that the bird was carrying a package, and went to open the window. When he arrived he saw that it was a big package, and it had a message: Naruto. It was a package from Naruto addressed to different people, including the third. Without waiting any longer, he went with the package to the Hokage's office, not without telling the bird to follow him. He was told that the animals used by wizards could understand human language, and apparently they could do so, since he saw that the bird flew away again while he waited in the sky. Seeing this, he went to the office to deliver the package. Moments later, everyone mentioned in the letter was in the Hokage's office. Besides Iruka and the third, these were Kiba with Akamaru, Shino, Hinata, the lazy Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, Sakura, Sasuke, Kakashi, who was still reading his book, and the Jonin in charge of the other teams, Asuma, Sarutobi, and Kurenai Yugi. They were all told to go to the Hokage's office because of a package that had arrived from Naruto. Immediately the boys went to see what he sent during this time. In addition to Naruto's team, Naruto's other teammates were notified where he would go because many wanted to ask if the rumors were true or not, to which many just didn't believe what he said, but that didn't change their opinion much. Moreover, they just thought that Naruto going to a school was funny. It seems that they didn't care much about his past, and somehow they were able to take it much better than others. Most likely they hadn't bothered Naruto at the level of the village in general, but now it wasn't important, and they only thought about what Naruto had sent them. Very well, Iruka, open it, and please make sure there isn't a joke inside. The third instructed him very cautiously. He heard from Dumbledore that the boy had bought many jokes and that somehow he was going to send it, and to his fear today a package arrived from him. He knew Naruto was angry about wherever it was sent, so all he had to do was wait. He never thought he would give it to Iruka. He knew there was something in the package, but he didn't know what. Iruka was unfortunately the one who received the package, and it was his responsibility to open it. He also knew where it was sent, and because of this the Hokage asked him to open it. No one else knew what school he was sent to, not even Naruto, and when the third told him where it was sent, he told him that any package from him had to be checked due to Naruto's anger. Iruka had more experience with this, and apparently the others thought the same. If he didn't tell him, everyone in the room moved away to the corners, and each of the Jonin were used as shields by their respective students. No doubt everyone thought the same, but Iruka didn't believe he would be able to send a joke. Who he wants to fool is Naruto Uzumaki, the worst joker in the village. He can achieve the impossible, and if he learns some of this magic, then he should be able to achieve this. Now he just looked at the package with a little doubt, but he gathered all his courage and began to tear off the paper, and luckily for him it was just a fairly large wooden box. He had passed the first test. It hadn't exploded yet, but now he had to open the box. The real test was coming, but he didn't feel anything bad inside. It felt a little heavy, but he didn't trust it either, and preparing himself again, he began to remove the safety lock from the box and open it slowly until it was fully open, and nothing happened. Miracle, nothing happened, and finally he sighed. That sigh made the others leave each of his sides and return to Iruka's side. Good news, Naruto didn't send any jokes. Thank God, but what was he sent? Iruka, it seems like nothing happened, but what did Naruto send? The third said curiously, but still not confident. I'll leave it on the table, third, he said as he moved to place the open box on the table. When she was left, the third saw an envelope and also several scrolls. Perhaps they are, he thought as he took one and saw the name. I see they are storage scrolls. It seems that he finally learned them, he murmured, looking at the scroll in his hand, and Choji's name appeared. Storage scrolls? Kakashi asked, snapping out of his reading and approaching the box. While there were scrolls, it seems there was one for each person. It seems that you have not yet left your training, but learning how to store things in scrolls is something incredible due to the amount it can hold, and in a short time, said the third. Surprised he still remembers his training, it was something good. Good. First, Choji Akimichi, come closer, this scroll is yours, said the third to begin the delivery of the scrolls to each one. After a while, everyone had their scroll except Kurenai and Asuma, who didn't know Naruto. Okay, Iruka, you'll hand in the other scrolls. I'll keep Anko's scroll since she's still on a mission, and you visit the ramen stand owners frequently, so you'll be responsible for handing it in, as well as giving Konohamaru his as well. Understood? The third told him. No problem, he replied as he took the last of the scrolls. He had to help Tucci and Ayam get their things out too. They had no idea about chakra, they were just civilians, so this was the best, and Konohamaru would be more than delighted with his gift. Okay, but how do we open this? Ino asked curiously. She knew how to make a basic scroll, but this was a bit advanced. It's easy, put a little chakra into the seal and then it will disappear. Open it, and there should be a big letter that says storage. Just touch it with a little chakra and it will appear. Remember, it can be saved again as long as the writing is kept, but nothing else can be saved unless you modify it. Have you understood? Asuma said to all the boys, to which they nodded. Wow, he learned something quite complicated, thought Asuma looking at the scrolls. Very well, now Irika, please read the letter. I'm sure it will be for everyone, said the third, to which Irika just nodded and began to open it to take out the letter. Wow, it's definitely Naruto's. His handwriting is still as bad as ever, Irika said, making everyone laugh. Well, what it says? Irika said as he began to read it aloud. Hello, Irika-sensei, I'm more than sure that you will open the letter because the old man will be afraid of opening one of my packages, right? He read as he stopped and saw the Hokage rub his forehead, just as it says here. Okay, first of all, I'm fine and so far it's been entertaining. The magical world has several things that's simply incredible. In fact, I like the books I'm reading, no offense, but the books here are much better than the ones at the academy. Except for the history ones. Who the hell wants to know how many times a wizard stuck his finger in his nose? He read with surprise, Naruto reading what happened to him. He said he liked books, Sakura said, unable to think of anything else. The idiot said he liked books, Ino repeated in the same way. What did he say? Shikamaru and Kiba opened their eyes. In Shikamaru's case, he woke up. The others had more subtle reactions, but in Choji's case, he choked while eating. It was a real surprise. These were Naruto's things. The truth is Naruto is smarter than many here, you know, said Irika with a sigh. At least he likes to read those books. But he was offended by the books from his academy. That damn. What do you mean? Sakura asked, unsure of what she heard. But to her surprise, it was the third who spoke. Naruto is smarter than he looks, but the problem is that he has a hard time staying focused, or still it's undoubtedly because of his high chakra levels that he can't stay still for more than a minute. I think it's a trait in his family, but if his pranks and his escapes from them don't indicate his intelligence, then I don't know what else could explain it. The third replied without saying the rest. There was another reason, and it was about the treatment he had with his teachers before Irika. It wasn't pretty at all. So the idiot isn't that much of an idiot. What a surprise, Ino said with quite a bit of surprise. The Naruto she knew was a complete idiot, but to be told that he's not as much of an idiot as he thinks, moreover, that it's because he just can't stay still for more than a minute, and that it seems to run in his family, was definitely a real surprise. The others in the room had similar thoughts. Okay, I'll continue, Irika said, going back to reading. Seriously, who the buck wants to know that? But leaving that aside, I love magic. There are many things to practice, including great creatures that I still don't know. By the way, if you're wondering what kind of bird is that you saw, it's a phoenix. Her name is Eiko, and feed her well, she must be hungry. They are fantastic. They can carry the weight of a person, and her tears have healing properties. They can cure almost everything from simple wounds to poisons. They also reborn from their own ashes. It's not incredible, it is fantastic, but the problem it has is that it will not obey anyone who is not worthy. They can wait millennia before choosing a person. I still don't understand why he chose me, but it's fantastic. Also, I got a strange white fox. It is very affectionate but stubborn. I named it Kurama, she said as she stopped to analyze the card. So it's a phoenix. It was only thought to be a creature told in stories. What bird? Irika said. Phoenix, asked the third, a little without believing what he was saying. It was true. If he should come soon, he's flying outside, but I think he's close, he said, looking out the window behind the Hokage. Seeing Irika's gaze, the third looked out the window and saw a bird the size of a hawk, but it was a beautiful soft red color. It kept getting closer until it landed on the window frame. The bird looked elegant. Wow, how beautiful she is, said the Hokage as he approached, while the bird looked at him, and he just let him approach and pet it. So they really exist. What an incredible bird, Asuma said as he came closer to get a better look. The others were also curious, but Irika stopped them immediately. Wait, it says a warning here, he said, reading what followed. Be careful. If the bird doesn't find you worthy or respectable, it will attack you. Also, if it's with a lot of people around it, it could even leave itself alone. There was an idiot who ended up hitting me for not warning her. The idiot almost ripped her finger off if she didn't take it out quickly. I'm not going to repeat the same mistake. Well, I hope you have fun trying. Maybe if you keep trying, I'll let you. Good luck, he finished saying. It was a PD at the end of the letter that Naruto. Hey, said the Hokage, realizing that he touched him without knowing that information. He was saved. What a thing, it rips off your finger, said Asuma, immediately stepping back. It seems that it is a demanding bird and the people it decides to let touch, said Kakashi, looking at such a bird. And even if he dies, he will only be reborn, Kurenai said. In short, he was lucky that Hokage-sama didn't attack him, Kakashi finished. I can see it, he said, relieved that Naruto must have thought of this. So someone else wants to touch it. Apparently it will give the signal if there is someone who doesn't want it touched. said the Hokage looking at the group. I'll try, it doesn't look dangerous for now, Kakashi said as the bird entered and placed itself on the table. Kakashi carefully approached the bird, observing its movements as the bird watched him. It seemed to be evaluating him by the way it looked at him until it closed its eyes and brought its head closer for him to pet it. Wow, it seems like he left me. It's extremely soft and warm, said Kakashi as he stroked it. Its feathers were soft and smooth and it also transmitted a feeling of warmth. Kakashi-sensei, it's my turn, Sakura said as Kakashi stopped petting the bird and made way for his student. Sakura was approaching a little quickly, but she just realized when the bird tried to attack her with its beak and she backed away. Wait, what happened? Why did he attack me? She said, confused. Looks like you're not respected by a four-head bird, Ino said as she mocked Sakura. Be quiet. That bird knows who to respect. Let me try, she said as she made her way to the bird but was also attacked before she even got close. What the buck, stupid bird! She yelled at it as the bird somehow knocked a cup it had with its paw, which Ino dodged just in time. Ha 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 ha, what were you saying about being respected? I even threw a cup at you and it's a bird, ha 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 ha. Sakura laughed as she watched Ino curse the bird. At least she didn't get something thrown at her. The bird has attitude and will undoubtedly attack you if it doesn't have respect for you. In fact, it seems like it will attack you every time you insult it. It's a very intelligent bird, said Asuma as he approached carefully and passed the test. It was soft and warm. What is that stupid bird thinking? Stop doing that, Ino yelled at him while dodging a book like the buck he was throwing it at her. Ha 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 ha. Sakura just laughed even louder. Ha ha ha, this is so funny, Kiba said as he joined in the laughter. But it seems that if you try again and again the bird might let you touch it. According to Naruto's letter Ino, you're going to have a hard time if you keep insulting him, Iruka said as he analyzed the words written in the letter and saw Ino continue to dodge things every time she insulted the bird. Well, someone else wants to try. You just have to be careful when you get close, and if he attacks you, don't insult him or you'll end up like Ino, said Asuma as he let the others touch him and indicated the angry Ino. In this way the group began to approach carefully one by one. They felt that the bird was really soft and warm as well as being very friendly to the person who let it touch it. Most of them were able to touch it the first time. Only Sasuke, Kiba and Sakura had a little more trouble. The moment the first two approached, the bird didn't let them touch them while Sakura tried again, but in a calmer way, and the bird let her. Seeing Sakura's example, Kiba tried too and it worked. He had to admit that the bird is really intelligent. In Sasuke's case, he didn't let him touch it until the fourth time, but in the end the bird let him. He admitted that the bird was very proud and knows how to choose. Ino was the only one who couldn't touch her. After 6 attempts she gave up. She didn't let him touch her, and continuing to insult him didn't help his situation. The bird threw things it found at him every time she insulted him. It even somehow threw a sphere that was in the room at him. The others just laughed at the interaction between the bird and Ino. It seems that the bird considered Ino unworthy because of the way she acted. They realized that in the case of Sakura and Kiba they hadn't let him touch her because he was too excited and they were very fast, but when they were calmer the bird let them touch it, and in Sasuke's case they couldn't find an explanation, but in the end the bird allowed him to touch her. Now that everyone could touch her except Ino, by the way, if you want to touch her you should stop insulting him. Now I'm going to go back to reading, said Iruka while warning Ino, who was still angry, on how to touch him. Most likely they tried to touch it but some couldn't, but in the end she let them touch it except Ino. Most likely, the fool here also has an attitude like Ino and insulted him several times, but in the end she was able to touch her. I would love to see Ino's face at this moment, he said, reading the part he missed about the bird. That damn Naruto, I knew he wasn't going to let me touch her, and you guys stop laughing and let me throw things at me. She shouted in anger at what the letter said and tried to silence those who were laughing while she tried to get the bird to stop attacking her. After everyone calmed down and stopped Ino from insulting the bird, they were able to continue. Well, if Ino stopped insulting the bird I can continue, said Iruka looking at the angry Ino who just remained silent. Okay, he said as he started reading again. Good, now I've made a lot of friends, and by the way, tell the old man that I'll get revenge for not telling me that he sent me to an all-girls academy. I'm going to kick his ass when I get back and I won't leave him alone, you old man of... He had to stop because he couldn't say the next words. He was literally honoring his ancestors, but he also read something else, and started looking for something inside the envelope, while he looked at the others who had frozen because of what he read. Moments later, everyone came to and shouted in unison. "What did he say?" Was a pretty loud shout. "Naruto was sent to an all-girls academy." Ino and Sakura shouted at the same time. "Because," shouted a loud and jealous Kiba. "And no worth it, you're afraid, old man." Asuma told him no wonder he asked someone else to open the box. He was afraid of what he would find if he opened it. "I'll beat his face, Hokage-sama," Kakashi said, completely sincere. "If he comes back, the first thing he'll do when he sees him is beat his face." The others were speechless, and now they understood why Iruka opened the box. It was because Naruto was angry with the Hokage and would undoubtedly try to get revenge. Shikamaru at this moment was fully awake and was helping Choji breathe because he had choked on his chips. Shino, as always, had no reaction. Sasuke was still Sasuke. Hinata had fainted and Kurenai with Kiba, who just grabbed her before she fell, and now both were trying to wake her up or at least get her to react, while the Hokage just covered his face, rubbing the future headache he was going to have. Naruto is furious if Iruka had to stop talking so he wouldn't say the rest of the words. It's going to be a difficult year. Iruka, for his part, looked for what it said in the letter. What it said was that there were some photos with his friends from his new academy, and so he looked again in the envelope, and in the end he found them. They were different photos with two girls who were very pretty, and to his surprise the photo was moving. It seems that magic could even achieve this. "So she sent pictures, and it seems she has some nice friends," Kakashi said as he looked at the pictures over Iruka's shoulder. The three were in front of a fountain, and one of the girls had silky hair tied in a ponytail next to a light blue uniform the height of Naruto. The other girl was black hair, also tied a little smaller than Naruto, and used the same light blue uniform as the other girl. It seemed that the latter was a little violent by her look. Finally she saw Naruto with a male uniform of the same color, but that didn't seem curious to her. It looked bad, and it wasn't her color, but what made her curious was what he was wearing. What seemed on his face was Haku's mask and a sword that was smaller but similar to Zabuza's sword. Perhaps the "What pretty girls, even more so the one with silky white hair, she's so," said Kiba, unable to stop looking at her. The same thing happened with Choji, Shikamaru, and even Sasuke. They seemed in a trance. "I hear what's wrong with you, Sasuke Kayun. What's happening? Why do you keep looking at the photo?" Ino said loudly. She also saw it, but the boys didn't even seem to respond. Seeing this, Iruka read the letter again and saw that there was another note. "Hey, hit him on the head. It says here that there's a possibility that this could happen when he saw the silky-haired girl," Iruka told the others. "With pleasure, wake up you two," Ino shouted as she hit Shikamaru and Choji, who woke up. Kakashi took care of Sasuke, and Kurenai of Kiba also took care of Shino, who also seemed in a trance, but she didn't know if he was or not, but in the end it seems that he was. "Hey," they all said when they woke up. "What happened?" Kiba asked, rubbing his head. "Yes, and why did they hit us?" Choji complained with pain in his head. Ino was rude. "What are you saying? You looked like fools. What happened to you?" Sakura said when she saw that no one remembered. Even Sasuke didn't seem to remember. "Something says in the letter, Iruka," the Hokage asked a little seriously about what happened. "If it says here that the silky-haired girl named Fleur, if I'm saying it right, is half Fila, a kind of spirit that attracts the opposite hex with its beauty, even in some cases the same hex, and leaves them in a trance, even if it is half, this ability arises unintentionally. It seems that it cannot be controlled and is something of her own race. The only way to wake up the person in a trance is with a blow or something else. It seems that pain works," said Iruka, reading the letter. "So a race that attracts others with its beauty by accident. Interesting," said the Hokage, thinking about this. "I see, but a question: if these idiots let themselves be controlled, how Naruto is not affected? It seems that he even fights with the black-haired girl." He indicated while he saw the photo move, and a Naruto appeared starting to fight with the black-haired girl, while the one called Fleur just covered her face and seemed to sigh. It seems that it was something common. Let me see, here it is. What it says is that it affects those his age, but it could also affect older ones. He is immune. He doesn't understand why, but he was told that it could be because he is not able to differentiate between beauty, being innocent, or because he is not able to understand some feelings. If it is not one of these cases, it could affect you in some way," said Iruka. He hopes not to understand some feelings, beauty, or being innocent. "So Naruto doesn't fall because of his life. The third muttered. "He could understand no one took care of him, and he is not able to understand strong feelings. In fact, he may still be pure but full of anger. A somewhat fearsome combination, aha. What did he mean by not being able to understand certain feelings or beauty? Ino asked curiously. I don't know, but it seems like he's unable to differentiate between a beautiful person and those things. Also, it seems like the idiot isn't able to understand some feelings, but he doesn't know what they are. How troublesome. Shikamaru said lazily. I didn't understand anything, he said with greater doubt. What he's trying to say is that Naruto isn't able to understand the concept of beauty, or maybe he's not able to understand some feelings. Asuma told him, also understanding what he was trying to say. What they did to him affected him to this point, poor boy. So that's why he's not like these idiots, but because Naruto isn't able to understand those things. They're very basic. She asked with great doubt, and saw that it wasn't a question they wanted to answer if even the Hokage just looked down. Ino, it's better not to keep asking. It's something very personal to Naruto. Even we found out by accident, said Sakura, trying to stop her. She knew too much that day. She couldn't allow the others to know what happened to her for now. Old man, Asuma said to see what his father would say. Ino and the others, it's better not to know why he's not able to understand these basic things. Years ago I declared that any information about Naruto's life, unless he wanted to tell it, would be classified as top secret with the death penalty, so I asked you not to investigate about Naruto, but when you are a little older you will be informed if you are still curious, but I don't promise that you will be told everything. Sakura and Sasuke found out by accident, and are under surveillance, so they don't tell anything about Naruto. The third told them seriously, Naruto's life. No one should know unless it is the last option or Naruto says something. This has to do with how the village has treated him and the radical change he had a few weeks after he left. Shikamaru asked. He always knew there was something more. But when a law was declared that no one should talk about Naruto's past, what the hell happened to him? Yes, it is related, but I ask you not to investigate anything further. Maybe with time you may know the reason for this. But for now let's just leave it like that, understood? He answered Shikamaru and gave a firm declaration that he would not allow them to know more beyond this. The young people just nodded with considerable doubt. He would have to keep an eye on them for a while. Okay, now let's get back to the topic at hand, the girls in the photo, Iruka said, trying to change the subject, and it seemed to work. He wouldn't let it get out anymore. If it's true they are very beautiful, but the black-haired one is a little violent as seen in the photo while she fights with Naruto. Seriously, these moving photos are great. I didn't think there was this kind of magic abroad, said Asuma, helping to change the subject. Speaking of which, there are more pictures, Iruka said as he passed them each the pictures. Some were with other girls, but mostly the usual two, some with each one or between the three of them. He looked happy. Shit, that damn Naruto is lucky to be sent to a place full of girls, Kiba said, looking at the photo where there were more girls. For the first time he wanted to be in his shoes. But they are not as beautiful as me, Ino said, being conceited. Exactly, they're even more beautiful than you, and apparently they're less conceited, said Kiba, earning a headbutt from Ino. Shut up and be a show off, Ino yelled at her. Aha, if you say you're not like that, then touch the bird. Carelessly, this black-haired girl has to be the idiot who almost got her finger eaten. If what the letter says is true, then she is less pessimist than you, and she's more pretty than your violent wife. Kiba yelled back. What did you tell me? Then I'll try again. He yelled and immediately went towards the bird, but it attacked him again. What's wrong with you, stupid bird? He shouted as he started dodging the things the bird was throwing at him again. Ino, you don't learn, do you? Asuma said, covering his face. He doesn't learn. The others laughed again at the interaction between the bird and Ino after another while of trying to control Ino and looking at the photos sent by Naruto, as well as a couple of punches towards the boys, which Ino loved to give. Iruka finally read the letter again. As you can see, they are my friends. The one with silky hair is Fleur and the black-haired girl is Alize. Fleur is literally kind. She has taught me many things about the magical world, while the other is an idiot dwarf bastard with whom I always fight. Seriously, she is a violent girl. I think she is more violent than Ino and Sakura together, but still a friend. I have had a good time here with them, and even though I have made more friends, it is with these two that I spend the most time here. It also seems that I have talent with magic. I have good grades as long as I don't fight with Alize when we do something together, but besides that I am excellent. Finally, I have good grades. He read to see that Ino and Sakura wanted to smash his face in for saying that, and the others didn't believe what he was reading. The good idiot in the classes, then these magicians must be real idiots. said Sasuke to dodge another book from the bird, to which the bird looked at him angrily, and the bird ignored him. It seems that it will also attack if its owner is insulted in any way, in this case Naruto. What a bird so loyal to its owner. But returning to the topic, said the Hokage, caressing the bird, he had to admit that it is magnificent. Magic is really complicated because one mistake and everything can blow up in your face. That's why they must go to school for 7 years in order to control their power. What's more, the powers of young people are a little uncontrolled and manifest accidentally if they experience strong emotions like sadness or anger in Naruto's case. As I said, he's not an idiot, he's just very distracted. But when he wants something he learns it with great effort, the only problem is keeping him focused. But besides that, he could have completely surpassed you in studying, young Sasuke, along with young Sakura. In fact, if he had passed, he would have graduated at age 9, said the third, the looks of everyone except the Jonin who understood. What do you mean? Kiba said, his voice trailing off. What he's trying to say is that Naruto is a genius, Ino said, not believing what he said. Exactly, it's more than the only reason why he repeated 3 years in a row is because of his lack of chakra control, but that could be due to the fault of all the teachers. Iruka told him, sincerely indicating indirectly that the teachers of the academy were harsher with Naruto than with the others. Wait, what are you trying to say? Shikamaru said, not understanding the situation. It's very easy. Naruto's chakra control is so poor due to his high chakra levels, which makes simple techniques like the clone jutsu difficult to perform because you are trying to fit an ocean of chakra into a small glass. If we had to compare the amount of chakra he has, it would be almost or greater than that of the Hokage. In short, his chakra levels prevented him from graduating again and again by trying to adapt to the clone technique, being that we had to teach him to have better control or teach him a superior technique that he can perform. In Naruto's case, his energy levels allow him to perform the shadow clone jutsu thousands of times without getting tired, this being a forbidden technique due to the risk of death by just performing a single clone of these. Iruka finished saying with a half-truth, seeing everyone's reaction. What? Said everyone who didn't know. So that was the reason why he could never perform a simple clone. It was because his levels were monstrous, and he always had to adapt to a technique that needs to be performed with little energy instead of adapting to a high-level technique. But how could no one notice that? Sasuke just felt jealous. If what they said about Naruto was true, then he looked a lot like his older brother, his hands just clenched in anger as much as possible. The only reason he graduated alongside them is because he couldn't control his high chakra levels, and no one noticed, or rather never wanted to tell him shit. Exactly, even if it hurts you, Sasuke, the true genius of his generation is not you, it's actually Naruto, said Kakashi. Seeing Sasuke's reaction, he undoubtedly compared Naruto to his older brother, and now he was jealous and angry about it. Very well, Iruka, please keep reading, said the third, seeing that they couldn't say anything else, to which Iruka just nodded. Now I know that many will wonder what the scrolls have. Well, they are gifts or souvenirs for you. When I went to buy school supplies, I bought you some things. I did not know what to give the girls, but during the week, knowing Alize and Fleur, they helped me send things for the others. It is more than obvious that I did not send you things that should be used with magic, but I still think you would like them. Then I will start for Choji. I bought him some chocolate frogs, but you have to be careful. They are magical, so they jump but only once. They may seem alive, but it is only a spell that makes them seem alive. And he said as he stopped to see Choji quickly opening the scroll and revealing several things, but among them was a large box, and he opened it. As he said, there were several packages of chocolate frogs. How delicious to see what they are like, he said as he opened one, and just as he said it jumped at the first one who opened it but caught it before it fell and ate them. These are so delicious, and there are more sweets. Thanks, Naruto, he said, grabbing the other sweets, but was stopped by Iruka. Wait, Choji, there's more. It says that in the box of candy balls, they are balls of different flavors from mint to vomit flavor. It's random, and the color has nothing to do with the flavor they have, she said just in time to see Choji stop to open the box. Wow, Choji, you almost messed up, Shikamaru said as he watched him decide whether to eat him now or not. On time, I wouldn't want to have that bad experience. But the question is, how will I know which ones are delicious and which ones aren't? She said, looking at the box with fear. Well, at least you'll learn not to eat everything you find, Ino said, a little disgusted with the box of candy. Well, it says here that each of you was sent a note on how some things worked. You should read it calmly afterward. For now, I'm going to keep reading," Irika said, starting to read again. "I hope you stopped choji before he ate them. I didn't have a good experience eating those things. One of them tasted like snot. Yuck, but let's continue." He read to see the others making a face of disgust. He couldn't blame them. "For the lazy Shikamaru, I bought him a new board game called Magic Chess. There are all the instructions on how it works, and some gloves made of dragon skin are resistant even though they look normal. I don't know if he likes it, but well, there are more things, but you know that there is a note for each one, but that was the main thing for him." I finished reading Shikamaru's part, while he looked at his things. There were some clothes, books, and a pair of glasses which seemed curious to him, but the instruction book also appeared next to the game, but it seems that he had problems reading it. "What's wrong with these letters? I can't read it. Let's see what it says," Shikamaru said after seeing the small book that he didn't understand, and went to the note that was next to the game and began to read it. "I see," he said, putting on the glasses that came with him and picking up the book again, which seemed to understand him this time. "Hey, if you find books, you should put them on. They are glasses that allow you to translate different languages. According to the note, I send a pair for those who have books in case one of the two breaks. How problematic," he said while putting the things back in their place and storing them back in the scroll. He would review them later. "I see. What curious objects, but later we'll talk about what he sent. Please continue." Irika indicated the third. "For that idiot Kiba, I bought him some clothes that are resistant to physical work. As he always goes out with Akamaru, it was the best for him, besides some jokes that he can be able to use to distract himself when he is bored. Some are very good, and for Akamaru, a bed made of a really soft cotton plant along with a package of dog food that I bought him. Remind him to read the note, or he can cause a disaster with the jokes." He read and saw that both Kiba and Akamaru took out their things. "Wow, Akamaru, a new bed and toys for you. Look at these things too. I don't know what they are, but it will be fun to try them out," she said while taking one of the jokes, and Akamaru just went to lie down on his new bed. He liked it. "Just try not to try them on others, please," Irika begged, seeing how excited he was. He wasn't going to stop him, so he better start reading again. "For Shino, I bought another long trench coat of the same color. The pockets are enchanted with space bigger than you imagine. I didn't know what to give him because he hardly talks, but I also gave him some books about magical insects, like special food for insects, and other things. It's the only thing I could think of." I finished to see that he was trying on his new trench coat, and it seemed that he liked it, but since he didn't talk, it was not known if he liked it or not. This is good, the food too," he murmured softly, almost imperceptible to everyone. Irika just continued reading the letter. "Now for Sakura, Ino, and Hinata. The truth is these things were chosen by Fleur and that idiot Alize. They are some dresses and clothes that you could combine that change color to your preference in addition to being magically adjustable. Please don't ask. I beg you. Also for Ino and Sakura, I sent you Phil." At this point, Irika stopped to read better what it said. This was undoubtedly a joke for Sasuke, so he decided to show the note to the third, who felt curious as to why he wanted him to read the letter, but when he read it, he understood perfectly. "Ino Yamanaka and Sakura Haruno, I ask you to check your scrolls to see if you find some jars with a heart on them, please," he instructed while the aforementioned looked at each other for the strange favor and only nodded, revealing the clothes, creams, and certain jars, as well as some books with glasses. But what they had to look for were the jars that were indicated to them. It was easy for them to find because of their very peculiar design, and they had strange writing. They were about to read it until, "Those are the jars, may I take them please?" said the Hokage kindly as the aforementioned just handed them over. "Okay, one last favor, could some of you pass me those glasses?" he said, asking for the glasses to confirm what he was saying. Ino was the fastest and passed it to the Hokage. As she read it, she frowned and finally sighed, touching her forehead, which was what Naruto sent them. "This is absolutely confiscated," he said firmly, looking at both of them, confused by what he said. "Because Hokage-sama, are those jars dangerous?" Ino asked curiously as to why it was confiscated, but the one who answered was Irika. "You see, girls, this was sent to annoy Sasuke," he said while the aforementioned just raised his eyebrow, wondering how it would annoy him. "Annoy Sasuke, but we would never do that to him," Sakura said, a little surprised by what Irika-sensei said. How do I say it? They are called love potions. What it says is that if you add a few drops of this potion to something that is consumable, the person who eats or drinks it will temporarily fall in love with the person who added this potion," he said, and immediately both girls went in search of the potions that the Hokage had. Hokage-sama, please give me back the filter. Not me, please. What are you saying, big forehead? Shut up, you pig. And so they began to try to recover the filters from the Hokage's hands. Sasuke just opened his eyes. That damn Naruto perhaps knew that this would happen, but what would happen if they succeeded? He would have crazy people trying to add that thing. While I don't see he wanted to kill him. While Kiba, Choji, and Shikamaru laughed out loud. How did he come up with that? It would be Sasuke's worst nightmare, and right now it's a nightmare for the Hokage. Even Shino laughed lightly, and Akamaru started barking loudly as if he was laughing. The Jonin just laughed lightly. Seeing such a scene, any girl would literally kill to get these things to make the person she likes fall in love with her. Even if it was temporary, she most likely sent it because she knew both of them would behave that way. Hinata, on the other hand, looked at her own things to see if she could send him some of these love potions. Maybe she could make Naruto fall in love with her. So she started looking through his gifts. A few minutes passed since Sakura and Ino tried to convince the third to return the filters, but it didn't work, and they had to stop when they saw that the third never gave up. While Hinata, despite not finding one of these filters, found a necklace with her name, a medallion, and a locket. She liked her gifts, and was going to keep it well. The boys just laughed at the two girls until each of the rowdy ones was hit by both girls and were now rubbing their heads while cursing the aforementioned violent girls. The Jonin, on the other hand, had to calm everyone down, including Sasuke, who seemed like he wanted to kill Naruto for this. He made his life even more impossible than it already was with the girls, and if word of this filter got out outside this room, he would seriously try to find a way for Naruto to pay for what he did. The Hokage sighed. What the hell did he do? He must somehow hide these things because these girls would surely try to find him until Naruto returned, but he didn't think he would bring these things back. He hoped. Iruka also sighed. He didn't change at all. Now that everyone had calmed down, Iruka read the letter again. I hope you liked my gift, girls, and Sasuke, you deserve this for leaving me tied up that day with Sakura and Kakashi at the training camp. Now I'll say this right away, filters are hard to come by and I smuggled them into the academy thanks to Alize, so don't expect me to bring any more because those two stupid old men told the teachers to keep an eye on my things. Every single thing I send or receive goes through security, so if you lost it, well, good luck getting it back, he said, while the girls just hugged each other while crying for losing the filters. Because I handed it over, Sakura said while crying. And besides, he can't get any more. Ino accompanied her. Sasuke just sighed in relief. Wait, he said he smuggled it in. Does that mean he can get more if he asks someone else? I pray this doesn't happen. Girls, calm down, we're still waiting for the letter, Iruka said, trying to calm them down. And it seemed to work, but they were still hugging each other with a slight glimmer of hope. But that doesn't mean I can't get more. It's just going to be hard to get because the old man will probably tell my academy about these love potions and they'll go through all my stuff again, as well as the pranks, which by the way I also smuggled, and the girls sure know how to get what I want. Well, the thing is, if you want more, write a letter to Eiko and send it to me, but I can't guarantee I can get them, but I can try. He read, and the girls cheered up again while Sasuke wanted to kill him more than ever. But it passed quickly and he continued reading. Now, leaving these things aside, I sent each of them different things. To Hinata I sent her a necklace with her name on it, a locket, and a medallion. This was the only thing that occurred to me, along with some skin creams, while for Ino, since she loves makeup and those things that I don't understand at all, I bought her some creams that serve to soften the skin and other things that I just asked, and I bought them. And for Sakura I sent her shampoo and those things. Please don't ask seriously, they are just cosmetics, along with clothes and some decorative jewelry. Speaking of clothes, also some clothes are more resistant than others, so read the notes. Well, I didn't buy this. 100% sure I didn't buy it. The color and the clothes were chosen by the girls, so this time don't complain to me. The girls' part finally finished while the girls looked at their things. They're not bad, plus they change color to my liking. I like it, said Ino as she put on some simple clothes and took them off. They weren't bad at all. I like them too. Hey Hinata, aren't you going to see yours? Sakura asked while looking at her new clothes. I'll try them on later, she said timidly as she wiggled her fingers. Then we'll get together later to see what clothes he sent us. Maybe he can keep sending us more clothes, Sakura said, giving the idea which only made Ino happy. That's true, maybe I can get more clothes, Ino said happily as she folded her things next to Sakura and put them away. Just don't ask for so many things. As you know, Naruto is studying right now. It will be difficult for him to buy things, said Irika, who was just listening to them. Don't worry, they both said as they thought about the clothes they were going to order. Well, I just sighed again. Naruto, even without being present, causes problems. Now for that idiot Sasuke, this was definitely the hardest gift to find than she knows, because this idiot thinks he's superior to everyone and stuff, but in the end I found him something. Well, for him I sent him a sword. I think it's called a katana, and it's made from a dragon's fang, so they're more resistant than normal swords, as well as being more resistant to fire because it's obviously made from dragon parts. The sheath is also resistant. Seriously, idiot, it was hard to find, and I also sent him clothes that are resistant. I really don't know if it's his style or not, but it doesn't matter. Like the girls' clothes are adjustable and change color. There's more things, but you should read the notes I sent you. I finished to see Sasuke open his scroll and the aforementioned sword appeared. It's not bad at all. Now I just have to figure out how to use it, he said as he looked at its edge and seemed to like it. And for that lazy Kakashi-sensei, first I bought him a damn watch and an alarm clock that rings really loud so he doesn't have excuses that he was late or some other nonsense. And if he says it broke, don't believe him. I bought a test one myself and hit it really hard and it didn't break, so he better not be late again, he said while trying not to laugh along with the others who literally failed at that job and consequently started laughing too. Shit, thanks Naruto, he said as he prepared to open his things and see if it was true. By the time he checked them, he not only saw that it was true, but also that the alarm clock was ringing loudly. Great. That was definitely the best gift of all for you, sensei. Ha 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 ha, Sakura said while trying and failing not to laugh. It took another while until they calmed down enough for Irika to go back to reading. I also bought you some books on different subjects. I can't send you books on magic because it's only for wizards, but I sent you an interesting book of basic potions as well as some ingredients to create some interesting things from the book. I left you notes of which belongs to which and also about magical creatures in case you're interested, since I know you love animals and you can stop reading that stupid book. I also sent you some gloves that are resistant and other things. By the way, if you want ingredients, send me the letter to ask the potions teacher. She was the one who gave me the ingredients, so if you want, ask for it, but I warn you that you must follow the instructions to the letter or else the potion will explode or simply not work. I finished reading to see the things he sent to Kakashi, who already had a kind of glasses, but it was only for one eye. Interesting. This is certainly very useful. It seems that you can create potions for different situations, from non-lethal poisons as well as simple antidotes for common things. There are many things and each ingredient comes stored with its name in a good quantity for a couple of potions. Undoubtedly very useful, but if what it says is true, then these things must be prepared very carefully in time and exact quantities. It will be interesting too. But he stopped because he saw something bad. For the book and the world in general, a simple love potion. He didn't believe it was true. There was a page to create a simple love potion, short-lived and basic, but a love potion. He couldn't allow the girls to see this page. They would undoubtedly try to create it, so he immediately closed the book and began to read the other book. It was the best. But the others noticed this detail, and Asuma approached to ask him what happened. Hey, what's up? Why did you close the book? I asked. But what I didn't expect was for him to give me the signal to come closer with his ear. There's a page on the basic love potion, he said softly, but it didn't work. What did you say? That book has a page of the love potion, he shouted without realizing what he said. Those who listened just facepalmed, and Sasuke was just going to kill Naruto with the sword he gave him. This time he was going to kill him. Hand me that book, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura shouted, trying to grab the book. Don't pass it to me, Ino shouted, pushing Sakura, and in this way they fought again. Great Asuma, you had to shout it out. All that's left is to publish it in the other villages and all the girls will try to find that damn book, Kurenai told him while sensing the future disaster that would happen. Shit. He could only curse while scratching his head. Now he really put his foot in it. I'm going to kill him, Sasuke said angrily, but Irika went to defend Naruto. I think Sasuke didn't know this time, she said to calm him down. How do you know? I asked him a little angrily. Why wouldn't Naruto have told them to send letters to get the love potions, or else he would have also sent them a book of those potions so they could ask for whatever they wanted? He could have sent them some books, but I don't think they are the same potion books that Kakashi has, and if they were, I don't think they would contain that option, he told her, and saw that she calmed down. You're right, he may be annoying, but he's not so stupid as to send something so dangerous, and that would most likely mess him up if he asked them all the time. Aha, he even gets into trouble without meaning to like he does," said Sasuke, recognizing Naruto's unintentional stupidity. "Girls, calm down, and even if you asked Naruto for the same book, there is no doubt that he would never send it to you. For the love of God, he is in an all-girls academy. Sooner or later he will have the same problems that Sasuke has, and I would never want this potion to be taken to this place," Kakashi told them without hesitation. "And what makes you think he won't send us the same book?" Ino said as she thought about writing to Naruto to ask for the book along with the ingredients. "For your teacher, she's giving you the ingredients and you'll surely figure out what they're for," he told them, killing their last hope. "But still," Sakura said with a bit of hope, but it broke as soon as she said the next thing. "The book is not from classes and I couldn't get good quality or semi-prepared materials for this. He's still a beginner in this wizarding thing and the only one he knows would be his teacher or his friends, but I don't think they're capable of getting these ingredients. And what's more, they would stop him if they know where they're going to send them, and just like I said, potions are dangerous if not prepared correctly, and since we're not wizards we have no way to avoid the possible consequences if done incorrectly." He finished his argument, and saw the girls sigh who just gave up. Unfortunately you're right, and now we have to ask for only love potions if you can find it," said Sakura, regretting having handed over that potion. "I understand you," Ino said in the same way. "Okay, I'll continue reading," Iruka said, seeing them nod, and Kakashi relieved as he put away the gifts. "Now for you, Iruka-sensei, I sent you some books on different subjects including magic history and a camera that has several rolls of film for you to take pictures. As you must have seen the pictures move, so I sent this to you along with instructions on how to use it. If you want more, send me a message as well. I also sent you new clothes that are quite comfortable. The girls helped me with this part too, but since the others are resistant, there are also other objects that I think will help you." He read while looking at his own. Afterwards he would review it more calmly and read again. "While for that damn sadist Enko, I sent her some clothes that she will undoubtedly love, as well as some chocolate frogs and some sweets, not like Choji's, because she will undoubtedly try to kill me if I sent her some food and she finds a surprise. Well, I also sent her a potions book along with the ingredients similar to Kakashi-sensei's, but this one focuses more on different poisons and antidotes. Just tell her not to test them on others, please. I beg you to stop her. That sadistic bastard doesn't know when to stop, and like the others I also left her notes on how it works, and tell her that the glasses are unique for the sadist. I think she will love it. There are no more for her if she breaks them, and she will have to settle for the ones she chooses. Seriously, it costs me money," said Iruka, and looked at the Hokage for the notice. "I'll make sure to warn her perfectly not to use it among the Konoha ninjas. I'll make sure." The third made a promise, knowing what that woman was like. "Who is Anko?" Ino asked curiously. "She's a special jonin from the interrogation squad. She's an expert in poisons, and apparently she met Naruto somehow. She's known for being extremely sadistic, and Naruto made this warning because she most likely tried to use him as a guinea pig for her poisons. That woman doesn't change," said Asuma, remembering that woman. "She's definitely a case in point." "Then why did you send him a book with more poisons?" Ino yelled at him. It was the worst idea she had ever had. "I don't know, I don't understand what lunatics think," Asuma said, shrugging his shoulders. "Ira could just continue," said the third. There were many things he had sent, but wait, his was missing. "Well, for I am Nay and old Tucci, I sent him some new clothes as well as some pots and cooking tools. Tell him to see what it says, some things he will most likely love, and also tell him to prepare me ramen and that I sent it to you with Eiko. Please help them, there is no ramen here. Tell him that I sent him enough money to cook them, just tell him to prepare them. Please." Now Konohamaru's things, well, I sent him different jokes. Many to entertain him, like several invisibility cloaks, but their effect is temporary. Tell him to make sure how long it lasts, and to read well how the jokes work. I sent him enough for months, so don't worry. He finished reading to pat his face. "What I was missing, jokes and invisibility cloaks. Thanks Naruto for making my life difficult. Don't you realize that that kid idolizes you?" I muttered while looking at the ceiling grate. "Iruka, I'm sorry, but you can continue. There's no way to stop the coming storm," said the Hokage, easily surrendering to his grandson. "Thank you, Naruto, you left your legacy." "Well, I sighed as I read it again. And lastly, for the old bastard, first tell him that without a doubt when I get back I'll kick his ass for what he did to me. Second, this time I didn't play a prank on the old man because they confiscated all my pranks, and they'll only give it back to me when I'm not at the academy or the semester is over. So luckily for this old man, he's safe for now. Well, now what I sent him was a new pipe for him to use, as well as some books that he'll most likely love, plus magic inks and brushes. Read the notes, everything is there. I also sent him other things. I hope the old bastard likes it. I finished reading, which was without a doubt the note that had the most anger in the letters. Thanks for confiscating their jokes, he said as he opened his scroll, and the things came out, but they also exploded. The others knew what happened to him. They managed to trick him and he fell for their joke. They had to wait a while until they saw the third painted as a clown, while the paint gradually changed color. Little by little they began to laugh until they couldn't hold it back and burst into laughter around the room, learning how to make jokes and with magic. Iruka just sighed. He should have expected it, but at that moment he noticed that the card started to glow, and the others also realized this and stopped laughing. When it stopped, Iruka looked at it again and saw that more words appeared. If you're reading this, that means she fell for the prank, but this time it wasn't me who did it. It was Alize. I told her about the old man, and I told her if she wanted to send her a prank, but she didn't think it would work, so you have to send me a picture of what happened to the old man so he believes me. I've earned a lot of money. Remind the old man that I'm not just here to play pranks on him now. Fleur set her on this path, and she's learning. I wonder what the next one will be, and I forgot. That's magic paint. Unless it's special water made of magic, that paint won't come off for 2 days. Enjoy your new face, stupid old man. She read the note that appeared before turning to look at the Hokage. So this was your first prank? No, it's one that I didn't know would work. How I fell for it at the third Hokage. How I fell for a prank that wasn't made by Naruto. I think I fell for one of Naruto's, but from a girl I don't even know, he said, quite depressed. It affected him a lot. Well, old man, you deserve it, Asuma said mercilessly. Shut up, said the third. He didn't want his mistake to be thrown in his face. Continue Iruka. The old man will be like this for a while, but seriously, I bet that it would work, and I also won. How lucky, said Asuma, indicating his father's new condition, to which Iruka just nodded. While watching the sad scene, he fell for a joke that wasn't even Naruto's, that left him looking like a real fool. Besides, he bet and won. This was undoubtedly a blow to the third. Well, there's one last thing, and it's for everyone. As I said about the phoenix, their tears have healing properties. Tell Kakashi-sensei to explain why he sent vials of phoenix tears to each of you. It wasn't easy to make Eiko cry of her own free will, and it took me a while to prepare them. Everything is in the book, but remember, it only works once for each vial, and don't you dare hurt Eiko, because if you do, she'll just escape and burn everything during her escape. He read to shut up because of what she was saying. He said there were jars of the bird's tears, Kiba asked, not believing what he said. And if we hurt it, it will escape while burning everything in its path, Shikamaru said as they watched the bird that was calm. He most likely said that because there will be many who will try to imprison it for its healing properties, but since it is a bird that only recognizes its owner, it will not obey anyone else, and even if it is, as the legend says, it only has to die to be reborn again so that they do not harm it, and it will not incubate any eggs due to the lack of need to make more offspring, being itself its own descendant. Kakashi, read the book of creatures and tell me everything it says about this bird. If it is true, then you must return soon with Naruto in case some ninja wants to take it for his own and prevent it from burning everything, said the third seriously. Because of Danzo, he would try to take the bird for himself, but it will never work, and it will only torture him. But if what Naruto says is true, then it will never obey him, and it could even result in a total disaster with a burned village in the worst-case scenario. The others thought it was a little funny that he was talking to the painting while saying serious things for his own good. They just kept quiet, but it was really hard. Immediately, Hokage-sama, he said as he took out the creature book again to look for the phoenix. A few minutes passed, and no one spoke as they watched the bird being petted by the third until Kakashi began to speak. What he says is true. It is more than a form of escape, it is teleportation. It will move to its nest at the top of the coldest mountain, but while this happens it will explode into fire while it leaves, which will cause a small fire but of great intensity that can melt even steel. It generally happens when it has to go to die to be reborn, but in extreme cases the bird uses this means as a last option, and even if the bird takes someone with it during this teleportation, it can let them freeze to death on the mountain. it will only leave its owner alive and everyone who accompanies him, but according to this it is very advanced, so if its owner does not know how to do it they could even die of hypothermia or burn during teleportation. He answered seriously about the bird. It is simply fantastic. So it's true, and even if they capture it, it will melt everything while it teleports away and let the person who doesn't find it respected or worthy die if it happens to teleport away with the bird. It will only protect its owner. At least I don't have to worry about you getting captured, but even so Naruto wouldn't want his bird to get harmed while it's here. Is there something else? He asked again. If there are more, the bird is immortal and will leave the moment its owner leaves the world. It can be reborn as many times as it wants, so time does not matter for this bird. It is not violent, and is classified as a XXXX creature, which means dangerous, but in the case of the phoenix it is not because of this but because it is almost indomitable. So far there is only one other person known to have this bird, and that is Albus Dumbledore, a powerful wizard of more than 150 years. He is the same one who came to look for Naruto, right? He asked, to which he just nodded. Okay, now the bird itself is not violent, but it will act like its owner. That is, if its owner is calm, it will be calm, and if it is impatient or has little patience, it will also act that way. That means that the bird is attacking not only because it does not recognize worthy or that it is respected, but also because of Naruto's attitude, which is totally violent with other people who do not like it. In this case, the bird does not like Ino, and that is why it attacks her, he said, while Ino only got more enraged. So the reason was that it copies Naruto. Even when he is not here, he annoys her. There are more things. The bird can judge a person, and if the person is good and worthy, it will choose that person to stay by its owner's side until they die. If there is someone who wants to get closer, then the bird will judge you. The reason why Sakura, Kiba, and Sasuke did not let it touch them is because they are impatient. They think they are much more than other people, or they show a great pride and are not able to leave it aside. In short, Sakura did not let it touch her because she is impatient, while Kiba and Sasuke did not let it touch her because they are very proud, and to touch her they had to leave all this aside. Seeing that they left behind these selfish qualities, the bird finally let it be touched. Ino, you could not because you are very proud of yourself. You insult the bird and its owner, and finally you fight with it. I do not know what other reasons there are, but those are the main ones. So if you want to touch it, you must leave all that attitude aside, and then you will be able to touch it. The bird is really calm and non-violent, eats plants. That another of his powers is to sing a beautiful song that will make the good-hearted person increase positive feelings, but in the case of impure hearts it will make them tremble with fear when hearing his song. In extreme cases they will immediately fall into despair. He finished saying what the book said. There was more, but that was the main thing. So you think I'm proud like Buck? I'm proud. I shout to see everyone look away. Wait, seriously, I'm like that? Ino said, very surprised. Well, how do we say it so it doesn't hurt? Said Asuma, scratching his head. You're very vain about your appearance. Shikamaru began. Very violent, Choji said. There are more important things for you, like looking good for Sasuke, Kiba said, with Akamaru barking in affirmation. Or fashion, Hinata said softly. Besides, you never let another person tell you anything, and if you hear them, you get angry, Shino said. There's something else, Sakura said mercilessly. I don't think so. True, Ino said, very unsure. If it was true, the bird wasn't going to leave her until she changed. Ino, think the bird didn't let you touch it. Why do you think it was? Kakashi said, looking at her and then at the bird. Shit, she murmured softly until she was quiet. She had to think. Well, for now, leaving all that aside, the bird is certainly valuable only to obey its owner until it dies and then leave when it is no longer in the world. Also the ability to judge, and another of its powers is a song that will make the good-hearted person have a reinforcement in these feelings, while the impure ones will make them fear it. It is undoubtedly a magnificent bird. More things, Kakashi? Asked the third, reflecting on Kakashi's words. There would be no problems even if Danzo captures it. It would be better to present it to the council. Even if they want it, they won't be able to do anything to it. Besides, it is considered legendary. There is nothing more important. I read the main thing, but there is a lot of information about this bird. Just as Naruto said, it can carry great weights despite its size over great distances. Its tears have healing properties. I still have not read this part well, but I will read it. There are many ways to use it, and it is considered a treasure among magicians for just having one of these tears. It has a beautiful song that will have a positive effect on good people and negative on bad people. Immortality. They do not need to lay eggs. They withstand large amounts of heat. Being immortal, it is immune to something called Avada Kedavra. The killing curse, I think it is an instant death magic. It eats plants and a lot of other information. The book has at least 6 pages or more on this bird. So it will take me a while to know how many effects it has, and one more thing, it is considered a beast creature classification XXXX. At a quick glance it is a classification in its level of danger, and this bird is considered almost at the highest point, below a single level, but in the case of this bird is considered this way for being almost untamable, and as I said, Albus Dumbledore was the only person alive who has been able to tame a phoenix until Naruto appeared. He became the second person to tame a bird like this. He finished while caressing the bird. This bird has so many properties. How are the other creatures that exist? I see, classification XXXX, not for its danger but for being almost indomitable. Multiple effects for different situations and the ability to judge. I did not think that an animal, or in this case creature, had so many special effects. Naruto has gotten a very faithful and interesting companion, but with more reason it must be kept protected. That is why I will stay with the bird during the week, and when it has to leave you must bring all the things you want to send to Naruto inside a sealing scroll, to lighten the load of your package, and in this way it will avoid being intercepted by anyone. I do not know how it will arrive, but it is better to be safe than sorry. Just come leave me the messages and packages you want to send me in case you can't seal something else," he said quite firmly. The bird must stay with him at all times. He can't allow anyone to have it. It is not that important that he capture it, but it is better to be safe. Yes, I would like to talk about something not related to the bird but to the objects Naruto is carrying in the photo, said Kakashi, taking the photo of the 2 girls next to him while pointing at said objects. The third saw the objects and could confirm it just like Dumbledore. But don't worry about that, Kakashi. It's fine, everything is settled, but I must ask you to come back later to talk about the sword and the mask. Afterwards you can inform your team, but for now you have nothing to worry about, he replied, and with this Kakashi stepped back. Now I told Irika to continue with the letter while I tried to figure out how not to look like a clown in public. I think that's all. I don't know when I'll write again, and I hope you are all well. Eiko will be back in a week. Until then, please feed him. I think Irika-sensei has some extra notes on how to take care of him, and what he eats. Lastly, stupid old man, you're not the only one I'm sending jokes to, and I will definitely get revenge. I forgot something else. To every idiot who is a member of the council I will send a joke for being so stupid when I left. I think that's all. I'm fine and stuff. Well, I'm off here. There's nothing else. I think, well, if I forget something, good luck fixing it. So without further ado I say goodbye. Bye-bye. Naruto Uzumaki. Final PS. Don't ask for so much, and don't abuse this. As I said, it will be difficult to get everything, that's all. And so I finish reading without expecting the advice. He's crazy. Ayahan, at least I'm not the only one. I'd love to laugh at the advice, said the third while still trying to do with the paint. What the hell was this thing? Well, I think that's all now. Everyone will check their things, and as I said, if you want to ask him for things, write to him and come leave it for me to keep. If that's all, you can go. Kakashi, you stay. We must talk about Naruto's items, he said while everyone except Kakashi left. When everyone finally left the place, the Hokage spoke again, but it was difficult for Kakashi to pay attention to him because of his appearance, but he tried. I know you want to laugh, but hold it in, said the Hokage, who saw that Kakashi was trying not to laugh. He really should go find a mirror and see how he is. Now about Naruto's things, I'll tell you what happened when he went to visit Zabuza Momochi and Haku's graves. Chapter 6. Advice again. Day-to-day and secrets. In Konoha, and more specifically within the council, a meeting was being held that involved monthly reports on the village's situation. Needless to mention that the third wanted the meeting to end, but he had to talk about the bird behind him. Many saw the bird and asked him why he was here, but he only replied that he would talk when the official meeting was over. Everyone nodded at this because it was just a bird and they didn't think it was of much importance, but some ninja clan heads knew what that bird was because of their children and the gifts a certain joker sent, but they wanted to hear the Hokage talk about this bird. His children just mentioned certain things that they didn't understand and they were going to ask him, but they saw the bird and the Hokage's answer, so they decided to just wait. Very well, then we'll adjourn the meeting, Komura said, officially ending the month's meeting. Finally, now I'm leaving here, said the third, but was stopped by Hamura. Third, you're forgetting something, she said to stop him. What a thing, ouch, now I remember, said the third after receiving a peck from the bird. Seriously, this bird is really intelligent and annoying at times. Ha ha ha, it seems the bird is smarter than I thought, ha ha, said Tsum while laughing at the scene, so it was true. Very well, it seems that many want to know why I brought it, right? I asked, to which many nodded. This is because it's a magical creature, so if it's magical you should already know who it belongs to, right? He said, to which many just opened their eyes. Something had come from the child. Naruto Uzumaki, so this bird belongs to him, said Danzo as he looked at the bird. It never occurred to him that this bird was a magical creature. What a surprise. So if it's the boy's, why is he here? Asked one of the representatives of the civil side. Even after knowing the truth, many regretted it, and didn't want to talk about the boy who had left, and now it turns out that his bird has arrived. It was undoubtedly his nightmare in more ways than one. It's very simple. I just sent a message of my status and gifts to certain people who I will only warn will be a nuisance in the future, he said, referring to the pranks he sent. It was going to be a total nightmare. I see, and may I ask what things he sent? Danzo asked, very curious. Well, more than anything, clothes that are made of special materials, like those that are resistant to hard work, that change color, and other simple things but that are, well, magical. In addition, both Kakashi and Anko were sent a potions book or something like that so that they could prepare poisons or cures that are not found here, he said without hiding anything, since it was impossible to access anything contained in that book unless it was through the Hokage, Naruto, or Dumbledore, so it didn't matter if they found out. You said new poisons and cures, then why haven't you told us? Bring them immediately, we must make more weapons with those secrets, said Danzo. He couldn't miss the opportunity to increase the deadly power of the village. That's simply impossible, Danzo, Hiruzen said, happy to see Danzo's face, which just frowned. And why do you say that? Aren't they just orders to be followed? He said, quite angry at what she said. Perhaps he didn't understand the potential of this. They are easy to fulfill, but I assure you completely that it won't work even if you get the books by force, said extremely happy by Danzo's face. Thank you, Naruto, for this indirect joy. What did you say? Danzo said a little more angrily. Even if he gets a copy it won't help them. What do you mean? That's right. And the reason is very simple. The ingredients are not found on our continent. They can only be sent by Naruto and no one else. What's more, the person who prepares the ingredients is not Naruto, but his teacher, so accessing them, even if you manage to grow them, they would be of no use to you, he said while having a small smile. He loved that face of Danzo. That brat again. You mean no one else can produce them? Then let's ask him to send. We could negotiate with the kid and we could, said Danzo, trying to use all his options to try to get such potions, but was interrupted by Hiruzen. As I said, Naruto is not the one who prepares it, but his teacher. She knows what each ingredient is sent for. Even if Naruto doesn't say what they will be used for, she herself can guess what potion it belongs to. She will stop him immediately. Besides, she only sends the exact and necessary quantities for Anko and Kakashi at most, from what Kakashi said. They won't be good for more than 10 or 15 solutions and nothing more, and that's if she doesn't make a mistake in any step, and it doesn't explode in her face, she said while countering anything he said. You said it would explode. What do you mean? Danzo asked, curious about what she said. Perhaps there was some danger in doing them. Yes, you see, it seems that if you make a mistake even by a few seconds in its cooking or add just one thing more, it can result in it not working, not obtaining the expected effect. It can be harmful, or it can even produce explosions or irreparable alterations if the antidote is not obtained quickly, he said to see Danzo frown. I see. So besides not being able to get the ingredients, you have to be literally very careful when preparing it, or else it results in total chaos. It's really complicated and only wizards can prepare it. Isn't that true? I asked, looking at him for an answer. Exactly. Even from what Kakashi told me, it could take him 7 years to learn how to handle each ingredient very carefully. This is why wizards go to school so much. Their magic and potions or anything that involves magic is extremely difficult to do, and even if they study for 7 years, making potions involves a lot of concentration, and there can be total failures even if they are specialists in these cases. He finished explaining everything that had been told to him. So it's just impossible. Hell, even if he's not here, he's a nuisance. So why did he send them those books if it's so complicated? Danzo asked, quite frustrated. It's simple, just gifts she came up with. Advice from her friends and her teachers, nothing more, she said as she watched Danzo get irritated. She loved it, and wanted to see more. Well, there is a possibility that both of you can make a potion, but it will be difficult, but that doesn't matter since it is impossible. We just have to stop thinking about how to keep track of the ingredients because even if we get some it will be totally dangerous just to make it correctly, and we don't even know if they are correct or not, so there is your idea, Danzo. He finished saying and he loved her face. He got totally angry. Now that you've explained some things, can you please explain to us what that bird is, Hokage-sama? Said Shikako Nara. He knew what it was, but he wanted to know more about that special bird. Of course, this bird you see is a phoenix, a real one, he said as he watched everyone except for some of the ninja clans open their eyes. They most likely already knew what it was. You said phoenix like the legendary bird? Asked Hamura, not believing what he had said. They only existed in legends. Exactly, and I brought it to communicate many things about this bird because I don't care if she discovers or not the powers that this bird has, but rather it is more of a warning in case they decide to try to catch it and such things, he said while many looked at Danzo, who undoubtedly noticed the looks. And what makes you think I would be interested in this bird if I found out about its powers? I asked, quite angry at what happened and what he said. It's very simple. It's because the phoenix can produce tears that can heal thousands of wounds or deadly poisons with just one of these, he said, waiting for Danzo's desired reaction, which luckily didn't last for many seconds. What did you say then? Let's go, he said, but was cut off again. What happened now? That's why I decided to reveal it before you did something stupid that could lead to the whole village being burned down, he said seriously as everyone else listened. What did he mean by burning down the whole village? What do you mean? Is that bird dangerous? Danzo asked quite seriously. If so, it was even more reason to take it away from the boy. I'll explain everything to you because I'll only say it once. This bird is really intelligent and immortal, but what makes it dangerous is that it can teleport away if captured or injured, and consequently, during its escape, destroy everything in its path. Because during its escape, it produces a huge explosion, leaving behind intense flames that melt steel. Besides, you couldn't even touch it, nor could any ninja with bad intentions. And assuming that everyone here has a selfish desire or some negative feeling, even if all its abilities are sealed, its song is special, he said, looking at everyone, especially Danzo, who was now very irritated. Like I couldn't touch a stupid bird. He couldn't finish because the bird kicked him and sent him flying through the door. Many didn't know how to react to this. The bird was strong, very strong, and took them all by surprise. Hiruzen just sighed. He had to warn him. Danzo just stood on the ground trying to stand. That took him by surprise. The bird kicked him and sent him through the door. A stupid bird. Hiruzen explained to me why he attacked me, he shouted angrily for being humiliated as he approached and looked at the bird with hatred. I forgot to tell you that the bird can be calm, but the attitude it has will be its owner's, in this case Naruto, and the reason why it kicked you is because you insulted it. You see, the bird can judge a person if they are good or bad, and it is through this it decides whether or not to become its companion. In the case that someone else besides the owner wants to touch it, then the bird will judge you if you deserve its respect or not. If it decides not, well, you already saw what happens, he said, looking at an angry Danzo. So you say this bird doesn't respect me, then I'll teach it to respect me, he shouted as he prepared to attack, but the bird started to sing and stop like many others in the room. You couldn't stay quiet, could you? Hiruzen sighed as he saw many people holding their heads with their eyes filled with fear and terror. He knew this would happen. Danzo tried to move, but he only felt fear, terror like nothing he had ever felt before. He couldn't even move because of the bird's song. It was a beautiful melody, but the fear was terrible, and he had enough willpower to look at the others. He saw that many felt the same way, but not everyone. For example, Hayashi Hyuga or Hiruzen didn't feel the same way as him. Hayashi only saw this strange reaction from many. The bird began to sing, but it seemed to affect the majority, but not him. Along with a few others who he saw were only enjoying its melody but with confusion about what was happening, and for some reason their feelings were strengthened what was happening. After a few minutes of relaxation for a few and anguish and fear for the majority, the bird finished its melody. The moment he finished his song, those who were terrified recovered and slowly went to their chairs, including Danzo, who calmed down. He didn't want to feel this fear again ever. Hiruzen, what happened? Said Hamura, recovering from his fear. His singing was terrifying. That's what I wanted to explain, but Danzo interrupted me and provoked me. But this is what I wanted to talk about. From what I understand, your song or melody makes the person who has a good heart, pure or has positive feelings not be affected negatively. It makes the person develop feelings of courage or reinforces even more the positive feelings they have, but the real problem is if the person is contrary, that is, has a bad heart, impure or with negative feelings, the effect that will develop will be fear. In the worst case, they can fall into absolute despair. He said so that many would shut up, but Danzo tried to speak, but this time very calmly. So all of us who seem scared is because we are bad or impure, that's what you're trying to say? Danzo said, trying to control himself. If it was true, then this bird was. Exactly. And apparently you realize that if many think the same, then it's true. This bird is literally the worst of all creatures for a ninja, in which we specialize in deception and assassination, and even if we kill it, it will only revive because it is immortal. He said seriously, in case some idiot tried to do that crazy thing. In other words, Danzo, what did you say? So this bird will only revive as many times as it wants, then it must leave and never come back. This bird will only destroy everything for its damn song, he said while dodging the Hokage's hat. The bird threw it at him for insulting it. Damn the bird. Calm down, it won't happen as long as he doesn't feel threatened. I'm only singing because you were going to kill him. Besides, if you hadn't started trying to keep the bird, none of this would have happened. I look at Danzo seriously for not keeping quiet and listening. Danzo just kept quiet because he was right. They were told to keep quiet until he explained everything, but no, he had to speak and make this stupid bird sing. Besides, it seems he reads its mind because he threw something else at it. Damn. Tell the bird to stop throwing things at me, said Danzo as he dodged the things thrown by the bird. I can't, it doesn't obey me. It will only do what it pleases, and if it feels like you are insulting it, it will only attack you. Remember, judge people. He reminded her, and it seemed to work because the bird stopped throwing things at her. At least it stopped thinking about bad things. Wow, what a bird! Not only a beautiful melody that is literally the worst combination for a ninja, but also judges and attacks you. What else can it do? Choza asked. He loved the melody. It seems that he was good at heart. Well, the effect of the melody does not act by decision of the phoenix but based on their hearts. Also, tears can have negative effects if used under wishes to do harm, or those with selfish desires, because it's easy. It's for the same reason of the melody, and its way of judging its heart. Also, the bird does not lay eggs because at the moment it dies it will only be reborn from its own ashes, and at the moment its owner dies this bird simply out of anger, while singing a sad melody. He said to finish informing everyone in case they did some kind of nonsense. Everyone understood very well. Do not disturb the bird unless they want to be as scared as they felt it. Even Danzo understood the message. For him, this bird is his natural enemy. Okay, anything else you want to ask about the bird or anything else? I only made this announcement because this bird will come sometimes, and I hope no one comes up with any nonsense and stuff like that. He told them while looking at everyone, to which they just denied. The bird was enough for them. They didn't want anything else. Then the meeting is over, and Danzo, be careful with the bird, said the Hokage as he began to peacefully withdraw, but not before giving this warning to the only person who might be looking for the bird. Danzo just frowned but understood why they were giving him that warning. He was the only one who could do something crazy with the bird and be responsible for the destruction of most of the village. As long as he was away from the bird he wouldn't have any problems, but it was a useful bird for the whole village. The problem was its powers. It is the natural enemy of a ninja, and in this case, he is his personal enemy. Faced with this, Danzo simply left the bird alone as he withdrew to order his Anbus not to approach this bird in case it came and did not recognize it. They might see it as an intruder and attack. Only this would make the bird sing and leave the village defenseless because of that melody. The fear he felt was horrible, something he had not even felt during the war. He would never attack or bother the bird again. In this way everyone left without saying another word. Now at the academy, approximately a month had passed since the first day of classes, and since the new boy arrived at this place. At first many girls, mainly those in the same year, were nervous about how to approach him, and even more so having as friends the beautiful Fleur and the violent Alize. These two spent much more time with Naruto than with all the others, and that made it difficult for them to approach the boy because many bothered the first one in her first year for being a vila, and the second one was very antisocial that no one had tried to befriend her. All of this had happened during the first few days, and that's why no one had approached the boy. But on the fourth day of school, the boy started talking to other girls who, along with his two companions who remained silent because they didn't know how to communicate well, were able to start talking to him. He proved to be very kind, funny, intelligent, but not much of a gentleman. This could be forgiven due to his place of origin that everyone thought was not a good place to live, but Naruto began to talk about his home, and they knew it was not what everyone thought. Yes, it was a place where there were battles and such things, but it was also very peaceful as a village. They knew it was a place quite backward in technology compared to the wizards and muggles of these continents, but undoubtedly more powerful than all of them. Spending time with Naruto also made the two girls who accompanied him always start commenting on the way Vivian, her attitude and other things. In this way, little by little, the girls also began to open up to them, and over time they also became friends. Many had felt a little guilty for how they had ignored or bothered her during the first year, to which they apologized to Fleur and Alize, to which both only said that it was fine and that now they could be friends. This made both girls finally be able to have friends from the same academy. By the beginning of the third week, many girls knew the new guy and could easily approach him. There were still some who found it difficult to approach him because they didn't have male friends, but that didn't stop them from talking to him and, in some cases, escaping from the embarrassment. Also during this week, in the dining room, they helped Naruto sort the gifts they were going to send to his friends back home, and they recommended many things, but mainly his two close friends, to which many felt jealous for paying more attention to them than his other friends, but they didn't care so much and helped him pack. But during this packing they found things prohibited at school, among them jokes and love potions. Many were surprised and were going to shout to ask, but Naruto, the moment he realized, he silenced them and told them why he had them. The jokes were for some children as well as a personal revenge to those responsible for sending him to an all-girls academy. He was immediately told that it was not because of them but because they had not been warned, and they understood. They would also feel that way if they were sent to an all-boys academy without being warned. But the love potion caught them off guard. He told them that it was also part of a joke for someone named Sasuke and his former team in revenge for having left him tied to the post all day for trying to eat during a test. Many laughed at this, and they went without food for the whole day for trying to cheat. This spread like wildfire among those present, and many laughed. Naruto didn't find it funny, and he just sat there until everyone else fell silent. After a while, and apologizing to Naruto, he told them how they were going to be used. They were told that this Sasuke had many girls after him who were in love with him, and that of these many in love he had two friends, who were ninjas or kunoichis, to whom he was going to send gifts. In the general letter, the main objects were going to be listed for each of their friends and teachers. Among these objects that were going to be named would be the filters, so most likely the person who opened the letter, who would be someone named Irika, would inform this to their leader, who was one of their targets for their jokes, and he would ask both girls for the filters. By the time the filters were handed over to the leader, he would let them know what it was, and they would almost certainly try to get it back. But it wouldn't work. This part they understood and laughed. They would be very stupid to give them away, but how was she going to bother this Sasuke with these love potions? And the answer was that she would also write that she could possibly get other potions to send to the girls, and in this way, the boy who had most likely been present or had been warned would be afraid to eat every single thing he tried that was prepared for him by these girls, or would check every single food in his home in case they had entered his house secretly, becoming paranoid along the way. The girls just started laughing really hard at this plan. The boy wouldn't be able to eat in peace for a while because of this fear, but they also told him that when he returned home, this Sasuke would hit him, to which he just replied that he didn't give a shit as long as he suffered. Many girls, including her two closest friends, laughed out loud, but others who had heard and stopped laughing realized something. She could get the love potions and use them to make Naruto fall in love with them so that they could have a chance with him. During this week, many began to plan how to get these filters. Naruto had to get it through Alize, who was also his partner in pranks, but this was a problem because she would immediately know who they would use the filter on and wouldn't get it for them. So they had no choice but to order it through mail and hope they wouldn't get caught. Many girls had fallen during the attempt but received nothing more than a scolding and tried again so that their second attempt would work, and they would hide it from the other girls so they wouldn't know what they were planning. Now, another problem was how to deliver it. It was very obvious that they couldn't deliver food while Fleur and Alize were with Naruto because they would warn her what was happening in case they knew about the plan of many girls, or they would take some of the food away from her, and she could be the one in love instead of Naruto. Many had to plan this very well, It was dangerous if the teacher or teachers found out about this, and they could be severely punished if it happened. And so we come to this moment. A girl from the same year as Naruto decided to make the first move and get the advantage in this competition. She had prepared some cookies to which she had put a good amount of good quality love potion, and it was impossible for it to fail. At this moment Naruto was seen with Fleur and Alize along with many girls around them doing their homework while talking quietly, and the girl named Jolie was waiting at the door after having found him. It wasn't the best place to give it to him, but she didn't have much choice. She had heard many girls whispering about how they could place and deliver food to him with the love potion. She couldn't allow that. How often was there a boy that strong, kind, intelligent, funny among other things? Almost never. She couldn't allow it, so taking a deep breath, she gathered all her courage and started heading towards where Naruto was. It wasn't long before she reached him and started talking to him. "Hello Naruto," he began. "Oh, what's up Jolie?" Naruto replied, turning around. Many stopped to look at Jolie and saw a box in her hands and fell silent when they saw it. Perhaps it was. "You see, I was making some cookies to send home, and well, I had some left over and I wanted to give them to you for helping me the other day with the story," she said a little shyly while she stretched out the box. It was normal, but this way he wouldn't get suspicious. The girls who had similar plans realized this. It was undoubtedly a box of cookies containing love potion. They started their movement. The moment they heard these words, they stopped doing their own things and turned around to see what was happening. There were cases in which the love potion did not work, and for this reason they had to see what happened. Also, they could not speak because if they said a word they would discover their plans, and others would take all measures to interfere and prevent them from being given the food with the filter, or something much worse, that the teachers would discover them. Fleur and Alize saw this reaction in several girls and wondered what was going on. It seems that Naruto was the only one who didn't realize what was happening because he took the box of cookies with a smile. "Thanks, Jolie. Let's," Naruto said as he opened the box to see some simple cookies, but you could feel that they were freshly prepared. "They look delicious," he said as he took one and began to eat it with great gusto. The dining room had been filled with tension because of what was happening while they waited for Naruto's reaction. Fleur and Alize had been wondering about this tension that had arisen the moment Jolie had arrived but had become heavier when Naruto had eaten the cookies. Perhaps they had all been waiting for some reaction from Naruto for a few seconds until, "These are delicious, thanks Jolie. Girls, want to eat?" she said as she turned around and began sharing with the others. Finally they knew the answer. It didn't work, and so the girls sighed with relief. Enjoyed. The girl failed in her plan and now there were no problems. Jolie just sighed. The filter didn't work. She failed in her attempt, and while she was thinking about this she sat next to Alize, who looked at her with a little joy along with Fleur. They had realized. The girls, seeing that their plan had failed, some of them started taking cookies from the box and began to eat them calmly. It was known that if a love potion did not work, then it only meant that it would not work on anyone else, becoming just normal food, and with this thought they took the cookies and ate them calmly. A few seconds passed until something happened. The three girls, who had already eaten the cookies, dropped them and stopped. Those around her also stopped when they saw that something had happened to them, and began to move her. "Hey, are you okay?" asked one, shaking the girl who had stopped. "Are you okay?" another asked. They didn't respond, but they didn't have to wait long because the three girls looked at Jolie with a dreamy look. Jolie didn't know what was happening. Those looks couldn't be. They had failed. The answer he got was, "We love you, Jolie," the three of them said forcefully and threw themselves across the table to hug her. The girls immediately voted for the cookies. Upon seeing this, it was the effect of the love potion, which was happening. Hadn't they failed? Many wondered this as they watched Naruto continue eating them without any problem, watching with great confusion what was happening. They had the effect, then why not him? "Jolie, are you a lesbian?" Naruto asked a very confused Jolie. "Of course not," she yelled back, very embarrassed, as she tried to escape from the three girls who were under the filter's effect. What was happening? It wasn't supposed to affect Naruto, but it did affect them. "Need help?" Naruto asked as he watched her trying to get them out with great difficulty. What was happening? "Yes, get them off me," I yelled for help. I didn't want to be kissed by them. "Okay," he said as he took out some wire with a piece of metal tied to the end from his pockets and threw it to the three girls to tie them up. What was going on? After a while of tying the girls up and also silencing them by covering them with a cloth, they all gathered around and started asking each other questions while Naruto just continued eating the cookies calmly. Naruto, are you really okay?" Fleur asked with great difficulty in her words. What had happened to the girls was undoubtedly the effects of a love potion, but there was a question: why wasn't it working on Naruto? It was his 7th cookie, and he was going for the 8th. What was happening? Yes, I'm fine because they are delicious, Jolie, thank you, she said while thanking Jolie, who was sitting there very surprised like everyone else that it was really happening. Because idiot, because this, Alize said very forcefully, pointing at the girls who were trying to escape from the wire ties. It's the effects of the love potion, that's why, idiot. I finished saying to see that Naruto stopped to look at the cookies and then at Jolie, then at the cookies and back again. I spent a while doing this until I didn't know you could use them for food. That's good to know, he said as he continued eating calmly. The others just saw this reaction as very abnormal. They didn't understand. Fleur and Alize took charge of grabbing him and taking the cookies away from him. What was happening? You don't understand what's happening, you blonde idiot, I yelled at him with a lot of confusion because of how he looked at me. I really didn't understand. What's up? Also, give me back the Fleur cookies. They're delicious, he said as he held out his hands for the box of cookies to be handed to him. Naruto, how do I explain it to you? Fleur said, looking at him while insisting that he give her the cookies. The filter is not for cooking, it is for falling in love. What happens is that the filter worked on them but not on you. Do you understand? Fleur told him, trying to explain, but it didn't work because Naruto only looked at him with more confusion, and Alize, seeing this, was the one who told him what was happening. Idiot, what you're trying to say is that the filter works or not. That's what you're trying to say. If the filter doesn't work, then it's just normal food, but if it works, then it will have the expected effect. ASUC. The question here is why it's not working on you, imbecile. I yelled at him so loudly that it could be heard throughout the dining room. Naruto just froze at this. Wait a minute, I ate the cookies but it didn't work, but they ate them and fell in love with Jolie. Wait, I'm in love with her too. Wait, she put that on her. He thought to start opening his mouth, as if he was trying to say something, but he couldn't until the only thing that came out was, Yee-ch-ch-ch-ch-ch, what the buck is happening? He screamed loudly at what was happening, and he was looking all over his body as if he was looking for something, but he didn't find anything, and he grabbed Alize's shoulders and started to ask, what the buck? It's true. Of course, idiot. So wait, I'm in love with Jolie. Who knows, idiot? Wait, no, wait. So in the end it happened as I expected, said a voice that froze all the students, who only opened their eyes. That voice was very familiar to all of them, while Naruto just wondered if something had happened to him. Ignoring the voice, each girl started to turn around to meet the person they didn't want to see. Madame Maxime. Naruto, he said while ignoring her perfectly. Naruto, she spoke to him again while he just ignored her. Naruto, he shouted loudly and finally realized he was there. Director, something is wrong. Wait, I'm in love or something. I don't know what's happening. He yelled at her in total confusion, while the director just sighed, just as she was told. Naruto, calm down. You're not under the love potion, I replied, finally managing to calm him down. The others just watched this with great confusion. Perhaps the director knew why it hadn't worked. Naruto, can you tell me what kind of material your wand is made of? I asked him to confirm, to which he just looked confused but nodded. If I remember correctly, old Ollivander told me it was Vila hair, unicorn hair, and elderwood. Why do you ask? He said, asking with much confusion. Just as I thought you are immune to any kind of charm, even that of a pure blood Vila, she said while analyzing everything Dumbledore told her about his wand, and she was very surprised. Somewhat immune to charms was abnormal, but while she was thinking, someone interrupted her. Headmaster, what's going on? Fleur asked, not understanding what was happening. She knew Naruto was immune to her, but what she heard was something strange, something she tried to say with a pure Vila. You know Naruto is immune to you, right? I asked her, to which she nodded. Well, the reason for this is because she's innocent or doesn't understand the concept of love, but it makes it even stronger because of the unicorn hair and the elderwood, I answered to the confusion of many and just sigh. What I'm trying to say is that he's so pure, innocent, or incapable of understanding what love is that it makes him immune to all kinds of charms, even the most powerful love potions that exist in the world. That's what I'm trying to say. That's why he looks good, because no kind of magic or potion that affects his feelings will ever work. She told them all to see them open their mouths. That only meant one thing. Wait, what are you trying to say, director? Are you saying that they will never control me? Great, you heard me. Fleur, give me the cookies, he said as he took the box of cookies from her and began to eat them enthusiastically. The girls just watched him happily eat the cookies while trying to get their brains working. He was immune to any kind of control through magic that involved his emotions. That just meant. Exactly, girls, if you want to give him love potion, it will only make him find the food taste good. The director told them all, already knowing what they were thinking. Over the past few weeks there has been a report of an increase in love potions and the teachers were reporting it. They knew who it was for, so they just told them to take them off and scold them, to which they asked him why that was the only punishment, to which he told them why, and they understood to think he is immune. He is the best boy they could have had here. While all this was happening, Naruto asked something with great confusion. So why did Jolie put this in the cookies? Did she know I was immune? I asked, very confused. The girls and even the principal looked at him for the stupidest question ever asked in the entire life of humanity. She didn't understand what was happening. Idiot, you really don't know what's happening. Alice yelled at him, looking confused while he just shook his head. Seriously. What happens is that and her mouth was covered by several girls who decided to act before anyone knew what was happening. What thing? Naruto asked as he tilted his head in confusion. Naruto, why don't you take the girls to the infirmary? The principal told him so he could talk to the girls privately. She didn't need to listen to him. Good, hey Jolie, thanks for the cookies, they're delicious, he said as he lifted the ropes that had the girls tied up from the side and easily carried them to start moving to the infirmary. He was going to finish his cookies there. You're welcome, he just said, not knowing how to act or speak because of what happened. In this way Naruto left the girls stunned with the director not knowing what was happening. Minutes later the director spoke again. You see how Naruto is? This is one of the reasons why I didn't reject his entry into the academy. He's so innocent that he's not capable of understanding what love is, or more, he's not capable of understanding some feelings. She told them firmly in her words. Did I know this could happen? A slightly stunned girl asked. She had spent a lot of money on love potions, but now that was a waste of money. Of course there's been an increase in the confiscation of love potions. Do you think I wouldn't realize who it was intended for? He asked each of them, while they avoided his gaze. The reason why they only confiscated them and didn't give you a punishment is because even if you brought more, I knew that Naruto would never be affected by the filters and would be totally safe from you, or if not, I would have put a lot more security this year for this. There was a possibility that you could bring more filters for a boy who was in the academy, and tried to make him fall in love with you, but I didn't put them when Dumbledore informed me that he was immune to even the most powerful love filters in the world. This confirmed even by the military leader of his village, who was asked why this could happen, and it could be understood. He informed them all to start hitting their heads, and there were several. She knew the other possible reasons why she was immune, and it seems that it could be due to a certain demonic fox that quickly cleansed her body and prevented any type of manipulation from another person. Most likely she did it so that only the fox would have control over Naruto, a very dangerous indirect advantage, but it could also be due to her personality because the Vila charm hasn't worked on him. Who knows? The only thing she's sure of is that if someone tries to manipulate her emotions, it will be impossible for them to do so, and that was good. Now you'll learn that not all filters will work on others, right? I asked many, to which they averted their eyes. I just feel sorry for the amount of money you spent on the filters, but I think it was a good punishment. At least you can use it to cook him more delicious meals now that you know it doesn't work on him, he told them with a smile as he started to move towards the infirmary, but stopped to see the first brave woman to try this. Miss Jolie, I don't think it's necessary to punish you for this since your plan failed splendidly and majestically, and apparently, I think you spent a lot of money on a very good quality filter, he said, to which she just nodded, still stunned and embarrassed. It had to be her. At least you'll have another chance to try to win him over, but remember, the easy way won't work, and he will undoubtedly be, for all of us, the biggest challenge for any girl who wants to make him fall in love with her. Good luck in achieving it. You'll need it if you saw his reaction, but at least be happy, she told them with a cheerful face. Why should we be happy, Madame Maxime? Said a student, a little annoyed by the amount of filters she spent. She could have bought clothes if she had known. He will never look at them with a perverted or lustful face because he will only see them as other people. That is, he will not see them beyond their friends, making them very difficult to fall in love with, he said happily, to see all of them lower their heads, hit their faces with their palms, and even heard some knocks on the table. How many girls bought filters? Miss Fleur, Miss Alize, don't tell her anything about what happened here, he said to both of them, to which they just nodded without being able to say anything else. Now I'm going to the infirmary to prevent Naruto from giving the other girls or staff the cookies with the filter, or else today we'll have an early Valentine's Day, she said as she walked back towards the infirmary, while the person in charge turned around and started banging her head several times against the table. It seems that all this had affected her. At least she'll learn to never use a love potion again. A week had passed since this total fiasco, and the rumors spread throughout the school. The amount of filters found in various parts of the academy was enough to build a new average-sized classroom with great elegance. That so many filters were bought was undoubtedly greater than the number of students in the same academy. But for Naruto it was Christmas with this. He found many of these filters and saved them in case Ino and Sakura wanted more. He didn't have to buy them, so he saved them without anyone finding out. Fleur and Alize found out about this and tried to remove the filters, but it was impossible, so they just left him. He wasn't interested in love, so they didn't believe he would do so much harm, but then they realized that he could indirectly hurt this boy named Sasuke. They better left him. It was none of their business. Now in the halls of the academy, the trio of friends headed toward the dining room to start lunch. Then they had charm classes and had to submit their homework. How lazy! Now I sound more like Shikamaru, Naruto commented. Naruto, are you planning something again? Alize asked him, not really wanting to fight. She was hungry to start one. Nothing. This is why I'm lazy. There aren't many things to do here. Plus they watch me so I don't send jokes to the old man with glasses, and doing the same thing every day has made me lazy to go to class, he replied while holding his hands behind his head. But Naruto, even if you are lazy you must attend classes, Fleur told him, playing the role of the person in charge of the group. But Fleur, I understand there isn't much to do here. Alize spoke while supporting Naruto. It was boring and she was also getting lazy about going to classes. But you must attend classes. You could be punished or scolded for missing, Fleur insisted, to which she only saw Naruto and Alize looking at each other, and then looking at her again, and no way, it wouldn't be the first time, they both said, not caring about the punishment or the scolding. It wouldn't be the first, nor the last. Fleur just sighed at this. Naruto was smart, but she knew he was a total mess at his old academy, and Alize was just like Naruto. It was impossible to change their minds, so she just gave up. By the time they were reaching the dining room, they heard a very familiar scream and quickly dented, and they arrived just in time to see Eiko come in with a package in her paws through one of the windows. She had returned. At first they were all surprised, even the teachers, by the legendary bird. There was only one other person known to have this bird, and it was Dumbledore. But meeting another besides being the boy from the new continent only made him better. He tamed a phoenix, and he was also very friendly with almost all the girls, except Alize, who insults him sometimes and they start to fight. But this is partly the girls' fault. It was also discovered that he had a cute white fox named Kurama that was always walking around the place, and many girls gave him food every time they saw him. Naruto did not care, since this fox loved girls and did not bite or harm anyone, so he just left him alone. But every night he returned to sleep next to him. He was a really friendly fox because he never let himself have an owner before him. He felt that it had to do with an angry orange fox, but something strange happened when he named the little fox. The QB growled when he said this name. Perhaps it was a name he knew, or well, he could think about that later. By this time the bird had landed on the table, leaving a large scroll while being petted by many girls, to which it only allowed. So you came back, as they were? Naruto asked as he approached, and asked him, to which he only moved from the place to let him pass towards the scroll. How big it is? Naruto said, grabbing the scroll. It was quite big. He was hoping the ramen he ordered would come. Hey, they send it to you the same way. It's still strange to see how things can be sent on scrolls, Alize commented, looking at the large scroll. Like flying on a broomstick, Naruto replied as he untied the string holding the scroll. Touché, just answered. So what did they send you? Fleur asked curiously, as many people in Naruto's same year gathered around her. Honestly, I hope it's the ramen I ordered. I answer honestly. Food, really? Alize asked, looking at him like an idiot. Me, it's delicious. Now step back a little. He told them all so that they would only pay attention, and Naruto extended the scroll to end up hitting the large circle and releasing a lot of smoke. It took a while for the smoke to clear and more scrolls of varying sizes to become visible. More scrolls, really? Asked a girl from the same year as Naruto, Camille. Well, this is part of each one. Let's see where the scroll of the old shit is. he said as he began to search through everything and finally found it to begin opening it, and did the same as with the previous one. He found a letter and some interesting things, including a key, a box, and clothes. The old man sent him several things. Naruto, seeing the letter, opened it and began to read it. About 2 minutes passed before I stopped reading it and looked at the key with a little distrust. Why, what did he say? Fleur asked curiously. Well, the old man says that everyone was fine and those things also took Eiko as a target to take precaution because of her great power. Especially her song that literally made the council kneel in fear. I didn't think it would work anyway. He says that Eiko will not be hunted but that she could not stay long in the village because she is literally the natural enemy of the ninjas, and if she saw someone and started singing she could leave the village defenseless for a few moments, although not all of the council were affected but the majority were. He answered while rereading the letter. It seems that it caused some problems. I see, just as you said, Fleur replied, looking at Eiko. Naruto had told the girls that ninjas are experts in deception, information gathering and in battles along with assassinations, so it would be normal for Eiko to sing for seeing so many people of that type. What a village. Leaving all this aside, he also tells me not to send any more love potions and pranks, since in the last week he has been preventing Sakura and Ino from taking the confiscated potions and has had problems controlling Konohamaru along with a group of friends as well as Kiba, who have been experimenting with his pranks in various parts of the village. There is also a notice that the idiot Sasuke wants to cut my head off for this. I answer with a big smile. In the end it worked. While they want to cut off your head, your plan worked very well, said Alice, looking at the letter with great joy. She also loved jokes, so for her to have a partner in jokes besides being the personal nightmare of the military leader of her people and one of the greatest magicians that have ever existed only increased her excitement. She gladly helps him. Thank you, he replied with the same smile. It was good to have a partner who understood. Fleur wasn't ready yet, but she would be in time. Well, what else? Fleur asked, ignoring both of their smiles. At your service, ma'am, let's, he replied to Fleur's pout. So tender, wait, I thought tender nah. Naruto thought, ignoring this thought, how strange. According to this, he said, taking the key that came with the things. It's a key to a new house. What the hell are they planning? He wondered as he looked at the key with a bit of hatred. Perhaps they found out who his son was and now wanted to gain his trust seriously. Naruto, asked Sophie, a classmate who saw a little anger in his voice. Maybe he wasn't happy about a new house. Shit, stupid people, he said, ignoring the looks from his companions. Did they love him now? Hey, are you okay? Camille asked, seeing him spitting profanities towards his people. Did something happen before he left? Oh, girlsy, don't worry, said Naruto, noticing the looks of the others, and scratched his head. Later he could get mad at the village. Naruto, are you really okay? Fleur asked. The reaction was not normal. If you don't mind, let's see what else there is, she said, looking at the letter again. All the girls saw that she tried to change the subject, but they better left it like that. They didn't want to interfere, but Fleur and Alice looked at each other and nodded. They had to ask her how her friends. It says that everyone received their gifts and that each of them sent something for me in each of the scrolls to finish that I should prepare in case I return to the village for a promotion exam in a year. But it hasn't been decided yet whether or not I will take the exam, he said as he stopped reading. An exam? Exam? Many asked. Yes, according to this the exam has not yet been decided, but it says that I should train with my techniques just in case. They also negotiated with the Fog Village so that I could keep the sword and that now until my death it belonged to me, but I had to be careful with other ninjas. The sword is considered a treasure for other ninjas and many would try to take it from me by force. For that, he sent me a scroll about these swords and information from some previous users in addition to information they had about the swords. I must read it seriously this time, he said while looking at his sword that was on his back. It was so important he didn't know. What kind of sword is it to trade with another village and have them send you information about the previous users of the other swords? Are there more swords like these? Alice asked with great curiosity, taking the scroll that Naruto indicated where the information was while trying to open it. Right, ninjas. Let me, Naruto said, taking the scroll from her hands and adding a little chakra to it so the seal would disappear, and opened it to spread it on the table for everyone to see. It didn't matter much if they saw it. Upon opening it, He saw an image of different strangely shaped swords next to his own and images of previous users including Zabuza and his own with their respective names as well as the functions of each one. These are swords, they are strange, and there are also images of people including yours next to the image of your sword. Perhaps they are the previous users of the swords. Fleur asked, looking at the images of each one. The swords she was seeing were incredible. Yes, and it seems that there is a set of 7 unique swords, and it seems that mine is one of them. It has a name, Kurikuribocho, the decapitating sword. He said, reading to everyone, to which they were a little scared by the name, the decapitating sword. Wait, you said decapitate? Jolie said, a little scared. After the fiasco, she just kept trying to get his attention in a normal way. She still hadn't given up. If he says the reason it's so big is because it's not made for fighting but for interrogating and then decapitating. That's its original function, plus its blade never wears out because it consumes the iron that contains the blood of its cut opponents. While that's great, she said happily, ignoring the looks of the others. It was great. A blade that never wears out and only needs blood. It's totally great. Naruto, you wouldn't try it, right? Fleur asked, worried about what he said. Sorry, I just got excited. It's just that a sword like this is simply great. You know, a sword that can take blood to keep its edge isn't great. This way I just have to give it a little of my blood and it will stay perfectly. He said excitedly, looking at everyone who seemed to not like his idea. Naruto, we are normal girls with magical powers and not ninjas or warriors like those in your village. Please understand, you idiot. Alize ended up yelling at him while hitting him on the head and starting to rub her head when she realized that he was right to stick out her tongue. And I forgot, he just said, looking at the others who just sighed. It was still strange getting used to the fact that he was a warrior and not a normal boy. Well, forgetting your sword, there's something else? Alize asked, recovering from what she said. Yes, let's say the other swords are Samahata the shark sword, Hiramikari the twin sword, Kiba the double hook swords, Kabutawari the blunt sword, Nuabari the needle sword, and Shibuki the explosive sword. Those are their names, and it seems that most of them are lost. There are only 3 swords that are known of their location. Samahata is owned by a guy named Kisame Hashigaki who killed the previous user and stole it. The second is Hiramikari, which is in the Mist Village, where it originally comes from, and is looking for a new user. And finally mine, that I win it after Zabuza, he said while pointing at each of the images and explaining about its previous and current users. The guy from your memories? Alize asked, to which he just nodded calmly. For Naruto, death affected him in some way. It was responsible for making him choose a path to follow with Haku. He couldn't easily forget about him. Naruto, if they are so valuable, don't you think they will chase you? Fleur asked worriedly. If what she heard is true and there was one who even killed its previous owner just to get it, then they wouldn't chase Naruto. On my continent, of course. And even more so if they revealed who my mother was. They'll have even more reasons to kill me. Great, he said with a lot of sarcasm. A valuable sword and his mother, what else was missing? Then you shouldn't return to your continent, Camille told him, understanding his situation. But I must return sooner or later. Unlike you, I am a soldier and an adult without a family and without a home, literally a vagabond in this place and mine. I sigh sadly. Great. But why don't you stay? Fleur asked him a little sadly. It's not that easy, he said without trying to reveal about a certain orange flea fox. It's very. Alize tried to speak but couldn't continue because of Naruto's voice. Well, now I won't be so bored anymore. I'll have to train to face the idiots who want the sword, and for those exams I feel like it will be very entertaining, he said happily, trying to change the subject and put away the scroll. Then he had to read it. The girls saw that I tried to change the subject. Maybe he didn't want to talk much about himself. Now that they realize he doesn't talk much about himself, but about other people, it's as if they didn't want me to know much about him. Something happened to him. Okay, now Irakas, get ready to pay the bet, Alize, Naruto said to the girl, who forgot her thought and opened her eyes. The bet had been completely forgotten. All right, let's see if the joke worked, he said with more confidence than ever. He was a military leader, and she didn't think he had fallen. In the end, everyone stopped thinking about this because of the new conversation between Alize and Naruto, and the bet they made between the two. They wanted to see who won, but Fleur didn't forget this easily. It wasn't the right time to ask him yet, but she wasn't going to forget what he said. Something had definitely happened in her village, and she didn't want to talk about it. Very well, I won, pay me, Naruto shouted in pure happiness, waking Fleur from her thoughts, and she saw him. Damn it! Alize shouted, banging the table as she looked at the picture of the military leader painted as a clown. How did it work? Shit. Pay. Naruto shouted, giving him his hand so he could pay. Are you so stupid that you call yourself a military leader, OLD idiot? He shouted while taking some money from his pockets and handing it to her. You want revenge? Naruto said, trying to encourage her. Of course I'll get revenge. The next joke is on me, damn old man. I'll teach you to be more careful. I yelled at him with all the determination I had. The old man is going to have a very difficult time. As she watched this interaction, Fleur just pushed this thought aside. She still didn't want him to worry about those things, and most likely when the time came, or he was ready, he would tell them. So for now, she would just see how he would entertain himself with the following jokes he would make. Maybe she would also start acting. Chapter 7. Dance and the Hat. It had been a few months since the filter incident and the arrival of Naruto's package, in which he had been training with his sword and wand, discovering some interesting things about how both objects act. One day when he was training with his sword in his giant form, something suddenly happened. The sword began to glow and fired a small burst that scratched a nearby tree. Naruto didn't know what had happened that day, so he tried again, but it didn't work. All he knew was that it was related to magic, because on the second attempt his sword ended up shrinking. The moment he used a little of his magic on the sword and ended up falling with a little exhaustion. He felt that it wasn't his chakra since he had a lot of energy, but his magic source was different. It had run out the moment he tried to do the same thing again. Since then he couldn't do it again, and he had asked his defense against the dark arts teacher, but he didn't know anything that could help him. He only told him that magic is transmitted through the wand, and in some cases the wand is not needed to do simple spells, but it is advanced magic. When he told him this, Naruto remembered what happened at Ollivander's and what the old man had said when the wand and sword reacted. Was that why the sword could be used for magic? Did it absorb his magic instead of his blood? This was the question, and he tried cutting his finger a little so that blood came out, at least a drop, but it only absorbed it and became a little sharp. It hadn't changed his original ability, but he still didn't understand what had happened. He would have to go see the old man of the wands sooner or later. Leaving all this aside, he also began to train some techniques that had been sent to him, and they were great. One of them was the Shuriken clone jutsu given by the old man. It was simply great. It looks a lot like shadow clones, but they were for Shuriken, and also he didn't feel exhausted. It was great. There were other techniques, but he hasn't been able to master them yet. But he didn't rush since he also had homework and jobs to hand in, as well as delivering his pranks to a couple of elders. The latter had help from Alize and Fleur. The latter began to learn about how to make pranks, and the first one she performed was on the old Hokage. She ended up with a mouse problem for a few days, and because of this she was sent a complaint letter from the village, but she wasn't interested and burned it. Fleur declared that she liked the pranks and that from now on she would be in charge of getting different pranks for both master pranksters, to which they were only happy and began to plan more pranks to torment the elders. Finally, the gifts that had been sent to him were what he wanted, ramen for a month. He was able to store it inside the scrolls without it spoiling, but the girls, all of them including the teachers, forbade him from eating it all and took the scroll away from him. Let's just say he wasn't happy and tried to get into the principal's office only to be punished by running errands for different girls. In short, he became her messenger for a few days. It wasn't pretty. He learned that the girls here were a little strange and that for some reason they always asked him for strange things, like accompanying them to their room, others to eat their food, to which he never refused. They even asked him to be with them for a while. Simply, he did not understand why they did it, but something told him that they were planning something, and he began to hide from several girls. The principal ultimately decided that she would not continue due to certain problems she saw in her punishment, which she did not mention, and that her punishment would be changed to helping the teachers during her free time, including her. Naruto immediately agreed. The girls were doing something, but he didn't understand anything. Well, in the end he learned a lot of things while helping his teachers, so in the end he liked his punishment. More things had happened during these months, and they had reached the month of December, where the castle began to shine more intensely due to the different decorations that were placed on it. For Naruto this was simply new to him. A Christmas he had never seen with so many decorations. It was simply incredible for him. It would be the first Christmas where no one would look at him badly, and he loved it. During these months, Fleur and Alize were the girls closest to Naruto of all. as well as his best friends at the academy, and because of this they had realized some things about him. At first the signs about Naruto's home were good despite a village full of professional assassins, but at times he didn't like to talk much about people. He talked more about his friends and the places he knew, but beyond that he didn't talk. Also, every time a girl asked him something about his life before the academy, he always tried to change the subject to another side, or in some cases he escaped with an excuse. Even they had realized that something very deep happened with Naruto, and he did not like to talk about the subject, and if they insisted, Madame Maxime intervened by calling him to talk to him about some things. At first they just left it as a private matter between them, but this happened several times when she began to corner Naruto with various questions. This increased the questions from Alize and Fleur, who were hiding, so that even the director would help him escape about even simple questions about his past. For now they had left it at that. If even the principal and apparently some teachers helped him escape from those questions, then it would be extremely difficult to make him talk. Now that they were close to Christmas, they had also noticed Naruto's strange behavior. He was more excited than others, but sometimes sadder what had happened in his village. It was as if he had never celebrated Christmas, and he even asked about simple things like why they put up a pine tree or decorations. This was certainly strange, to which they asked him if he knew about Christmas, and he said yes, since in his village it was also celebrated, but generally in that part he diverted the subject. All the girls had noticed. They knew he was an orphan, but for him not to get to know about the simple customs was well strange. Fleur and Alize promised each other that they would uncover each other's past, no matter what it takes, like their best friends. But now they were in a class with all the class members, including Naruto, who saw a strange object with a wide-mouthed tube and what looked like a record. They told him it was called a magic record player, and that it was used to play music. He was excited to see something like this, but was stopped before he could even move by Fleur. He knew that she would try to observe him closely and start chaos. It was very easy for her to cause a disaster, even for a simple reason. It was simply her natural talent. Naruto complained but had no choice but to listen, but he wondered why he brought something to make music, and he couldn't continue thinking because Professor Odette had entered the classroom. During this time, Naruto grew a little fond of the teacher, being one of the few people he had met who treated him well. It was strange for him. These people, they are happier and accept others more easily. Me, for now, he won't think about that. Now I had to listen to the teachers talk. Good morning everyone, and Naruto, today we are going to do something different that you are supposed to learn this year, and for the rest of the years you will, but this year it will be different because of Naruto. It is a small tradition that the academy is proud of, said the teacher, looking at Naruto, who felt that something was not right. Teacher, what they're going to teach us is? Asked Annette, also known as Anna. Yes, miss, that's what you think, the eel ball. He smiled, which made all the girls excited, but one didn't have this excitement. He said dance, he meant it. Teacher, dance, really? Naruto asked, not believing what she said. Yes, any problem, don't you know what a dance is? Odette asked. Of course not, dancing is of no use to us. In fact, no one in my town knows what dancing is, and I assure you, she said quite forcefully, to which many opened their eyes at this. Hey, are you serious? Camille asked, surprised by this. No one in her town knew what a dance was. What thing? I asked curiously. About how no one knows how to dance in your town, aren't there parties and all that? Fleur asked, not expecting any of this. Of course no one knows how to dance, or at least not beyond a traditional dance. But that's more for civilians than for ninjas. That's of no use to us in combat, and it's not necessary for our work. Besides dancing, that would simply be a mockery for us. It's not necessary, we have festivals and things like that. But dancing on dates like these is for nothing. He ended up answering, being totally sincere, he was going to completely refuse to dance. I see, but all the more reason you should learn to dance. Odette replied, seeing that his mouth had opened and he was about to start complaining. Then I'm leaving, goodbye, good luck, he said as he left, but when he got to the door he found it locked and impossible to open. What was going on? I'm sorry, but this time she won't get away, he said as he put away his wand. He had to learn to dance. Not dead, let me out, I yelled as I tried to open the stupid door. Alohamara, he said, but it didn't work. Portaberto, said another spell. Open sesame, for the love of God, open, you stupid door, it's flying out, Dio something. Naruto shouted, casting all the spells he knew to open doors, and nothing was working. He was running out of options. Naruto, I don't know where you learned those spells, but I must tell you that the doors are more resistant than you think. Odette answered, listening to all the spells he cast. When did he learn all that? I don't care if it doesn't open with spells then, he shouted as he grabbed the handle of the sword and was about to pull it out when he was stopped. Stop, Naruto, I won't let you destroy the door. You know I can punish you for that, right? Odette said, casting a spell to prevent it from moving. Of course I know punishment is better than dancing. Besides, you wouldn't be the first to punish me for destroying something. I yelled at her, trying to move. Damn, how is she getting out of this damn spell? I thought so. It will be difficult to make you do something you don't like. I was warned that this could happen, he said while taking a scroll out of his sleeves. What are you doing, teacher? Don't tell me that those are my— How did you find it? Those are the love filters that I sent to the girls in my town, and my food that I managed to steal from the principal. Give it back to me. I yelled at her, trying to move. I had no other choice. I know, we've searched your room due to certain complaints from your leader and Professor Dumbledore about pranks sent by you. I don't know who could be helping you, but this is certainly a reason to search, he indicated, looking at the parchment. He didn't know how to read their language, but he could translate it. In the end, it turned out to be, "Stupid old men, when I see you again you will pay me, until then give it back to me," I shouted, cursing the pair of old men. Wow, what a show! I would have brought some sweets if I had known this would happen, Alize said with a sarcastic voice. Who would have expected it? The girls didn't know anything about this when he got the filters, of course. The day it was revealed he was immune, they now knew where he went. He collected them all, and most surprisingly, he didn't know what they would be used for at this point. Many sighed in relief and frustration. Relief at not being caught, and frustration because they realized it would be difficult to conquer him. Great, Fleur just covered her face. Like a simple dance makes a person want to destroy the door just to escape. She still didn't understand how this kind of disaster was possible. After some time of negotiation, they both finally gave up and Naruto broke free from the spell, surprising the teacher a little. But she managed to catch him and tie him up. At this moment, Naruto is tied up, calmly planning how to escape. It was difficult to get out of these ropes. Well, it seems it will be more difficult than I thought, Naruto, she said, looking at his angry face. At least she was prepared for whatever he would do. You think you're going to stop me? Better ones have tried and failed. What makes you different? Besides, when Christmas comes I can get filters somewhere else while I go to Hogwarts, and I can still bring the food. It's not forbidden, he said, issuing a challenge. He was Naruto Uzumaki. Who does he think he is? You're right, I don't know how long I can stop you. I heard that you had the courage to enter your people's war council and put on a show that left even Dumbledore and the High Command speechless. But I'll still try. You're going to dance, and that's the end of the conversation, Odette said firmly. It was going to be difficult to make him dance, there was no doubt about it. Make me, Naruto challenged again. Okay ladies, here we have a boy with whom we can practice the Christmas dance. As you know, every year we must learn to dance among ourselves, but this year a man arrived who can help you, but as you see he doesn't want to dance to the point that he wants to destroy the door. So it will be up to you if you want to make him dance or not. I answered them to see the smiling faces of the girls. Naruto saw these faces, something he didn't like about them. They were scary. Girls, what are you planning to do? I asked, a little afraid of what they were going to do, how they would force him to dance. Professor, we can take your wand and sword away, right? Marion asked with a happy face. Of course, and whoever makes it dance will get extra points for my exam, said Odette, encouraging them to do so. Wait girls, don't pay attention to him, Naruto begged as he saw them approaching. Even Alize. What the hell was going on? She thought as she tried to pull out the ropes and failed. Naruto, I'm sorry, but I really need those points, Alize said, representing many. Traitor dwarf, then why don't you study, stupid? He shouted at her loudly. That was the reason. Damn. She's not the only one, and will make you dance. You know how many boys would have liked to be in your shoes, Jolie said, being one of the first to arrive and check him out, looking for her wand while Alize was removing the safety from her belt that held her sword. I don't give a shit. I yelled back at them, stupid strings. Come on Naruto, it won't be that bad, Camille said calmly, but secretly happy. If she made him dance she would get a dance with him and also extra points that she needed. Merry Christmas to her. You stupid old fools, I will get revenge, I swear, you sons of. he shouted at the top of his lungs as he was silenced by Odette. Naruto, don't swear, she said calmly, looking at him with an angry face. At least the academy won't suffer. Meanwhile, Dumbledore and the third felt a little fear but let it pass. After this, Naruto tried to escape but was stopped by the girls, and even Fleur made him dance with her. The good news is that it didn't last long because he stepped on their toes. Thanks, silly feet, but Odette told him that he would have to dance many times, and she would make him dance with other girls. Let's just say that in the end he tried to escape from the academy, but it was totally useless because they blocked his exit, and from that moment on, a warning had been given for any girl to catch him and take him to dance classes. Many managed to catch him, many feet were stepped on, and every time he saw an opportunity to escape, he did so. This routine was done for 2 weeks until Naruto got fed up and went to the principal's office to complain. It was enough. Now we come to this moment. Headmistress, I'm going to Hogarts. Give me back my jokes now. Shouting inside the office, Madame Maxime had wondered why she had taken so long. I can't let you go so easily, I replied as I stood behind my desk, staring at him. Because, he shouted, coming closer, you'll be the nightmare of that place. I answer honestly. Better, I can get OFF myself for what they've been doing to me the last week, he said loudly, banging on the table. And tell me what they've been doing to you, I asked, knowing what happened. They have been harassing me all week. They are totally crazy. I don't understand why they want to dance with me so much. Don't they go back to their homes and dance with other friends? Family, I don't know why it has to be me. Besides, they haven't let me eat peacefully. You must do something to stop them, please. I yell at her to start begging. Seriously, I wanted to go somewhere. I would remember this date for the rest of my life. The director saw him pleading with her how desperate he was to leave. She had thought that this method would help him learn some feelings, but it seems that it had the opposite effect. Now she only saw desperation to leave. It may not have been her best idea. But forgetting this part for now, she could fulfill this request and let him go. The tests were over and they were just waiting for classes to officially end. These days were more for preparing to decide whether or not to go home, so she wouldn't see anything wrong with him leaving a few days early. Naruto had also resisted for a long time in this academy and needed to leave. He had reached his limit with this, and he wouldn't know what would happen if he left it any longer. There was an advantage to him leaving. The academy wouldn't suffer for him, but the school where he spent his Christmas, in this case, Hogwarts. Okay, bring your things, I'll send you to Hogwarts. But please don't say which academy you're going to for now, you understand me? I asked him, seeing him jump. Thanks, I'll go get my things and come back. Have my jokes ready for me. He shouted with joy as he started looking for his things. Finally, he would go get revenge on the old man. Finally, he could leave and get away from these crazy dancing girls. I think I should warn him. No, I'll leave it at that. The headmistress muttered as she began preparing the portkey. Dumbledore deserves it. Meanwhile, Fleur and Alize were looking for Naruto. After his last escape from the girls, they had to admit that at first it was funny, but now it was simply tragic. Poor Naruto could barely eat in peace these past few days as every girl was looking for him to dance. Even they were looking for him to dance. More to annoy him for a while. But it had been difficult to find him in the last week. It seems he was avoiding them. They couldn't blame him. What happened this week was traumatic. Although Fleur felt strange when she saw him dancing with another girl, she was thinking about a very likely possibility, but it was better not to accept it for now. She still didn't know Naruto well, but there was another problem. Alize, although she hasn't realized it, she may have small growing feelings for Naruto, or it could be that she only sees him as her best friend. She didn't know, but in the last few weeks, since the beginning of all this problem, she has been bothering him a lot more, as well as trying to make him dance, but according to her it was to annoy him, although she doubts this reason a lot. Now they were talking about him while they were looking for him, again. Where do you think that idiot ran off to this time? Alize asked, trying to guess where he went to hide this time. He always changed places so they wouldn't find him, although she had to admit that looking for him was fun. He even transformed into a girl to go unnoticed, but they found him when he accidentally bumped into another girl and lost focus so he could finish his transformation. Chaos broke out. They didn't know he could transform into a girl, but in the end he explained that it was a simple technique from his home. But the only weakness he had was that he consumed his own energy until it ran out, or if he lost concentration the transformation would end undoubtedly a ninja. But that only made him funnier and sadder. He was so desperate to transform into a girl. Poor thing. This time we'll look for him in the clock tower or the Oli, Fleur recommended, to which she nodded. They had both decided to go to the clock tower first, since if they didn't find it they could more easily go to the Oli through a corridor that connected to this place. They were on their way to the clock tower talking about what they were going to do for Christmas until I'm out of here. A shout of joy was heard through the halls to see Naruto turn the corner and head towards them while running at full speed and in a very happy manner. Hey, wait! She shouted but had to stop when she saw Naruto jump and do a somersault over them, touching Alize's head and Fleur's shoulder with each of his hands to end up behind them and continue running. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna pack, I'm out of here, I yelled at them as I continued running to my room. Fleur and Alize were slowed to react. She said she was going to leave the academy. QQQQ. They both shouted as they started chasing him to his room, which he had passed. Minutes later they both arrived at their room and entered. It was assumed that the three of them were from the same house, but the girls were forbidden to enter Naruto's room, but he let several girls enter his room without problems. Especially those who came to get things from his room, or in the case of Alize, came to sleep when she did not want to go to her own bed because she was lazy or too sleepy to climb the stairs. Naruto did not care since he did the same, and sometimes they both arrived to fall anywhere, so that Fleur came and took Alize out by force. Sometimes it did not work, but she continued to insist that Alize not do this, but it failed, and in the end she just let them while she started reading magazines that she had also left in Naruto's room in case this happened. She had to take advantage. Now they were watching Naruto cheerfully pack his things as he stretched out several scrolls to store them in. Hey, what happened? What do you mean you're leaving? Fleur asked as she came in with Alize, who came in to throw herself on the bed as if it were hers. I'm going on Christmas vacation to Hogwarts. Alize, pass me that scroll that's under your pillow, he said as Alize asked for the food scroll that she treasured. You're leaving now, but classes aren't over yet, Alize said as she handed him the scroll and sat down on the bed. I begged the headmistress to let me go. I can't stand being chased by the girls every day anymore. I hate the dance, he told them as he finished preparing his scroll. Aha, they both said, understanding why he was leaving. It was simply sad to see the scene when they caught him. It's really embarrassing. So I'm sorry, but I'll go first, he told them both, to which they nodded. Okay, we understand you well, I mean the reason, Fleur told him. Send my regards to the old man. I've sent him several jokes. I don't think you'll need any for the rest of the holidays, right? Alize asked him in case he needed any supplies. It paid well and she made a lot of money, a good business, plus she loved jokes. No, I don't think I need to for now. The principal has more of my pranks. When they confiscated them on the first day of school, they made sure I didn't have any so as not to torment the elders, but it didn't work, he told her as he started to leave the room with the girls. I see we'll accompany you to where we should go, Fleur told him to ask him where they should go. I have to go to the principal's office, but it has to be quick, said Naruto, starting to run while the girls chased him. He shouldn't get caught by the others. A few minutes passed until Naruto, Fleur and Alize entered Madame Maxime's office. But you've arrived and with your friends, you know, the director asked her, so she would just nod. Good afternoon, Madame Maxime. They both greeted the director politely, to which she only nodded. Very well, Naruto. I have prepared the portkey created by Dumbledore. It will leave you outside the castle. Have this. Don't lose it. It's a pass that Dumbledore gave me that he created for you for when you went to the castle, she said while giving him a kind of necklace, to which he just put it on. Also, I'll return the confiscated pranks and love potions to you, but please don't leave a mess at school, she said as she handed him the pranks and potions in a box, to which he just took it and sealed it in his hand. He still found this type of technique very interesting. He should try to recreate it, but for now. And one last thing, don't say you're coming to this academy yet, and don't reveal your status yet, unless Dumbledore says so, you understand, he said seriously to Naruto. Of course I'll keep my big mouth shut. Why would I want to reveal this? Besides, I still don't understand the advantage of being surrounded by girls. How good it is since the last few weeks have been a real nightmare. I still don't understand this, Naruto commented to ignore the size of the girls and the principal, as he wasn't able to understand well he was better than a pervert. Well, that would be all, and don't dirty the name of the academy. Oh, I forgot, she said while hiding the academy sign from Naruto's uniform. There's this one, so no one will find out which academy you belong to. Since you're still in uniform, there's a chance they'll know where you're from. Maybe the only ones who'll know or find out which academy you're from will be the Hogwarts teachers, so don't worry. I finished by telling him as I looked for the port key. Okay, girls, I'm saying goodbye, he said to both of them, not knowing how to say goodbye until they both surprised him by hugging him, to which he only hugged them back. See you next semester, Fleur said calmly. Try to be a hell of a lot of people there for me, Alize said, smiling as they both broke away from the hug. Of course, he said with a smile. Madame Maxime just watched them calmly. At least she made some trustworthy friends during this time. Her life may have been hard, but there is still that light in her heart. Without a doubt, one day she will be able to control that fearsome power. She only hoped to be alive for that day to come. All right, since you've said your goodbyes, come Naruto and grab this hat, the headmistress instructed him as she placed the hat on the table. It will activate when you touch it. Well, I hope to see you next semester when you're more relaxed, she said as she watched Naruto approach. Yes, I know, but this time it was his fault. I couldn't stand it any more seriously, he said as he stood next to the hat to touch it. Well, for now just enjoy your Christmas. Until next semester, young Uzumaki. Madame Maxime said goodbye. Very well, Director, thank you. I hope you all have a good time too. Bye, girls, she said to the director before saying goodbye to her friends in the room. Goodbye, Naruto, Fleur said while smiling. Don't do anything stupid, Alize said in farewell. You too, see you later, were his last words before touching the hat and disappearing. In the end he left. Well, at least it won't be my responsibility for what he does in the castle, Madame Maxime murmured as she went to sit down. She was going to miss the boy a little. He made the academy happier. It was good that he came in the end. That made her happy. Well, excuse me, we'll be leaving, Madame Maxime, Fleur said as she bowed her head next to Alize to begin leaving. Wait a moment, before you go we need to talk about something. The director spoke to both of them before they left. What's going on? Did we do something wrong? Alize asked, a little scared. She didn't realize that she was the one supplying Naruto with jokes, right? No, not at all. It's about a matter I want you to think about over the next few months, and you should think it over calmly and talk it over with your parents, he told them both, seeing them look at each other curiously. Well, the thing is, and so he began to talk about the subject to both of them who were paying attention. Dumbledore hadn't had a good first semester due to a problem called gifts and Naruto, a very bad combination. Since he left him at the Beelzebub's magical academy, he had received jokes from time to time. Some had been twice a week, or others many times in the same day. They had been sent in different ways that he was already afraid to open any of the packages or letters that were sent to him, that he had already generated a paranoia with this. Now everyone was having lunch peacefully while Dumbledore remembered that Christmas time had arrived and that he would come, but the question was when. He didn't have to think about it much because he realized that if he were to think about the devil then he would come on his own, because suddenly the door opened abruptly and very loudly, alerting everyone, and they could see an angry-looking blonde-haired boy dressed in a light blue uniform which many thought didn't fit him, and who was holding a huge blade and was also grabbing a ghost who seemed full of fear. The thought of many was like shit he was doing this. This put the teachers on alert, but before they could say or do anything, the boy started talking. I finally found you, you bucking old man. You know, I haven't had a good time while I was looking for you. First, I had nowhere the bucking one to go, so I went, and that was easy. The problem was that I got lost and almost fell down some stupid moving stairs. How the hell do they move? I yelled at him while those in the dining room only listened to why he was so angry. Afterwards I fell several times down the stupid stairs, and if it wasn't for my sword I would have fallen several times. And now just to add up, this stupid ghost scared me and tried to play a bucking joke on me, but at least I know something chakra is used to break his face, Lee shouted as he lifted the poor ghost out of pure fear, who knew they could touch him. Now negotiate with him. In exchange for not breaking his face, he guided me here, and luckily for me, I find you, you crappy old man. I yelled at him while throwing the ghost, who gladly left as quickly as possible, while the boy just started walking, dragging his sword. You could hear the sound of his sword. Sparks were coming out from the friction it made. Okay, old man, before I continue, do you have something you want to say? Well, it doesn't matter, because either way I'm going to beat your face, he finished saying while walking slowly towards him with his sword still giving off sparks. Dumbledore, don't tell me that's the boy from the continent, said McGonagall, seeing the young man with the enormous sword. It was much bigger than her body, and she didn't seem happy at all. Yes, and it seems like it's coming for me, he said a little fearfully. He arrived. And how do you think a child can reach you? Snape asked skeptically. He was afraid of him. Dumbledore, wait, it wouldn't be a joke. Young Uzumaki, I hope you liked your academy, he replied strongly, nervous, and it seems that it only made him even angrier. Here, let me see. Here is your answer, Expelliarmus. He shouted the spell with his wand. This surprised Dumbledore, who deflected the incoming attack. It was strong. Did you like my answer? Cheer up, old man. I still can't use it with my sword. I discovered that my sword and my wand are linked somehow, and when I master my sword I will be able to equip it with my spells. Remember, old man, whose sword belonged, and how I promised to come and beat your face in, shitty old man. He yelled at him and launched himself quite quickly. Despite the size of his sword towards Dumbledore, he was going too fast. Repulse! Snape shouted the spell to stop it. He saw it hit, and he made it back up, but it stopped with his sword. Which? Shit, old man, you also want to get in the mouth? Very well. He shouted at him and launched himself at him as well. No one was going to get in the way to stop him from smashing his face in Dumbledore. Shadow clones! He shouted to make 4 more Narutos appear, going around different corners and the original one in the middle. This surprised everyone. Who was the boy who resisted Snape's spell and who seemed to have a grudge against Dumbledore? The teachers were also surprised, and those who knew about it undoubtedly knew that these were techniques from their continent, but now they had no time to think because the problem had multiplied by 4, literally. Arrestra momentum! Shouted Dumbledore to stop them in midair just as they had launched themselves. This was too much. It was getting out of his control. Let me go, you stupid old man, so I can beat your face, and then I'll go after the idiot who thrown the damn repulse at me. Now let me go. The 5 of them yelled at them and threw the sword at the same time, to the surprise of everyone else. Relatio! Shouted a teacher to stop the 5 swords, and luckily they stopped until they fell to the ground. 4 of them vanished, leaving only one that looked like the original buried in the ground along with marks from the other 4 that disappeared. They were real. Another one, okay, but have more weapons. I shouted at him to throw 6 shuriken to start drawing hand signs and jutsu clones of shuriken. And the 6 shuriken only multiplied 4 times more. Now McGonagall put a shield to stop them. In the end they all ended up falling. She really wanted to kill Dumbledore. OLD man, come and fight so I can beat you up. Come here, you crappy OLD man, I won't hurt you. I'm just going to send you to the hospital for what you did to me. An old man is. And he couldn't finish because they made him shut up. They silenced everyone's voices, and to top it off they tied him up and he fell to the ground, making the 4 Narutos disappear, leaving only a Naruto thrashing like a worm who was undoubtedly cursing Dumbledore. Anyone who saw him undoubtedly saw that he had gotten angrier. The students couldn't do anything. Some even dropped food from their mouths. Who was the kid to attack Dumbledore, and to have such sharp things that could hurt someone? While the teachers could only watch the boy who attacked everyone writhing like a worm, who was undoubtedly cursing Dumbledore, to which he just facepalmed and sighed. Some entrance he made, it looks just like the one he made in his village, doesn't it, when he sent the leader and the military council packing. Professor, the boy has a real grudge against you, said Hagrid, looking at Naruto. He certainly hasn't forgiven him for what he did. Professor, are you sure you're letting him into the castle? It seems he doesn't respect anyone, said McGonagall, indicating the squirming boy. It's okay, he's just mad at me. The jokes I've been receiving have been from him. I told him no doubt it was going to be a nightmare, because he does it, he definitely hates it. I asked him, not understanding, but he just leaned closer to my ear and told me the reason. When he finished listening to it, he understood the reason for his uniform and gave Dumbledore a look. I certainly have no defense for you now. You deserve it if he sends you to the hospital. He told her flatly. That's why he was angry, and he was absolutely in his right mind. But he was very violent. But he understood the reason for his actions. Thanks, that helps now, Naruto. I'll let you talk if you promise not to swear, she said calmly as she released her silencing spell. But finally untie me now and I'll put my sword through you. And he returned to the comfortable silence, even angrier than before. This Christmas will be a nightmare, she murmured. Now she regrets not having him at her school. The students just stared at the boy who was literally tied up and silenced by the principal, who apparently expected it. But who was he? Many saw that he was an 11 or 12-year-old student, and that he clearly didn't respect the principal, but their doubts were answered by the principal himself. Well, excuse me everyone, but you've already met our surprise guest who came from another academy to spend Christmas with us. You shouldn't be scared, he's just mad at me, but I recommend not making him angry since he's a very different wizard from everyone else from what you've seen. Now you can wait for the presentation until he calms down, at least so he doesn't attack me. But you'll undoubtedly find it very interesting. I tell everyone to calm them down, and it seems that it worked because most of them went back to eating, but without a doubt the conversation was on the new boy who had appeared attacking Dumbledore. I'll put that aside for now. But now the problem was calming him down. Maybe if they give him food. Wait for that. Naruto, I'll give you ramen if you calm down, he said, and luckily this caught his attention, so he nodded hard for him to summon his food, and Naruto started drooling. Dumbledore saw this and broke the spell, handing him the food so he could eat it quietly on the floor. It seems to have worked for now. At least it works for now, I murmur loud enough to be heard. How long before he comes to attack you again? It won't last forever, and if it's someone from those lands, he will be your worst nightmare for what you did to him. In short, you lost all his respect the moment you sent him to that academy. McGonagall told him. If what he heard from those lands was true, then Dumbledore lost all his respect suddenly. I just sighed. And who is this Dumbledore boy? Asked Professor Sprout, the herbology teacher. He's a boy who comes from those lands, he replied, to which the others just opened their eyes and saw him eating happily. So he's the boy from those lands. He's certainly violent, said Professor Flitwick, the charms professor. The truth is that he is very friendly, but what I did to him made him want to punch me in the face, she said, covering her eyes. What did you do to him? Snape said without much emotion. The boy was strong and also very different from everyone else. He was a warrior, very different from all the children his age. He was dangerous. Your academy is Bozvatan's Academy of Magic, he replied, and the teachers fell silent. Now they understood the uniform and his anger. He sent him to an all-girls academy. Only girls. A few seconds of silence passed between the teachers until, he'll definitely punch you in the face the first chance he gets, said Professor Hooch, the flight instructor. Yes, I know, that's why I've been receiving prank packages, and now he's brought his war here. I just hope it doesn't involve any of the students, she said with concern. Because you say that, he's not worse than the Weasley twins, said McGonagall. He didn't think he was worse than them, but he only regretted it when he said this sentence. He's by far the worst prankster that's ever been to Hogwarts. According to his leader, his intelligence is at the strategic military level, one of the best in his village. He's actually very smart, but at the same time a real idiot. I remember his leader telling me he played pranks on the military and civil councils and a group of elite assassins at the same time, and the worst part is they had no evidence that he did it. The places had to be cleaned for 2 weeks, he said grimly. What the hell did he bring? So you angered a child who has military training with enough intelligence to leave no trace even for these elite assassins to punish him, and I suppose these places have great defenses, right? McGonagall asked him without emotion, to receive a positive nod. The teachers just kept quiet at what he said. It brought back a nightmare, and before they could comment again they heard a voice. Okay, stupid old man, I'll finish now. Where you want me to hit you in the face or stomach? He said as he calmly stood up. At this the students looked at him again to see what he was doing this time. It was a very entertaining show for them. Wait, Naruto, we can talk about it civilly. Dumbledore tried to calm him down, but it didn't seem to work. Let's be civilized. Very well, clean or dirty combo, choose, he said while snapping his fingers. Young man, is that civilized for you? Lee asked McGonagall, not expecting what he said. Yes, Grandma, that's how we usually fix things where I come from, he said, making McGonagall angry. I'm a young teacher, don't call me Grandma, she said a little angrily, but the boy didn't even flinch at this. It seemed like he was used to being scolded. It doesn't matter now, we'll fix things later. Now there's a more important matter, and that's beating the old man with glasses. You've already left your temporary replacement, old man, he said, walking forward. Wait, young Uzumaki, haven't they taught you manners and elegance? You should be more civilized, she said, trying to stop him with something from her academy. But what he answered proved that he was never a good student. Let's see, how do I answer you? I made jokes to the military leader next to the bags of bones that call themselves council. Do you think that you, because you are famous or powerful, am going to stop me, and even more so after the week I had because of those crazy people? He said while he was already at the teacher's table, standing right in front of Dumbledore. Dumbledore couldn't understand what had happened at his academy to make him so angry. The teachers understood very well that he was not going to stop at anything, so they did the wisest thing. They stood up and walked away from the table. That was Dumbledore's problem. Dumbledore knew he was in trouble, there was no doubt about it, and when he was about to do something to save himself, a voice saved him. "Hey Naruto, lad, I found what you were looking for. Later we can go see them." Hagrid began, trying to distract Naruto from what he was going to do, and it seemed to work. Seriously, how cool and how are they?" Naruto asked happily as he headed towards Hagrid to see what he found. Dumbledore and the other teachers sighed in relief. It seems that the boy had little concentration, and when there was something he liked, he was immediately distracted. The students felt a little disappointed. They wanted to see a fight between the teachers. Many sighed, but they were also interested in the new boy. Who he was, it seems that he knew Dumbledore, who he undoubtedly hates, and Hagrid, who he seemed to like. Well, the headmaster said that he was going to introduce himself, or something like that. So the best thing they did was go back to eating and wait. They had seen strange things before. This was new but not strange to them. After some discussion among the teachers about what to do with the boy from the girls' academy, Dumbledore began to speak. "Young Uzumaki." He began to see what caught his attention as he continued talking to Hagrid. He seemed calmer but still angry with him. "What do you want, old man? Are you ready for me to hit you?" he replied, snapping his fingers. "No, young Uzumaki, I called you to decide where to go to sleep," he said while attracting the attention of everyone including Naruto. "Where will I go to sleep?" Naruto repeated and asked. "Exactly, since you're not from this school, we don't have a room ready, so I've decided you'll go to the men's room in one of the houses here," he said as he looked at each table. "Then send me wherever you want, old man, it doesn't matter that much," he replied, calmer now. "Well, we can't do that, since everyone has their qualities and you can't just go sleep at any house," he said as he began to smile. "And how will I do it then? Wait a moment," he said to her to start thinking about the possibility. "Perhaps that's exactly what you're thinking, you'll be chosen for one of the houses," he said to see Naruto hit his face with his palm. "This shit again." Naruto muttered, a little frustrated again. The students heard everything. They were going to be temporarily chosen for one of the houses. Great. Now they wanted to see which house they belonged to. "And how will we do it? Don't tell me they're showing my memories, right? Because now I won't stop at just breaking your face, but now I'll take charge of breaking every bone that exists in a human being. Do you understand?" he warned him while snapping his fingers again. "Don't worry, I know what happened, but the method for choosing is different," he said as he made a hat and a seat appear where Dumbledore handed the hat to McGonagall and began to head towards the seat. "The sorting hat, that's the name of the hat Professor McGonagall is holding. It will read your mind and begin to decide which house you will belong to. It will be able to make comments, but it won't say anything personal." He told her to calm her down. He knew what happened, and he didn't want it to happen again here. He didn't think he could resist it. "Aha, at least it's a talking hat," he muttered as he went to sit down. "Hello, excuse me, Grandma, for what happened before, but the old man," he said while apologizing to McGonagall, to which she was only surprised by this but recovered and answered him. "Don't worry, I already know what happened, and don't call me Grandma. I'm Professor McGonagall," she said as she prepared to put the hat on her. "No, Grandma is better," I answer without looking at her face. "It seems you'll be difficult," I commented, a little exhausted. At least it wasn't a student from here. "Well, this isn't the first time someone's told me that," he said as he began to put his hat on. "Yes, I can see that. Now just calm down and let the hat make its choice," he said as he received a nod and placed the hat on her head. Naruto began to feel the hat begin to move, and it didn't take long for him to start speaking. "And who are you? I see, you are the son of Kushina Uzumaki, a great heroine of the magical world. I see. Nice to meet you, boy." The hat began to speak. "But you really know how to read minds. Nice to meet you, hat," I answer with great surprise. "What a curious mind we have here, but I'd better look more thoroughly. There's something here that seems strange," said the hat as it began to examine his mind. It seemed curious and was going to place him in Ravenclaw, but something stopped it, and it was better to make sure. The students along with some teachers were surprised by who his son was. He was the son of Kushina Uzumaki, the woman who faced the Nameless One several times in the past. No one knew what had happened to her. It was a mystery until now, so they paid more attention to this. If he had studied here, to which house would he belong? That was what they wanted to know. Oh boy, what do you have? He started to speak, but was stopped by the boy's voice. He quickly discovered the secret. Incredible, just as expected from someone from this place. I know, don't pay attention to him, we are two in one body. You must understand that he is not me. I told him so that he wouldn't confuse him with the flea-bitten fox. I understand, but your mind is still simply complex, your life has been simply hard, boy. He began to comment while the others listened to him. You are an orphan who knew nothing about his mother until she was forced to find out. For being a wizard, you never had anyone to take care of you, and this caused a deep hatred in your heart for many people. He commented with great sadness. What a life he has had. If he continues with this hatred, he could free it, or even become a dark wizard, much worse than all those who have already existed. But there was something that did not make him fear, and that was. But that darkness blocks the hope that remains in your heart. You are still looking for a reason to live after being told that you were a magician, and having to give up your previous dream, poor boy. He commented with deep sadness. What life has he had besides that fox he saw? He never thought that this could be achieved. Your mind is simply complex because of your life. No one has wanted to teach you about anything you do until you found a teacher, and only now do you show a desire to study. You are curious by nature, studious, and you love making plans to play your jokes. No doubt you have gotten into trouble with great and extremely dangerous people, but you have always come out unpunished for your plans. This would make you go directly to Ravenclaw, but I also see great loyalty towards your classmates and comrades. Honest and innocent despite what they did to you, but as a consequence, because of your life working hard is normal for you. You are also a Hufflepuff, but as a Ravenclaw you have more qualities. He commented while thinking. This mind was undoubtedly difficult, but because of the life he has had. Dumbledore understood everything. It was just as he thought. He had so many qualities for different houses that he simply made it difficult for the Sorting Hat. What a complex mind he had. The others were just surprised by this. It seems that his life has not been good at all, but he is still looking for a reason. Hope is the only thing he had left, and no one could ask him about his mother because he simply did not know anything about her. The Hat said it. Some felt sad, but on the other hand they were also curious. He was suitable for two houses, but the Hat said that he had more qualities. Perhaps he could belong to another house. The Hat thought for a long time before starting to speak after a while. Just as I thought you could also belong to Slytherin. You're just cunning and ambitious. You want everyone to recognize you for who you are, and for another reason, certainly a great ambition, but it is also overshadowed by your great bravery and courage as a Gryffindor. This was given to you by those men, right? Murderers. I'm surprised even by this. You've learned all this from two murderers that you saw die in front of your eyes, and you respect them. But I can understand why you respect them. All I can say is that these guys were simply incredible before their deaths. Even from the most ruthless murderers you can learn all these things, and you only knew them for a while. Now I understand the sword and the mask. They are their belongings that they left you. What a great burden they have left you. But they gave you the path to follow, faithful to your companions and without regretting your own path that you have chosen. With great courage and cunning, along with the great curiosity that one of them gave you. Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, Slytherin, and Gryffindor. All these qualities come from your life and your experience, as well as the legacy of those two murderers. What a life you've had, boy, what a life, said the Hat very sadly. No child should have this life. Now it only made his decision more difficult. He was simply for all the houses. The teachers and students just opened their eyes. He learned all this from murderers. He was surrounded by murderers, and he learned these lessons from two murderers. But what the teachers understood a little about where he came from, but even they thought that a murderer had something good to teach. Perhaps the ones he has met are different from his own. Dumbledore just thought, just as he said, he must be talking about Zabuza and Haku. When he went to visit the Hokage again, the latter took the opportunity to ask him about these people, and let's say it was a total surprise for the Hokage, but after a few moments of conversation he told him what had happened on his mission. Incredible. It was the only thing he could say about what he heard. Dumbledore, I can't make my decision. He has no place to fit in because he fits into all of them. I can't choose his house. His life has taught him so much that he simply has all the qualities. Curious and strategic like a Ravenclaw, loyal and honest like a Hufflepuff, ambition and cunning like a Slytherin, and finally great bravery and courage like a Gryffindor. He has all the qualities of each house. His life, his teachers, the two murderers, his friends, they all have taught him everything about these qualities. He is without a doubt the biggest idiot you could have ever met in your entire life, and most likely for what you have left, but he is an extraordinary boy. I'm sorry. I could make a decision, but it would take me hours. I can't decide. He finished with his judgment. The boy couldn't go to any house because he belongs to all of them. The Great Hall just remained silent at these words. He couldn't leave the hat in the house. His mind was simply complex to have it in one of the houses. According to him, he could place it in a house, but it would take him hours to decide who was this boy. His life, from what they heard, wasn't pretty. That caused this decision. It was the first time that happened. A boy couldn't be chosen to a house. Are you serious? Asked Dumbledore, trying to find a solution. He knew that his mind was simply complex, but for it to get to this point, that even the Sorting Hat could not decide, the only thing he was sure of was that he is very different from Tom Riddle, a student he had in the past and became the unspeakable. Naruto still has hope of being accepted, and that is why he is so open. He is totally different from Tom, who just wanted to isolate himself from the others. Both had a similar life of being orphans and abused. Both had a very great darkness in the depths of their hearts, but the difference between them was the way they took these lessons. He was glad that at least, for now, a new dark wizard was not born. Dumbledore, you know where the boy comes from, so don't fool yourself. I don't know why you did it. Maybe because you were afraid of this boy's potential. The Hat asked with great doubt. He read the boy's mind and knew that he knew about what happened to him. His potential would definitely develop in Slytherin. There is no doubt about that. But they are pure blood, and I don't know if this boy's people are considered pure blood or not, because anyone who comes from that place can use that power. Ravenclaw too. The boy shows great potential for study in different subjects except magical history, where he falls asleep but forgetting this. The boy has great potential for all, but even more in potions, dark arts, charm, and magical creatures, all that. Because of his great curiosity, he also has future potential for herbology and divination. I commented on why I couldn't leave him in any house. The others just listened. He was a brainiac with great cunning. What else is missing? Hufflepuff, his loyalty to his companions and friends is simply incredible. He would give his life for them. And finally Gryffindor, his great bravery and courage to face everything that comes for the love of Merlin. After all this is over, he will try to hit you again for what you did to him, or if not, he will try to do it at another time, but there is no doubt that he will hit you without caring who gets in his way. He told him all his reasons without denying anything of what he saw in his mind. But even you can see that. You're amazing, but please finish soon. Like you said, I must get revenge not only on the old man, but also on the guy who repulsed me and the dwarf who stopped my swords. He commented to the Hat without caring who heard him, or ignoring the looks they gave him while he planned his plans for all of them. You see, even now he doesn't care about anything you're doing or that I talk about his future plans. Right now he started planning his revenge. There are more, but you have become his targets. That's simply bravery to the point of stupidity. He commented to everyone while he continued reading the boy's mind. Can that be done with magic? For my part, he said, remaining silent and telling her some things on his mind. He wanted to see her potential. Dumbledore just sighed, so he didn't care even if they knew who his targets were. He would just do it, and nothing more, but he was curious about what they were doing, what was happening. He didn't have to think much because, "What are you serious? Thanks, Hat," he said, very happy for the information he had obtained. He would look for it. "What's this? Wait," Dumbledore muttered until he realized what was happening. "Minerva, take the hat off before he tells her any more of the castle's secrets, quickly," Dumbledore said hurriedly, to which McGonagall did so. Even the Hat supported him. It was going to make a big deal if what he told her was something important. "What did you say?" Dumbledore asked, hoping he hadn't said too much. "Just about some things about the castle and some people who could help him to make your life miserable this Christmas, and for those that follow you deserve it this time, and since he doesn't belong to this school, then there will be no problem." Hey, I read his mind. It's better not to be on his target list, and unfortunately you put yourself at the top of this list along with another old man who surprises me how he still falls for his jokes. It's incredible how he displaced this boy named Sasuke to his last target to put you two as his main victims. But this time I will say that you deserve it and you can't complain. The boy doesn't respect you at all, and what's more, they help him with those jokes. You lost the respect of several people, but congratulations, you have condemned the castle. There is good news for me. I have been saved. Well, good luck to everyone. If you survive and the castle remains standing, we will see you next year. Boy, come find me at the office. I want to see the disaster you will leave in the castle and on the house. Dumbledore, you will see. I recommended it to him. He told them to see the boy, who was just smiling. He wanted to see if everything he read in his mind was possible. "Oh, I assure you," he said happily to the hat, "it helped him a lot and now." "Okay, now don't wake me up," he said, falling back asleep. The kid would come get him. It's entertaining. Everyone in the castle fell silent at what the hat said, which meant that the castle is still standing. But while they were thinking about this, no one had noticed that the young blonde man had moved until there was a small scream from certain twins that woke everyone up. "So you are the Weasley twins, perfect, come with me," said Naruto, who suddenly appeared behind these twins who were just grabbed and ran away with them. Nobody said anything. Now they understood what the hat was trying to say. He told them about the Weasley brothers and the young man from the other continent. "Damn, Dumbledore, who did you bring to the castle?" McGonagall yelled at him furiously. She took the Weasley twins. Now she understood the part about some people who were going to help him. The hat told her about them and also secrets of the castle. What else did it tell her? "Damn!" Dumbledore muttered, covering his face, but a few moments later he saw something on top of his plate. It was. A few seconds later what was on top of his plate exploded and revealed that it was a prank that caused Dumbledore to be covered in paint along with some kind of paint birds flying around him until it ended up crashing behind the teachers, revealing a message. "Let the joke season begin, you stupid old man," the message said as it changed color. Many students burst out laughing because it was the first time they'd seen Dumbledore fall for a joke and be covered in paint. "Great, it started," said Dumbledore, already giving up. In the end, he couldn't even stop her from meeting the twins. "So what can we expect from the blonde boy?" said Professor Hooch, looking at the painted Dumbledore, whom she brought to the castle.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.